within the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. Excuse me. We've been appointed by Scottish ministers to conduct this inquiry and to report to them with a recommendation in respect of the planning application. The application relates to the development of a golf course and ancillary development on land at Coul Links north of Embo. I'll explain briefly, because we've got a lot to get through today, what we'll be doing today and over the course of the week. Before I do that, I think it'd be useful to have the parties to introduce themselves. I don't mind whether one person introduces the team or if you each want to introduce yourselves. I'll go first to the applicant. Can I ask who's speaking on their behalf? Sorry, I forgot to say, to use the microphone, you press the button, the light comes on, and then when you wish to stop talking, don't forget to turn the otherwise, if you try and speak and somebody else already has the button pressed, they can't have their voice picked up. The recording won't pick it up, so press to speak and press to stop. Can I ask you speaking for the applicant, please?
Yes, sir. For this session and every session until, I think, Thursday evening, I will be representing the applicant. My name's James Finlay, King's Counsel. On my right, I have Dr. McMullen, and on my left, I have Chris Haspel, and to his left is Nicola Drummond. Although we don't think we're going to need them today, behind me sits Edward Abel-Smith, Gordon Sutherland, and Jimmy Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay. And for Rachel Scott?
Good morning, sir. My name is Peter Ferguson. I'm a solicitor with Harper McLeod. And the Nature Scott team comprises Professor Stuart Angus to my right, Alexander MacDonald to my left, who is the Operations Officer, David Mackay, who is the Operations Manager, and my colleague Sandy Fowler to the far left. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. And for NA-270-010-Coul?
So good morning, I'm John Campbell, I'm a King's Counsel. I'm instructed throughout the week for NA-270-010-Coul. I have with me my learned junior, Mr. Simon Crabb, who's sitting to my left. Dr. Tom Dargy is sitting to his left. Dr. Theo Louisu is sitting behind Dr. Dargy. I'm also accompanied by Mr. Crabb's pupil, Miss Gillian Simpson, who's sitting behind me to my right, and Mr. Rab Zivitz, who is my manager.
Thank you. And we have an independent interested party as well.
Good morning, sirs. Peter Batten, Highland resident, appearing in a private capacity. Thank you.
I'm doing it myself. Thank you. Nobody else I've missed? No. Thanks very much.
So can I just raise one matter, and that is potentially this afternoon for one of the questions on the current agenda, which relates to the last question under item 4. Potential funding may be a potential issue. It may be David Bell will attend to, if relevant, depending on the nature of your question, assist in regard to that. Yeah, last item on item 4.
Thank you. That's fine.
So I have one. Actually, I have two preliminary matters. Sorry.
I'll do those in a second, Mr. Campbell.
Can I go back? I forgot to mention Dr. Jim Hanson, who is also with me.
Thank you. I'm sure people have matters they want to raise or questions they may have. Just to keep me straight, I'll take those in a minute. Otherwise, I'll forget to do a brief introduction as to what we'll be doing. As Mr. Finlay said, we're sitting until Thursday this week, and then there'll be an accompanied site inspection on the Friday. Each day will start at 10 and will rarely run beyond 5. Usually it's earlier than that. I guess the caveat to that is we definitely want to finish this session today, no matter what. So hopefully it won't take us any later than that. I don't think it will, but I'm determined to finish it today. No matter what. We'll have a break for lunch, generally about 1 o'clock. Mid-morning, mid-afternoon breaks as well. It is, of course, the 11th day of the 11th month, so at 11 o'clock we'll observe a 2 minutes silence. People are welcome to stay here, or if they want to go elsewhere at that time, that's absolutely fine. I think that's all I had in terms of procedure. I'm aware there's been a lot of correspondence back and forth over the weekend about some policy matters and Ramsar documents that have been published. Obviously, the purpose of today's session isn't to discuss policy, but I understand, Mr. Batten, you wanted to say something to put the recent developments into context, and I think you suggested doing that towards the end in the sort of other matters category. I'm quite happy to do that. Did you want to say anything on that point?
Well, thank you, sir, for that. My suggestion was that adding it to your item 5 of this afternoon's agenda might be most favourable, but I'm conscious that there was an objection overnight from the applicant.
Yes, there was, and I don't want to go into a great debate about the ins and outs. I think the applicant suggested that can be a matter for closing submissions, which is what I prefer. But I'm quite happy for you just to put it into context, just to say what you think the relevance of it is, or the importance of it. It's obviously quite hot off the press, so I'm happy to take it in that context. But we won't be having a big long debate about its relevance or the weight it should be given, etc. We'll leave that to closing submissions, which you, of course, are entitled to make as well. Thanks. So other matters. I know, Mr. Campbell, you have some, so I'll go to you first.
Thank you very much. I've got 2 matters I'd like to raise with you. Dr. Hanson has put together a further map superimposing the golf course on the flooded areas. I'd like to tender that as a late production. The map is not a new map, it's a combination of 2 maps. And he'll explain, when he comes to give evidence, where the 2 maps come from. I haven't had time yet to show these to my learned friends, so I would do that perhaps before you make a ruling. That's the first matter. The second matter, sir, is in Dr. McMullen's evidence, written evidence. There are a number of references which are not included in the footnotes, and are not, which are included in the footnotes, and which are not included in the C4C document list. The number runs beyond 40. However, not to scare the inquiry, I'm only really interested in 2 of them. And so, without making an issue of it, I wonder if I could ask the applicant through yourself if they could make these 2 documents available to me. For your notes, they are in C4C 75 at footnote 24, C4C 75 at footnote 24, a document by Rees, R-I-E-S, and Sisk, S-I-S-K. Secondly, at footnote 28, also in C4C 75, there's a reference to a document by Hewitt, 1985, grazing, I can't read it, grazing and something management as management tools. I'm just looking for, I'm looking for those 2 documents. The third one, and I'm pleased to say the final one, is in Mr. Taylor's hearing statement, and it's on page 7, footnote number 3, and it's a document by Davidson and Rothwell, and I'm looking for page 100 only. So I'll forbear from any comment about why these are not included, because that's not an argument you want to have today.
Well, I would say, generally speaking, we won't read footnotes if they're not produced as a document. Well, I'd say we've got so many documents to read as it is. I think that would be our standard policy. So obviously that may affect the weight that can be given to those points. In that context, do you still want to see copies of those?
Yes, please, I do. The referencing protocol was imposed on all of us by Ms. Davidson at the beginning of this process, and I don't see why it shouldn't, because I know how hard we've struggled with it. I don't suppose it was any easier for the applicants. I don't see why we shouldn't have the documents. But I'm restricting this request to those 3 things.
Indeed, if you have the documents, then we have the documents. You're content with that? You think they're important enough that we need to see them?
Indeed so, sir, yes.
Mr. Finney? So I'd say we'll deal with that point first before the plan point. Can we deal with that?
Yeah, I'll reserve my position on the first point when Mr. Campbell shows it to us. In respect of the documents, yes, you'll be aware that when matters were, when the reports were going in, C4C were in a state of somewhat disarray. But you will note in the front of Dr. McMullen's statement, there's a note about an attachment, which is on page 3. Separate zip file includes the references in the document. So we hadn't intended you to read through all the documents that he's referred to. Frankly, as you indicated, you've got quite a lot to read through. They're simply there, like as in many references. The references are there. This is the first request we've had for them for particular documents. I think Dr. McMullen's already sending his to Mr. Campbell as we speak. Mr. Taylor's not here. He will do the same. But the references are there. If anyone wanted to check and challenge them, they've been able to do so. And we will ask you to approach it on that basis. But it's not our understanding for you to have to go through them. We're not particularly relying on the references. We're primarily relying on Dr. McMullen's evidence. So I'm very happy with Mr. Campbell's requests. We'll see. He indicated he'd raised this point generally last night, but that was just to let you know that's the first time we've had specific requests for specific documents, and they will be made available.
I'd just like to be absolutely clear that I'm not suggesting that the absence of these documents in the document list is intended to mislead or indeed has misled anyone. I'm not imputing any sinister motive to this, but nevertheless, to rebut part of what Dr. McMullen says, I would like to see those documents, please.
Well, that's fine. Mr. Ferguson, would you like copies as well?
I simply wanted to clarify that the second document Mr. Campbell referred to, the Hewitt document, I believe that is submitted as NS-23.
I'm much obliged, thank you.
Thank you, that's helpful. I think we'd like to see a copy. If you could send that into the usual place, Rebecca in the office. If we could, if it's going to be some matters, it might as well be circulated around. In fact, if you said, yeah, brilliant, thank you. And so on the question of the map with the flooding overlay, if you could get that to Mr. Finlay at some point, even now, and I'm thinking my plan was to look at a sort of hole-by-hole analysis. I think that will be this afternoon, so maybe that's the time when it could be looked at if Mr. Finlay has no major problems with it. So maybe have a think about it over lunch and see if you have any major problems, Mr. Finlay, with that. I'm advised that Rebecca in the office is quite happy to circulate any documents that require circulating, so if they just go into the office, then she can sort out getting copies to everyone. So, no, not at all, no. By part 3 of the agenda, habitat loss versus habitat modification, there's a whole lot of stuff to discuss there, and my intention was to go sort of hole by hole. So I think that's the time to look at this if we are going to look at this. So before we get to that point, which, as I say, will be after lunch, I suspect, if we can find out whether Mr. Finlay has any problems with it, and if so, what they are, and I'll make a decision on that.
Thank you very much.
So are there any other preliminary matters? Mr. Ferguson? No?
It's a request for clarification on procedure at paragraphs 44 and 45 of the notes of the pre-examination meeting. There's a reference to closing submissions and case summaries. I think it was your intention to clarify timescales and procedures at the end of the oral sessions. Nature Scots had originally intended to be here for Friday for the conditions, but we will only be here for today. So it would be helpful if these issues could be clarified today.
That's a very good point. Yes, as is normal with oral procedure, we want to have closing submissions, and as has been the case for many years, these are done in writing sometime after the event. More recently, we have been trying to have within those submissions, or as a separate document, a summary of the party's case that we can simply import into our report to ministers, which saves us a job and also makes sure that you get your summary as you intended it to be. I mean, we may comment on it in our text, if you like, if you don't agree with parts of it, but you certainly get that option. So what we will be allowing, following the close of the oral process, will be closing submissions and a summary of the case you want to put before ministers. In terms of timing, the parties who are in opposition to the proposal on this side of the table will go first, and then there'll be a period after that when the applicant gets to put in their final submission. Generally, I'm reasonably flexible as to how long we allow, but we don't want this dragging on forever. So my starting point is usually 2 weeks from the close of the inquiry. Will that, I'm looking at this side of the table, is that likely to give you problems?
3 weeks would be preferred. I personally have a holiday in that period.
Mr. Campbell, 3 weeks? Does that seem reasonable?
Yes, I'd like to propose 3 weeks as well. Monday the 25th of November would suit very well. Just because of other work. We don't get holidays at the Scottish Bar.
I think that might be 2 weeks, 25th.
You're not arguing for 2 weeks. We think that might be 2 weeks.
Oh, that's, well, in that case, 3 weeks. Yes, I think it's important to have it on a Monday because there's always a period of revisiting what you've written, and it's quite easy to do that at the weekend, but not so easy when you're spending the whole day in court.
Indeed. So we're talking the 2nd of December, I think that's 3 weeks for other parties. No, I'm told it's the 9th. Hang on. Excuse me. I'm having a problem counting. Okay, yes, no, good point. I suppose from your point, Mr. Ferguson, as your work is done today, but for others it will be the end of the week. So if we to say the 9th, I'm getting very generous now. The 9th will be a good 3 weeks from the close of the inquiry, plus a weekend. So Mr. Ferguson gets a bit longer. Although, of course, you will, I suspect you'll be wanting, yeah, that's fine. That makes sense. Mr. Finlay.
No objection to Mr. Ferguson having his holiday. He'll be glad to hear. No, that's absolutely fine. It then 2 weeks from the 9th takes us to what in Denmark would be called Little Christmas Eve. And then into the new year. So I was going to ask and we will try and do it before Christmas, but have a long stop of the 6th of January.
No problems with that, I assume?
No, not, indeed not.
Thank you. Okay, any other points? Mr. Finlay, did you have anything you wanted to raise?
Yes, and a procedural matter of the same type, and which primarily involves myself and Mr. Campbell, and Thursday evening session. My understanding is that parties will, witnesses, whether directly C4C witnesses or supporters, will be enabled to read their own statements they put in. Likewise, those on the other side. There will be an opportunity to make corrections, but not an opportunity to add anything further. If that's in which case there'll be no need for rebuttal or anything like that. If that's the position, then Mr. Campbell and I can hopefully swiftly agree the order of such witnesses, but I think at the moment it's looking like all applicants, then all not Couls.
Was that was the order you wanted to go for?
Well, we've had some preliminary discussions, but on the basis that we've understood your approach correctly, that was certainly the. I'm not tying Mr. Campbell to it, but that would be the sensible order, it seems to me. And just one other point. Some of the statements are fairly long, so we were going to either read them short or précis bits, but not by précising, not seeking anyway. Trying not to add anything to them, but we will try and reduce the length of time that it needs to take.
Yes, I concur absolutely with that approach.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we're generally pretty relaxed as to whether the order, and I think we'll be reliant on you. I think Mr. Sutherland had volunteered to coordinate the running order for your side of the item. Mr. Campbell, I know you've done that many times but we're quite unusual in that we have both sides of the story. Usually it's just objectives. So we don't mind how you do it effectively, but if the two of you can agree, that's absolutely fine.
And usually we are agreed, so we can proceed on that basis.
Campbell and I often agree about many things.
I hope peace is not breaking out.
Okay, we'll get cracking on the proper business of today. So item 1 on the agenda, Nature Scott's statutory balancing duties. It's an important matter, but I think it's, I hope, not one that requires a huge amount of discussion given what else we've got to talk about this morning. So my plan was briefly to summarise what I think the issue or issues are, and then invite parties to comment on that, rather than asking you all to explain in great detail what has been, I think, quite an extensive series of letters and emails flying backwards and forwards between the applicant and Nature Scott on this issue. So, as I understand it, Nature Scott has a document, some published guidance on how it complies with its balancing duties. That's C4C 019. And I've also seen some internal guidance that Nature Scott publishes to its staff, which I think is NS5. The duty arises from the Natural Heritage Scotland Act 1991, and Nature Scott's also affected by the Regulatory Reform Scotland Act 2014, which requires it to adopt a positive, enabling approach in pursuing outcomes that contribute to sustainable economic growth. But it's the 91 Act that has 6 other interests that are required to be balanced when Nature Scott discharges its aims and purposes. And I think I'm right in saying 4 of these are considered relevant by the applicant. And these are actual or possible ecological and other environmental changes to the natural heritage of Scotland, the need for social and economic development in Scotland or any part of Scotland, the interests of owners and occupiers of land, and the interests of local communities. And Nature Scott will say, and has said, it seeks to through the behaviours it adopts when undertaking its work. This requires an approach that shows it's listening to others, reflecting that it's part of a wider public service. It aims to demonstrate that it understands and respects the interests of others, their needs, aspirations and challenges. It approaches its functions by including the provision of advice on planning and development proposals. It commits to taking account of any prior conclusions already reached on the balance of social, economic and environmental issues, for example, if a site has been allocated in a development plan. And it believes it's clear from its 5th of May 2023 consultation response, that's NS1, to the planning application, that it was fully aware of and applied its balancing duties. Indeed, that letter opens with recognition of, and I quote, the potentially large economic benefits that could arise and their local and regional significance. However, the applicant questions whether it's actually adequately addressed these four interests that the balancing duty requires to be taken into account. It seems to me there are three of them, I think, that are what you might call socio-economic issues. So the need to balance with the interests of owners and occupiers, and with the interests of communities, and the need for social and economic development in Scotland. And then there's also a slightly different point, which is actual or possible ecological or other environmental changes to the natural heritage of Scotland. I think I'm clear on the socio-economic side of things and how that was tackled by Nature Scott in considering the proposal and giving its formal response to the Council. I'm slightly less clear, and it might be clarified today, as to how the other matter, the actual or possible ecological environmental changes to the natural heritage of Scotland, how that fed into the assessment of the application and ultimately the response of Nature Scott to the planning application. I note from Annex 2 of Nature Scott's guidance that in order to address that first requirement, there needs to be an understanding of the dynamism of natural systems and the effects of human interaction with them. And Annex 2 also stresses the importance of climate change. I noticed in the objection letter, certainly reference to the current state of the site was made, reference to it being addressed by the existing management arrangement. I didn't see any specific reference to the issue of climate change, or indeed specific to this site, the issue of atmospheric nitrogen deposition, which is an issue that the applicant thinks is important. I think it was mentioned in respect of England and Wales, but not in respect of this site. So really my question for Nature Scott is, can you confirm the steps that you took and how it fed into the final advice or the final objection that you made to the application, how you addressed, by all means tell me how you addressed the socio-economic issues, but my particular interest is how you addressed this other requirement, this other balance that requires to be had, which is actual or possible ecological and other environmental changes to the natural heritage of Scotland. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay? Perfect. Great. So do you want me to go through our entire assessment, or do you want me to focus on just the bits about actual or possible ecological and other environmental change?
That's the bit I'm just less clear about. I don't want to cut you short, but if we could do that bit first, then I'll see what the applicant has to say, and then if necessary you might want to come back on all of it.
Okay. So as people will have read in lots of the documents that have been put forth by many of the parties here, is that we're talking about impacts to a sand dune system, basically. So we're talking about that entire system. So parts of that system are pretty dynamic. The closer you are to the coastal edge of it, you get that coastal dynamics from the sea, basically. So you get parts of it where the sand dune system will essentially accrete and grow periods in the summertime, and then the winter storms will knock it back. So that's that dynamism, that's that local change basically is happening in the wider environment. So when we consider that in relation to the sand dune system, that we've got that local dynamism there, and the approach that Nature Scott takes in that when we're considering management of nature protected areas. We look at what's natural change versus what's supposed to, I suppose, human-induced change. So lots of the things the protocols that we employ for considering managing protected areas, we look for natural change as being acceptable, but human-induced change is a bit different. So when it comes to things like climate change, it's difficult sometimes to determine what's caused by people and what's actually some natural change there, but we did take it into account in our views, basically. So yes, we did take it into account in the decision about the changes on the site. We know that there are expansions in woodland on the site. You know, that's a natural change that's happening. We have entered into a management agreement to try and tackle those things, because we think that while the sand dune system is a natural system, we feel that it would benefit from some large herbivores on the site to actually graze some parts of the site there. And that's one of the reasons that we've got a management agreement there, to try and, because the landowner doesn't have any livestock, to try and implement some, to curtail the encroachment of that scrub basically onto the sand dune system, basically. So you can see that we're balancing the various things there. In relation to the nitrogen deposition, yes, I mean, we are aware of the various things people have said about nitrogen deposition. We are aware that areas of the site, things like meadowsweet, have expanded in recent years. You know, they'll think that's connected with, possibly with the increasing use of the site of a wildfowl in the winter, because so we know that with climate change, we expect, in relation to the models and things like that the site will. There's the expectation that winters might be a bit milder, but there will be probably heavier rainfall, more winter storms, and as a result of that, the flooded dune slack will probably be flooded for longer periods. You know, so we take that into account. So we have considered this, but I think ultimately we've looked at it and says, well, yes, there are some climate change comments here that will probably impact on parts of the dune edge, basically. There are also impacts in relation to natural change with higher rainfall leading to flooded slacks being there for longer, which might mean more wildfowl in future will increasingly use the site as a refuge. And also then that with, I suppose, a milder climate, you could get better tree growth there. So yes, we've taken that into account, and we know that with that expansion of woodland there, you will get more leaf litter from it. You will get more of a humus layer on the soil, so it will go more from a sandy soil to more organic layer then. So yes, we have taken this all into account in relation to our thoughts, but the Nature Scots balancing duty in some respects is very focused on behaviours and a lot less on the approach and processes, whereas prior to the current approach in 2018, it was very focused on basically process. And in that process, we actually detailed to quite a significant extent how we took everything into account. We don't have that anymore now, and that's one of the reasons why we get questions now, trying to explain. So hopefully I've explained that to a degree. So we have taken it into account, but I accept the point that we probably haven't clearly explained absolutely everything, how we've done it, but that ties in with the staff guidance that we've got now. It's very focused on that engagement throughout the whole process, rather than previously, where we used to leave it all to the end and do this assessment. So we've tried to cut to the chase earlier and try and have much more an enabling approach throughout. Where there are difficulties, we're upfront about it. We might not always agree with all parties, but we will be quite upfront and advise them, basically. So hopefully, does that answer your question?
It does, yeah. I'm assuming Dr. McMullen's probably the one to ask for this. Your views on that, do you think they have adequately discharged that balancing duty?
Well, perhaps I can take that, because I think Dr. McMullen hasn't been engaged in assessing whether someone has or not discharged their balancing duty. I think there are 2 points, 3 points I might make. One is that what Mr. Mackay has just said is news to us in the sense that it's not recorded anywhere, and indeed that's one of our main points, that both the, in respect of any of the duties, having made extensive FOI requests and received extensive FOI responses, there's, you have all the information on where it could be said that that has been noted at any stage, and frankly there isn't anything, save in the final letter to which you've referred. The second point is that we're quite aware on this side of the room that obviously your primary role in this is to report to ministers and is not to police Nature Scott's functioning of their balancing duties, although it could potentially affect your the weight you give to their objection. The third point is just that to note that in other cases there has been express reference to balancing duties, and we give you one reference, and I give this to Nature Scott now so they can deal with it in their closing submissions. It's C4C 54, which is the objection or response in respect of the new Macrahanish golf course at page 13, where there's a specific paragraph in the response dealing with balancing duties. In terms of responding in detail, we know what Nature Scott says now about their balancing duties. We don't wish to elevate the importance of the issue for the reasons that I've just indicated, but in terms of responding in more detail as to what weight you should give to them, it seems to us that may be a matter best dealt with in closing submissions rather than taking more time this morning on it. There were a number of matters that Mr Mackay mentioned about climate change. I think greater flooding is certainly new to me, but they are matters that may be picked up later on. But I think Dr McMullen has made his position quite clear on nitrogen deposition. We've made our position quite clear on the effectiveness of the current management agreement in a variety of places, and I note that there appears to be some agreement that the expansion of Meadow Sweet and the Dune slacks is an issue, although I think we're in disagreement as to the causes behind that. But those are matters that don't necessarily go to... Mr Mackay said that that's what was taken into account, but rather like with the other balancing duties, there's no evidence of how that was taken into account as part of the decision-making process. It's one thing to tell you today, it's another thing to take it into account at the time. That's slightly jumping ahead. That's what our closing submission will be, so I don't wish to extend the point further beyond that. The subject, can I just take instructions on one point? No, that's fine. We can deal with that. I don't wish to take further of this morning's time up dealing with that.
I wonder if I could just ask a question through you for clarification of that last answer. Would that be all right? Is Mr Finlay saying that there is no evidence attended by Nature Scott of how they've applied these balancing duties?
In effect, yes, save for their objection letter, which does make reference to which you referred to, I think. We not asking, it's not often I get cross-examined by Mr Campbell, but our understanding is that having requested evidence of how Nature Scott undertook its balancing duties, significant FOIs were requested. They haven't shown anything. I understand the point that's being made, just so that Mr Ferguson's aware. I well understand the point that's being made about the change of sort of procedural approach to it, but that still doesn't meet our concern, but it's a concern that will be expressed bearing that change of approach in mind in 2018. I don't think I can take it further.
Okay. Mr. Campbell's question, I think, was what I was going to ask as well, which I wasn't sure if I understood you correctly, Mr. Finlay, which I think you say you accept that in the eventual objection letter it did clarify, to some extent at least, how it had applied the duty, rather than you saying it was only today that we've realised how they did it. Is that right?
Yeah, 2 points on that. First, in the objection letter, there's clearly reference to economic social benefit. I think we've responded to that as why we say that's inadequate. I think one of our documents, which is anyway, we put out C4C put a yes, it's C4C 21, where we've heard what I think quite a lot of what was said this morning hasn't appeared before anywhere. So the answer is in 2 parts. Yes, some of it is in Nature Scott's objection letter, some of it you've heard for the first time this morning.
Ms. Felsen.
Yes, as Mr. Mackay explained, there has been a procedural change. There is no longer a set-piece recording of the balancing duty. It's an ongoing exercise, and as well as the indications in the consultation response which referred to the relevant considerations, Nature Scott's position has been further explained in Nature Scott's hearing statement in response to topic 1, and that gives a more complete explanation. There's just one minor point. I think in your initial question you mentioned an absence of reference to nitrogen deposition and climate change in the consultation response.
I think certainly in nitrogen deposition, I think the reference was things that happen in England and Wales.
Yeah.
I think I may have said there was an absence of reference to climate change. I'm quite happy to be corrected if that's not right.
No, I misunderstood the question. So I wanted to point out the nitrogen deposition reference. That's all.
You're content that we can park this now and just deal with the matter of weight ultimately in closing submissions? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. That was all very helpful. So item 2, we start to look at the extent of direct and indirect habitats effects. Before I actually want to look into the effects themselves, I want to hear about the approaches the parties took to assessing the nature and extent of those effects. In other words, talk a bit about the methodology that was used before we actually get on to look at the potential or likely effects themselves. The first, which I think is quite a short point, was concerning the accuracy of the objecting parties' understanding of the course layout. I understand there was a bit of a delay in getting a digitised GIS layer of the course layout that the objecting parties could use, and as a result they digitised from the PDF layout their own layout. And I think the objectors' view is that actually that came out sufficiently accurate that it made no difference, or it didn't undermine the accuracy of their understanding of where the course would go. So I'll ask, I think, Nature Scott first. I think that's why you couldn't get hold of the golf course layer for quite some time, but you did your own approach, and you're confident that it's close as makes no difference. Is that right?
Thank you. We made repeated requests of the applicant for such a data set throughout the discussions prior to the submission of the application, and by the time of the application, no data set. So we were compelled, in order to perform our analyses, to digitise the PDF ourselves. And given that there is no difference between the subsequently submitted data set and our own, we think this is a non-issue.
Not cool. I think Dr. Dargy did his own separate process, but a similar thing. I think you had to digitise the PDF, and again, I think your view is that you're confident it's as accurate as it needs to be. Is that right?
Yeah, that's set out in the documents already submitted. I think accurate base footprint. Thank you.
I think you shared that with the Conservation Coalition, is that right?
Yes, I did.
From the applicant's side, are you doubting the accuracy of what they've produced? Just before we go any further, are you content that it's accurate enough that it makes no material difference?
Yeah, we've dealt with this in part in our statements. The two sides to the story of failure to provide information, but I'm not going to rehearse that now. My understanding is that in terms of the accuracy of the course layout, what they've been working from is sufficiently accurate for both parties. Obviously, there's a difference. My understanding is that in terms of identifying habitats, the main differences between NA-270-010-Coul and ourselves, there's been no habitat survey by NatureScot.
We'll come on to that side of it, but just in terms of where the golf course is going, you can tell that they're looking at that in the right place.
Subject to our points on the whole-by-whole survey, which you will have had anyway.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We'll come to that. That's going to be very useful, I think, part of the agenda. But we'll get there probably after lunch, I think. Okay, that was helpful. Now, I want to look at the other side of the process, which is how the parties have gone about mapping of habitats and vegetation communities across the site. In the agenda, I've suggested leaving parties' critiques of each other's methodology until after we'd heard about all of the methodologies, but I actually think it makes more sense to hear what the applicant did first, then hear what the other side think of that, and then go on to what NatureScot have done and hear what the applicant has to say about that, and then have a look at what NA-270-010-Coul have done and do it that way. So I propose to look at the applicant's approach, and I know that's been spelled out in some detail, and I have read the 22 Botaneco study of habitats, vegetation and plants, which is appended to the EIA. So I know that sets out the methodology, but as a non-ecologist, I just want to make sure I understand what was done, just so I'm clear in my mind, because obviously it's being criticised by Dr. Dargy and in particular as to, you know, it's whether it's fit for purpose, etc. So that's how I propose to go through it. Talk to Mr. McMullen first about what he did, then allow others to critique it, and obviously have some exchanges on that before we go on to what other people have done. Is that clear?
Absolutely. I'll pass over to Dr. McMullen, but just I think my understanding is that the applicants use the same approach as it did for although it wasn't Dr. McMullen doing it then at the previous inquiry, and you will see some discussion on the different approaches in the reporter's report for that inquiry. But with that background, I think the applicant's approach is consistent between that and this applicant's approach is consistent with that applicant's approach to the previous inquiry.
Yeah, that was to be a question probably for Dr. Dargy as to what the previous reporters thought of what happened last time and whether they supported his criticisms then, and, you know, whether relevant to what we talk about now. But good. I'm conscious of the time. We've still got 10 minutes, so we're not going to get through this at all by 11, but we'll make a start if that's okay, Dr. McMullen, because I think you'll be in the hot seat for quite a while here while I get my head around, as a non-ecologist, how you developed a picture of where all the various communities on the site are. So my understanding is there was a 2016 survey, that was for the previous proposal, which I assumed, I think I've had it confirmed, you didn't do that personally, that was the work of others, yes. So your first survey, I think, was 4 days, I think, in 2018. That's where you did your NVC survey of the site. And then you went back to look at invasives in September 21, I think, mapped those out, and then juniper in December 2021. So 3 separate visits. So I want to look at the 2018 survey first. Did this work build upon what was done by others in 2016, or did you start with a fresh sheet of paper, effectively?
No, the reporters were quite happy with Alba Ecology's work, so it seemed like a sensible place to start, and also just from the point of view of C4C, it was slightly more economical to approach it that way too. So it was very much just refining and building upon what had been undertaken by Alba Ecology, tightened up a few things, but also there's been quite a bit of change. For example, a lot of roseberry willow herb coming onto the site following a fire. So I just felt it was quite important to sort of capture that and other issues such as the spread of gorse and so on as well, so far as I could.
Anyone speaking into the microphone?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I can hear fine, but I appreciate it. Yeah, it doesn't carry very well, so yeah. So, and excuse my ignorance, but in terms of the actual process that's involved, and it may be because you were building on somebody else's process, it might be you need to explain what they did, but in terms of getting out on site and creating the polygons that will reflect where each community is, can you just explain to me how that works? It's presumably involving a GIS and a tablet, so you can actually look at what you see on the ground and plot that into a position. Presumably the initial work was done, as you say, in 2016, and you were just verifying that and building upon it. Can you just explain in layperson's terms so I can understand exactly how that works?
Yeah, well, you've described it reasonably well so far. The thing is that there's lots of ways to approach it, but the basic method at its core is you would usually set out with some base aerial photography. And as I often point out to people on the training courses, that's your map basically done. You just need to explain what the different colours and textures are and define the boundaries in so far as you can. So it's basically then just a case of drawing on top of the aerial photograph, which would normally be at a scale of about 1 to 6,000 in my case, but there's no nothing hard and fast about that. And then you basically just draw as best as you can the boundaries, and obviously that's somewhat frustrated at times because boundaries aren't always that clear on the ground, or they are clear but they extend over several metres, so where you put that line in is quite challenging. That data then gets digitised. If it hasn't been digitised already, some people work with aerial photographs on hard paper, other people use tablets, and some people use both. That's then digitised and it goes into GIS, and each of the blobs or polygons that describes each habitat area, that is a range of attributes assigned to it, the NVC community, phase 1 habitat and so on, and various legislative characteristics if you require. And then that allows you to start producing maps, not just of the vegetation, but also of other legislative considerations as well. And then when you finally get to the point of, say, wanting to predict how much a wind farm or a golf course will lose to the habitats, if you like, what you have in a sense is ends up looking a bit like a jigsaw, and then you overlay the development on top of that jigsaw, and you effectively, it's a process called clipping. You basically clip out the bits of the jigsaw that lie underneath the footprint, and then you simply recalculate the areas of habitat that are still remaining, because in a sense, because those are the bits of habitat that are then going to be lost, modified or whatever, and then obviously you just relate that to the full picture that you had before you clipped out just the footprint, and that allows you to work out relative change or percentages.
In terms of how much, what's physically involved on the site, so you're looking, you draw up an initial sort of layout based on aerial photographs, and you go on site to sort of verify and identify, what's actually there. How much detail does that go? 'Cause we'll come to Dr. Dargie's criticisms, but he's suggesting that you may have missed important communities or misidentified things or got things wrong. And I think your response maybe, well, he's expecting a higher level of work than it could ever be possible. But what process goes on? How much time, for each polygon, what do you do? How long does it take? Is it a very in-depth study, or is it just a kind of verification of what you previously assumed or what the 2016 people had identified? How much time you spent 4 days going around the site, which seems like a lot, but it's a big site. How much effort do you actually put in at each polygon to verify what you thought was the case is actually reality?
Well, as with most things in nature, it's a bit like trying to measure the length of a worm. There is no straightforward answer, unfortunately. Like the approach I've come to sort of, I run quite a bit of training and I speak to quite a few colleagues, and actually over time I've thought it's actually more useful to simplify sometimes, but I'll come back to that. But it really just depends. Like an awful lot of habitat is just not really worth bothering with, just big chunks of agricultural grassland, big chunks of bracken and so on, so you wouldn't spend very much time on those. The ones I would tend to spend most time on would be groundwater habitats and peat habitats, because you're having to take different measurements, and say for groundwater you need to make some assessment of the physical environment. For peat you need to measure the peat depth and things. So yeah, basically just to say there is no straight answer, but the amount of time you spend on a polygon is usually directly proportional to how important that piece of habitat is to legislation, or how complex it's, or how much of its ecology you need to consider, as opposed to, say, an agricultural grassland that you would just map and walk past, probably.
Would it depend, or did it depend, on its proximity to where the course layout was going to go, or did you not know at that stage where the course was going to go?
Yeah, no, always you just treat the whole site the same, really. Sometimes, yeah, but yeah, as you sort of imply, you don't know in advance necessarily where the layout's going to be, and of course layouts can change, so it's important just to do the whole site and not to worry about that.
Okay. Sorry, I've seen reference to the Sand Dune Vegetation Survey of Scotland, and actually I saw that in context of the latest Machrihanish proposal, where Nature Scott were putting that forward to that developer as something that they needed to take into account in their work. And you didn't, I think I'm right in saying you didn't use that. Can you explain why you didn't rely on that, or why you think your approach was better?
Well, as I pointed out in a number of diagrams, it's just that extra level of detail. We mapped the site in over 400 polygons. The SDVS, the Sand Dune Vegetation Survey, was about 130, so it was about over 3 times the level of detail. And that's really the level of detail that we were looking for to cite the course sort of accurately. So, yeah, that's why you do it that way.
So you regard your approach as finer detail, more granular than had you used that. That's why you did it. Is that right?
Yeah. Plus, it's a wee bit out of date, obviously, as well. Not, think a lot has changed on the site, and you couldn't be confident that, you can't be confident of its validity. Most habitat surveys, most ecological surveys have a shelf life of about 3 years.
Right. So can I just in connection with that, if you just maybe for Mr. West note, but at C4C118, which is Dr. McMullen's rebuttal statement on page 19, there's figure 2, which shows the polygon count for the applicant's habitat data survey, which is 436, and the Sand Dune Vegetation Survey of Scotland, which is 130, which bears out the finer detail. There are many more. The more polygons, the finer the detail, as I understand it.
Would you say that the methodology you followed is pretty conventional and accepted within your profession?
Yeah, very much so. Like, I train an awful lot of people these days, and also, I've got some quite good close colleagues that we discuss things with, and yeah, I would say everybody follows pretty much the same recipe, but it's how the recipe is followed can vary, as I mentioned earlier.
We'll pause there as it's about 11 o'clock, well, it's 10:59. So anyone who wants to commemorate it or otherwise elsewhere is welcome to do so. At 11 o'clock I'll pause for 2 minutes. Thank you. It's 11 o'clock. Thank you. I need to retrieve those who have gone elsewhere. Just before we restart, I understand some of you can't hear very well at the back. Apologies for that. We'll try to, if everyone could try and speak directly into the microphone. I'm usually accused of doing that too much, which then causes a bit of distortion, but I think better that than holding back and not being audible. So if we can all try and project as well, that would be very helpful. I think we're missing Mr. Campbell. Good. Mr. Crabb, do you know Mr. Campbell's whereabouts? He's,
I'm not sure, sir. I think he might be in the gents, but I can perhaps go and check.
Okay. Dr. McMullen, final question from me. You spoke about the shelf life of the earlier work. You imagine I'm probably going to ask you a question about your own work, which I think 2018 was the main NVC survey. Are you still confident that that is now 6 years old? It's a bit older than perhaps would be ideal. Are you confident that you can still rely upon that survey work?
Yes, like it could do with being updated. What sort of is quite reliable is because the dune system's dynamism has slowed down to some extent. We're not seeing large mass movements of sand, for example, so we can be fairly sure that things like dune slacks and so on will be fairly persistent in their position. I think the key changes now are really just the new trajectories of succession that are being pursued by this links with the forcing from climate change and nutrient deposition. So I think the key things that would be important to go out and keep remapping would be things like the ongoing spread of the scrub and the gorse, the birch, and things like the rosebay willow herb coming in from Ambo and so on. So I think that's where we'll see the most recent changes. But yes, you know, I think it's sensible. I've gone out to update surveys and come back and said nothing's changed, but equally I've gone out and I think Cool Links would be the same, that we've picked up a number of features here that are possibly significant. Yeah.
Thank you. If I come first to Not Cool, because I think you've had the main areas of criticism of the work Dr. McMullen has done. Could you explain to me what in particular you think is flawed in their approach?
Thank you, sir. The techniques which I use when I have to survey a large dune system which can incorporate a golf course is more or less the same as Dr. McMullen has laid out. At this stage in time, in the 21st century, with all the technology that we have, I follow the same techniques. It was different in 1994. It was a pre-digital age. We did not have orthophotography. In those days, you had either a base map or an enlarged aerial photograph, and you drew your vegetation boundaries on that, and you tried to fit them as best as possible into the early GIS techniques which we had at that time. There is one important stage which Dr. McMullen has not talked about, and that is going into a new site and familiarising yourself with the NVC types which are present. I'd done a lot of NVC survey before I started that contract in 1994, but I immediately found that I was dealing with vegetation types I was not familiar with. And so in my approach, I collected a large number of samples, examined them in detail, and found that they were really quite large departures from the descriptions which were then available in the NVC. And therefore I started to consider potential new sub-communities, even communities in some places. And that approach took quite a lot of time. I think there are more than 70 quadrats which were gathered for Cool Links, and for the whole of the system between Golspie and Meikle Ferry, the quadrat total is very large. So my knowledge is based on those types, and the range of variation which I found then hasn't increased greatly, but the balance in the vegetation types which are now present at the time when Dr. McMullen is doing his work has changed. Now, in the checking approach that I've used is not to map, like Dr. McMullen. The Not Cool approach has been to do an environmental audit of the quality of the survey. So it's not trying to remap and then compare two maps. It takes too much time. With modern techniques, where if you're trying to record boundaries very accurately, I would probably require something of the order of 4 to 5 weeks to cover a site as large as Coul, with the detailed variation that we know that we have. So under the audit technique, I identify NVC types along a line. I divide a long straight line, these random transects, into segments which are, look to the eye, uniform in terms of their species composition. So I have a start point and finish point, and I identify the NVC type, I give it a code, and then I move on to the next segment. And so you build up a set of segments in this way. That goes on for more than 6 kilometers of line. It's a pretty thorough check of things when you then compare the information in those lines in GIS with the information in Dr. McMullen's data, and that was provided to me by NatureScott as the NVC data layer, which is confined to the SSSI. So I don't have Dr. McMullen's information further afield. When I make those comparisons, I find that there are some big differences between us. And when I try to quantify those, I find that we differ one case in 2, wherever I go, along the line. I've done additional checks because for the 2019 inquiry, I made recordings of NVC type at a large number of points, very accurately positioned using an RTK device. 3,800 locations altogether, and I can overlay that on Dr. McMullen's map and check if we're dealing with wet ground, which was that data layer, or dry ground. And there are really big disparities between us. Now, this is the 3rd time in terms of using the line transect approach that I've had these big differences with what has been produced, first for Alba ecology work, then Dr. McMullen, and then doing a recheck in 2024. And therefore, I start to worry, given the comments that were made in the reporter's report, whether I'm losing it or not. And therefore, I brought in this year Dr. Theo Luizu to check my work, and he has made a check of 20% of all the line segments which I produced this year. It took me 12 days to collect those, and he did a 20% sample over 3 days to check my work. And he's produced a report on the accuracy of that, and he feels that I'm getting my MVC identifications more or less right. He's an experienced surveyor himself, and I wonder, therefore, if you would like to ask Dr. Luizu whether he feels my work is sound.
Well, I know he does. He's not registered to speak in this session. But I'm aware of his review of your work and the correlation between the two. So I don't necessarily need to hear from him. That may be the case. I mean, Mr. Finlay, Dr. Luizu, we know we know his details, we know his background, we know his views on the accuracy of Dr. Darby's work and, by implication, the inaccuracy of Dr. McMullen's. Would you have any objection to hearing him tell us that today?
We have no objection, and indeed, I think Dr. McMullen has dealt with that in part in his rebuttal statement in any event.
In that case, that's fine with me. If you wanted him to, if he can physically squeeze up to the microphone, maybe it would be helpful. Morning. Yes, I need to tell you off for picking up the microphone by the. I didn't mention that before. I usually told off doing it, but they don't like being picked up by their arm. Use is the base. Morning, Judge Weezy.
Yes.
It would be helpful if you could explain the work that you did to look at Dr. Darley's work and what you would draw from that. Thank you.
Yes, so my work was involved with checking a line transit method that Dr. Dargy had produced for Coul links. And in total there were 12 transects across the site, and they varied in length from about 290 metres to over 1,000 metres along the site. And I was asked to look at random segments along those lines. Now, Tom had already surveyed each of those lines in detail, mapping the MVC communities or sub-communities along those lines. So I had no idea what communities he had mapped until I started my random survey myself. So along each transit line, the first random segment I would come across, I would record what I was seeing in that random segment, what communities was present in that random segment. Then I would compare that with what Tom had listed. Had he listed what I was seeing, had he not? If not, I would have changed that. So, for example, if he had listed SD12, and I said, no, that's not SD12, it's SD9, I would change that to SD9, to the habitat, to the community that I thought it was. So I did that for a total of about 150 segments in total. And so I would write down mine. And overall, the matches that I found with Tom's work was considerable. You know, I found a lot of matches. There were I disagreed with him on a number, but on the whole, I found his data to be sound. And the beauty of Tom's work is that it can be repeated as well. Our transect method can be repeated. And that's one of the beauties of the approach that he took. So I was also I also made a comparison with Andy's work as well, and I found his work to be an oversimplification of the complexity of Coul links. There was a tendency, for example, to overestimate one of the communities. That's a very important one, M27. The M27 community is one that supports Filipendula Ulmeria. That is one of the key identifiers of that community. So there is that M27 is not uncommon at Coul links. There's no doubt about that. But the sand dune dune slack communities, ST15, ST16, and ST17, are all also common at Coul links as well. And in many of Andy's polygons, he would write, for example, M27, 95% is M27, 5% ST17. When I was looking along the line, I was not seeing that at all, in very few areas, in fact. I think you could argue there might be an interpretation involved. I might interpreting this as correct, you know, and Andy was out looking at it. He saw lots of Filipendula, I saw lots of Filipendula, but also there's not just Filipendula, but there are the dune slack species present in those. Like the main one is Salix repens, which is creeping willow, and that is frequent to locally abundant across all of Coul links, and it's an indicator of dune slack vegetation. If you look at the MVC descriptions for N27, there is not even, Salix repens is not listed for that community. Salix repens, in fact, is not listed for many communities at all, but it is present in dune slacks. And I was finding it in the majority of all the transects that I looked at, the dune slacks, I was finding Salix repens. Not only that, I was turning up other species, indicative sedges, such as Carex nigra, which is not infrequent, Potentilla anserina, and others. And the mosses as well were indicative, I thought, of dune slack vegetation. So, yeah, so overall, I was quite surprised to see, although Andy had mentioned some of the dune slacks, that he had indicated that it was the M27 that was the main dune slack community. And I think in many of the dune slacks that's not the case. It's actually the other way around. And that's very important because I think there's good evidence that Filipendula is increasing, but the fact that a species is increasing doesn't mean that something has changed, that a community has changed from dune slack to M27. If you look at the MVC tables, you'll find that Filipendula occurs in dune slacks. You'll often find it in natural dune slacks. So that was, when was that? So that was 30 years ago when the MVC came out, we're talking about quite a long time ago. And you could get abundances of over 50% cover of Filipendula within dune slacks, as you have at Coul links.
Thank you. We'll come on to looking at all the specific habitats and meadowsweet and the like later on, but just for now, did you find that the habitats where you felt there was a marked difference between you and Dr. Mullen, was it just the dune slack, or was it dune heath and grassland and everywhere else, or was it particularly concentrated in the dune slacks where you found there was a difference?
Yes, so yeah, we were finding other differences as well, and so within dune heath, for example, I think that was one of the habitats that we had a good look at, and so Alba Ecology and Botanico, they came to the conclusion that the main NVC type was the species poor NVC type, and I could not agree with that. When I was on site, the main subcommunity is the Erica cinerea subcommunity, which is not the species poor subcommunity, and that was the community that I was finding mostly on this site, and that's not only important, it's important in terms of the species poor subcommunity implies that the site, doesn't have a rich, diversity of dune heath, which it has. We identified at least 3 different dune heath types on the site, and as we know, there are not only at least 3 dune heath types present at Coul links, but there is an amazing array of species that grow within those dune heaths, some of which are very rare in the United Kingdom. Yeah.
And we'll come on to talk about that later on. Before I go back to Dr. McMullen, is there anything else in particular you wanted to add to? I think that covers your criticisms of his methodology or what he discovered.
I think we made a point that I don't know if it was the time of year that Andy was present at the site or not, but there are key species that are present at Coul Links and were not reported by Andy, and for me, I would consider them significant species. And there's 2 grasses that were missed, and perhaps they were misidentified. And if you're misidentifying species, you'll come to wrong conclusions about NVC. And 2 of the species are what are known as oat grasses, and one of them, fancy name, Helictocloa pratensis, meadow oat grass. Now that species is quite frequent at Coul Links, and it's not mentioned in his report as far as I'm aware. Another species is a species called Avenula pubescens, which is hairy oats grass, and that's also frequent at this site, and it occurs in species-rich dune grassland, ST9X dune grassland, and I think that was very underestimated by Andy. And I think, you know, if you're failing to identify those grasses, you can come to wrong conclusions about specific NVC types at Coul Links. Yeah.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Rachel Scott, before I go back to Dr. McMullen, did you have anything you wanted to add to any of that? Dr. McMullen, lots to cover there, but what do you say to those criticisms?
Yep. No, they come across as quite surprising. I try and base my work in the science and in the guidance for NVC surveys, and I certainly wouldn't pretend to have quite the sort of competence that Dr. Dorgy and Dr. Loizu do. You know, as I pointed out in my report, most of the people, when I'd run training courses, were all very honest and open about the shortcomings that I have, and what I've very much enjoyed in those discussions is that nobody puts themselves as the authority, because everybody's trying to understand where the discrepancies are. So, you know, first of all, I would say I was quite familiar with the site when I started the survey. I was on and off it numerous times with the designers. I didn't take Quadrats simply because the NVC User's Handbook, which is the sort of reference manual, points out that you're better off undertaking quite a lot of subjective. A range of subjective samples is much more useful than wasting a lot of time on Quadrats. As you can imagine, you know, 4 to 5 weeks to map a site of that size just isn't economically viable for a lot of groups and organisations. You know, I've certainly never, you know, most of my clients, my colleagues, we would normally just have a rough rule of thumb of about a square kilometre a day, and that's sort of the general expectation. The problem with Dr. Dargy and Dr. Loizu completely relying on their own sense of fallibility means that they rather missed some of the academic literature, and I've included this in my rebuttal hearing statement, for example. And in fact, in one of those papers it says the average, this was a study looking at a range of different surveyors, and the average area of agreement between maps was 80% at the habitat level, 34% at the community level, and 18.5% at the sub-community level that Dr. Dorgy, Loizu and myself are considering. Dr. Loizu's report points out that my differences between them are either 50% and 80%. So if you go with the scientific literature, there's actually a very, very large degree of correspondence. You know, if you consider 18.5 as the usual level, to have figures of 50 and 80 would actually suggest that there's quite a lot of correspondence between us. And of course, the differences between Dr. Dorgy and Dr. Loizu's work depends a lot. You know, Dr. Loizu just explained to us there that he thought it was one thing, then Dr. Dorgy told him it was another thing, so he changed it to what Dr. Dorgy said, which I think could be quite a problem in introducing some bias. And I honestly don't know what sound means. You know, there's no scientific definition of what a sound piece of work is compared to, say, the figures that I've just quoted to you. Whether Dr. Dorgy's work can be repeated or not doesn't really matter. All work can be repeated, even just an NVC survey. The other slight problem is that people generally jump on MVC maps, but they don't then speak to the report, and I think it's unfortunate Dr. Dargy and Dr. Loizu didn't read the descriptions in the report alongside what was mapped, and then they might have understood a wee bit more about what I was doing with the M27 and so on. And finally, just to finish, one thing that's a perennial frustration for me is people thinking MVC surveys are species surveys. They are not. MVC surveys are mostly concerned with dominant and abundant species and mapping areas of vegetation. Species surveys have a multitude of different approaches depending on what species it is, what time of year, what species group and so on. So I would just like to finish on that point because it's really frustrating. If people want species surveys done, they just need to do them separately. You can't lump them together. It's one of the cardinal sins of consultancy. It's called survey stacking. Because it's discouraged because you come back with a bunch of badly done surveys rather than one that's been done well. So I think that, as far as I'm concerned, covers the main points there.
Thank you. So I understand what you say about not Coul's expectations and the amount of work that would have been required for you to go into so much detail over such a large area, but do you question the accuracy of what they've done in their transects? Do you question whether, in fact, the additional rare species they've identified are present, or do you accept that they're present, but that your work shouldn't be faulted for not having discovered them?
Yeah, I didn't undertake a floristic survey. I had no intention of undertaking a floristic survey. Obviously, I'm a bit of a twitcher myself, so I'm interested in what I see as I go along, but I think you're always best just to stick to the task that you're doing, because it's easy to get distracted. And it even goes back to my early days as a botanist working in the Ulster Museum, and the head of the department there said to me, go out and look for sedges and you'll find sedges. Go out and look for mosses, you'll find mosses. But if you just go out and look for everything, you'll not really see anything at all. And I found that to be a really, really useful piece of advice.
In terms of the weight we should give to the not cool work, if you're accepting that there are rare species present in locations potentially that might be affected by the course, what weight, if any, should we give to that discovery by not cool, as opposed to your more general overview? I'm not criticising you for a general overview. I know that's what you set out to do, but what weight can we give to not cool's evidence in terms of assessing the value of those locations that might be interacted with the course?
Well, if you want to take a Twitcher's approach, I would focus on theirs. If you're interested in looking at the vegetation, I would look at mine. And just to point out, over the last few years, I've been working with a number of groups to try and make people appreciate the mundane. It's a bit of a problem. We still have a rather Victorian leftover in our conservation world, where people are still very much at the classifying and categorising things at the level of species, when a lot of different countries, like I always look at the Dutch, have moved much, much further ahead. And, they're managing ecosystem services while we're still managing species. And it's a real frustration to me, because actually a lot of the mundane species are as much threatened by climate change and nutrient deposition. So I think we need to get away from playing this silly game of top trumps with this species is more important than it's rare, and understand actually that all species to some extent are rare. And in fact, if you think that your average common species does an awful lot more for us in terms of ecosystems than the rare species, which maybe titillate more, there's perhaps an awful lot of reason that we should be just as concerned with the less abundant species as with the rare ones. And that would be an ecological perspective rather than a Twitcher's perspective.
Thank you. Did you want to come back on that? Not cool, Dr. Darby?
Can I come back on the specifics of the oak grasses, sir? We are talking about 3 oak grasses here. The other one is the false oak grass, Aranatha malatius, which is a key species for identifying a very ordinary and very widespread type of vegetation, which is not regarded as a dune grassland type. This is the MG1, Aranatha malatius grassland. And I'm fairly sure that in failing to recognise the other 2 oak grasses, and that Dr. McMullen has overestimated the cover of Arenathera malatius, the false oat grass, and therefore he has allocated too much ground to the MG1 type. And this...
And the MG1 type is regarded as of low ecological importance, comparatively.
That's correct. In the UK it is. It's very common on roadsides throughout Britain, especially.
Your microphone is kind of flashing on and off. I don't know if... Do you have a spare microphone, David? No, I'm doing it. It's slightly intermittent. I don't think it's your fault, Dr. Dardy. I think it was just being temperamental. So, Dr. McMullen, do you accept that point that if in relation to the false oat grass versus the real oat grasses, you kind of mischaracterised whole communities as a less valuable than in fact they are? Do you accept that?
Yeah, there is a possibility, but I like to try... the meadow grass is a grass that I know quite well, so I wouldn't really miss it. There is some similarity, but the heads are very different and the growth form is very different as well. Yeah, and also, like, you can confuse Yorkshire fog as well with the other grass that has been mentioned. But no, not really. And, you know, I don't think it really matters so much as an ecologist. What's really important to me is the spread of the rank grasses into the grassland. Most of it is false oat grass, and it's not really that surprising. I've just finished a 4-year study with Lancaster University in the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology, looking at change in pine woods and broadleaved woods throughout the whole of Britain. And again, you know, that's been quite fascinating because the story that's related is actually similar to the story of cool lynx, and that we're seeing a lot of false oat grass and other grasses of that nature, like cocksfoot and so on, spreading even into pine woods and actually displacing other grasses. So, you know, yeah, it's no news to me, and I don't think it really makes any difference.
Anything else? No. Please.
Yes, I'd like to come back on that, because even with Tom's transects, one of the disagreements I had with him was when I was getting towards the edge of the dune, away from the sea, I was finding dune species indicative of dune grasslands almost to, 1,000 meters away from the sea. And what he was calling U4 or U2 was not U4, U2, it was SD12, in fact, an SD12 variant. So, in fact, the amount of neutral grassland, MG1, is limited at Coul Links. It's not as extensive as has been mapped. You're not going to find Carex arenaria, sand sedge, in MG1 vegetation. And I was finding it frequently in areas that were mapped as MG1 vegetation. Some of the vegetation is beginning to revert. It's beginning to go back to dune grassland. The reason that we have MG1 there is due to grazing. I think that's right, isn't it, Tom? There's in the edges of those of the site are grazed in winter time, and there's increased nutrients from the cattle, and that's what's led to the increase of Arenatherum. Take the cattle away and the nutrients away, and it's reverting back to dune grassland. And the idea that the site is deteriorating, I mean, this is evidence that it's not deteriorating and that it's going back the way. The other thing I want to, it's very important for people to realise, is that the species that have been identified as being invasive species are native species. Filipendula is a native species throughout the United Kingdom, and locally it's increasing. I've seen it increasing. It's increasing where I live in Angus. The fact that it's increasing doesn't mean that habitats are in a worse state than they were previously. This could be temporary as well. We have to realise that an increase in Filipendula doesn't mean that it's going to continue to increase in the future. In fact, we may see the opposite. We may see a decline in Filipendula. If conditions change, we could see... So what I'm interested in is, has it really affected the total ecology of cool links? Are these, and in my opinion, they have not. You know, if we're still finding rare plants, which we are at dual links, at cool links, and if people are discovering new plants at cool links, which we haven't, to me, that's evidence that the site is not in decline. So. The other invasive species that's cited is Rosa spinosissima, Burnet's rose, and that is increasing.
I'm going to cut you off. We will come to talking about invasives in specifics. I just want to stick to methodologies for now, but you'll have plenty of time to tell me about all the invasives later on. But before we take a short break, was there anything you wanted to come back on, Dr. McMullen?
No, not especially just now, though. I would just say, you know, there is always problems whenever you're... Yeah, no, not just now. I might leave it at that for now, thank you.
Okay, it's 11:44. We'll have a break until 12. Thank you. The work that you did, Dr. McMullen. So there was the September 21 invasives survey. Can you just explain this? Use some sort of grid approach. Can you just explain to me how that worked?
Yeah, it was obviously just to ease the subsampling. But yeah, so it was devised on a 100-metre grid, and each grid intersect was visited across the site, and then at each of those, the key invasive species were assessed just on a very simple 5-point scale that's commonly used in vegetation sampling. And it's worthwhile pointing out that, yes, the species that we're concerned with being invasive are native, but that doesn't matter. The RHS, for example, is working on a list of invasive native species now. So although a number of native species are included, they're still behaving invasively. It doesn't matter where they've come from. Any species can become invasive.
Okay, we'll talk more about that in a bit. Cool, did you have any comment on the methodology for the identification of where the invasives are?
No, a grid sampling system, as Dr. McMullen said, is a perfectly adequate way of searching for them. Thanks.
Thank you, that's helpful. So then, December 22, you went out and mapped the locations of juniper individuals. Probably not a lot to say about that. If you can explain briefly what you did and why you're satisfied that you got them all, or you got as many as is required.
Yeah, well, that was pretty much focused on a particular location. The vicinity of Fairway number 16 was the key area of search, but we also searched more widely. I had the PhD student that I'm working with, or supervised partly, working with me on that. So the pair of us just sort of did a grid search backwards and forwards. We had that set up on a mobile GIS. So we didn't have to mark it out in the field, but you could follow your progress up and down through the tram lines on the screen. So it was a fairly systematic survey, and we felt fairly confident we'd got a good comprehensive data set.
Dr. Dudley?
The work that I've done is accumulating juniper records over probably 2 years. There's a lot of concentration that was done in 2018 on that work, and that's where the bulk of my records have come from. I found a few individuals further afield over time, but my total number is almost 200 live juniper bushes at Coul. Each of those recorded in terms of their diameter, and this is, I think, something 40% larger than what Dr. McMullen has.
How many of those approximately would be affected by the layout that's now proposed?
I think there are figures which are given elsewhere. The major impact is on hole 10, where on the green, I think there are either 3 or there are 5 junipers. I included hole 10 on the maps for your unaccompanied site visit, and I think I actually plotted the juniper bushes with their diameter that presentation.
Thank you. And are these ones that Dr. McMullen didn't identify as having to be lost?
So Dr. McMullen did identify juniper in that location. I'm not quite sure about the revised position of hole 16, the first fairway, where I think I found three junipers which are on that fairway, one in the southeast, and there are 2 pretty moribund junipers further north on hole 16.
Thank you. Dr. McMullen?
Yeah, we're aware of all those junipers. In fact, we've got 4 on fairway 16. They're not actually really a problem. If you go along to Royal Dornoch, for example, you'll see juniper even growing in the rather sort of sickly green that exists there because of the amount of fertiliser that's been applied. So it's anticipated that the junipers on the hole for 3 and the fairway for 16, they'll happily persist there and be obstacles and possibly even talking points for the golfers, so they might become pets.
Thank you. Okay, so I wanted to ask Nature Scott what work it did. Am I right in thinking that you were reliant upon the applicant's NVC polygons rather than going on site and doing your own survey work? Is that correct?
That is correct. We have a lot of pressure on our staff and financial resources, so we don't take the broad approach that both Dr. Dargy and the applicant have taken. We do as much work as is necessary, and we debated the possibility of commissioning a new NVC, an independent NVC survey, because we do not generally do that sort of work ourselves. We decided that there was sufficient information in the applicant's NVC survey to effectively do that job for us. We feel that our analysis of their data makes our case fairly robustly, and there was thus no need for us to embark on additional survey.
Right. I'm sure that's not me. My button is not working very well. Thank you. That's very helpful. Not cool. We've already heard, I think, really the methodology that you employed and the assessment of that that happened. Was there anything else you wanted to add about how you approached this and how it differs from how the applicant did, and how ministers should give more weight to your findings than to Dr. McMullen's?
I think our work was more rigorous as a form of testing for quality control. It does raise a doubt about some of the information in the MVC mapping by Dr. McMullen. I also found it very difficult to use as MVC maps because they're not MVC maps, they are phase 1 maps with a scatter of MVC labels. Individual polygons do not have a label.
Is that? Well, I'm sure Dr. Moore will. Yeah, I think my microphone. Apologies, my microphone's not behaving. Is it? Great. That one is actually off. Right. Help. Dr. McMullen said there was an accompanying report which you're perhaps not giving him credit for in just looking at the NVC mapping. There's an additional set of data that he says, weren't relying on. Is that fair?
I don't think it is fair because I read all his accounts of the vegetation types and was disappointed with some of them. He was missing out, important components of Coul distinct and Murray Firth types, which is explained really quite clearly in the sand dune vegetation of Scotland, but it's a source which he has not used. And on that basis, I have this reservation that he hasn't followed what is now an accepted additions to the NVC system, which has been published by the Joint Nature Conservation Committee. There's a paper in a report in 2000 in which most of these types which we're talking about here have been accepted into the NVC, but we haven't had a further publication as an additional book. And the NVC, as it was drawn up and published for sand dunes vegetation in the year 2000, is simply not up to date. Basically, the work that was done at Lancaster almost stopped in about 1993 or 1994, which was before the sand dune vegetation of Scotland completed the work.
So in layperson's terms, what is the effect of that? If you rely just on the NVC and don't use your later, more detailed work, what in practical terms would that result in?
It really applies to one particular type, and that's the acidic fixed dune grassland, the SD12 type. This is a complex which gets into its maximum diversity within the Murray Firth at a UK-wide scale. This was one of the key findings which came out of the Sand Dune Vegetation Survey of Scotland. In addition to that, if it fits into the SD12 complex, it means that it's an irreplaceable type of vegetation under MPF4 Policy 3 B1, where we have this new term coming into us about just what is important and what the applicant has to demonstrate that they are aware of all these forms. And some of the SD12 which I've recorded is recorded as a very species poor U2 type with wavy hairgrass, and I think using that particular type of vegetation is really quite a big error within the work of Dr. McMullen.
Thank you. I'll ask Dr. McMullen to respond. First, I should probably have said if anyone wants to chip in, Mr. Batten, for example, on any points, just let me, just because I don't ask you specifically, indicate if you do want to come in on any points. You'd be very welcome. Dr. McMullen, do you want to come back on any of that?
Yes, sure. First of all, just because I didn't list a plant doesn't mean that I wasn't aware that it was there. You know, if you make a guess, there's probably about at least several hundred plants growing in Coul Link. So if you think of writing out their Latin name and then their vernacular name, you know, just writing that full list will have you at about 3,000 words already before you've actually started to do anything meaningful. And as I say, an NVC survey is not a floristic survey, and I think it's really important that everybody understands that, because it does cause problems. Also, in terms of the grasses that I'm alleged to have missed, like Halicticlora aventpretensis, that's a very distinctive grass, because I skulk around a lot of base-rich and serpentine exposures in the Scottish Highlands. That's just one of the grasses you get your eye in for very quickly. It's quick and easy to spot. It really stands out. In fact, it can even make the vegetation look like it's on fire sometimes on a summer's day. And yes, Dr. Doggy's right to point out that I don't enter NVC labels for every single polygon, and the reason that I combine the NVC and the Phase 1 habitat system is simply because the NVC is a national vegetation classification. So as soon as you're onto habitats that don't have vegetation, such as bare sand or built environments, that's where you switch across to the Phase 1 system. And I also use the Phase 1 system just because it's generally well known amongst regulators and forest designers and so on. So it's an efficient way to approach it. So that's why you really do need to use the two systems. And in fact, if you look at the empty Phase 1s, at the empty NVC columns, it's because they're associated with those. And Nature Scott have obviously pointed out that sometimes they only put only 60% is attributed to an NVC community, but that can be because sometimes you've got 60% vegetation and then 40% bare sand, so you can't apply an NVC community to 100% of that polygon. So that makes that clear as well. Okay, yeah, and I'll just leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to item 3, where we start to actually look at effects rather than just methodology, unless anyone has anything else you want to say on methodology. Nope. Excellent. Okay, so item 3 on the agenda, the first thing I wanted to look at is to ask Nature Scott to explain its approach to identifying the value of a mosaic of habitats, which I incorrectly called a matrix of habitats. I've learned something, with reference to the better habitat within that mosaic. I want to understand whether that's normal practice. I know Dr. McMullen has criticised it for various reasons, which we'll come to, but can you just explain what you do, why you do it, is it normal, and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
I have many years of experience of analysing NVC surveys, even though I don't conduct the actual surveys myself. And the methodology I applied is in standard use within Nature Scott. The absence of guidelines is neither here nor there. The colleagues were consulted on the methodology, and there was a criticism, and the criticism was that I had not taken the threshold of heath sufficiently low, that I should have categorised any polygon with as little as 10% heath as heath. Now, if you have a requirement to map habitat and the polygons represent more than one habitat, the only way to map these is to choose between them. And the hierarchy, which I worded badly, and I apologise for this, the hierarchy was intended to determine the prioritisation of habitats rather than depict their intrinsic quality or value. And the maps we have produced and the statistics we have produced are based on the applicant's data, but applying our priorities and a subsequent classification. So we would maintain very strongly that we have used the applicant's own data to analyse their proposal. And am I right in thinking the threshold is the 30% would be 30% and above? You would categorise it as that polygon would be of that habitat. Is that right? 30. Yes, I completely concede that level is arbitrary, but you have to set it somewhere.
Thank you, that's helpful. Dr. McMullen, you had some criticisms of that approach.
Yeah, first of all, I would say, I find it frustrating as an NVC surveyor because everybody's an expert in NVC survey until you actually take them out into the field and ask them to start doing one for you, and then it's interesting how many people crumble. And I would say that I find it quite, there is a big difference between having experience of looking at NVC surveys and actually going out and doing them. It's a wee bit like the difference, say, between watching the TV programme Casualty and actually being able to undertake major heart surgery in a bit of a stressful situation, because it does provide you with an awful lot of different insights and so on. And one of those insights is, and there is support for this throughout the academic literature, is mosaics are often sort of seen as the poor relation of a more homogeneous polygon, when in fact mosaics themselves are actually quite important habitats. I often sort of break them down as a landscape unit, so you might have a big mound covered with dry heath sitting in a ring of dune slack at the scale of tens of metres, but equally you might then have a lumpy, bumpy surface within a dune slack. That means you've got like a matrix of slack and then lots of little tiny pinpricks of dune heath. So I think those things, mosaics need to be understood not just as a poor relative, but as an important and integral landscape component in their own right. Like if you think about a little bug that's, say, dependent on slack and on heath, the mosaic's going to be really important to it, because from any one point it can access all of the resources that it needs. But if it's just in one big lump of heath and a big lump of dune slack, it'll only really be able to live at that edge between the two habitats. So I think that's why it's really important that mosaics are understood as being a bit more than just a poor relation. It's also important too, like whenever I'm doing my training, I do see it as more than just mosaics. I teach people about mosaics and transitions, and mosaics are where you get very discrete lumps of two habitats or more occurring together, and transitions are where they're more mixed together, if you like. So it might be the dune slack situation that we have here, where you've got the original dune slack habitat, but then the meadow sweet's moving in, so it's starting to shift towards a marshy grassland, but it doesn't occur in a lumpy way like a mosaic. The meadow sweet's actually diffused all the way through, so that's why I distinguish between mosaics and transitions. And in fact, and I think that's quite important to understand. And also sometimes too, because mosaics are really difficult, and I don't think people deal with them recently, what I've actually been doing more recently, and I've been advising it on my training as well, and I've discussed it with SEPA at least, is where you have a big area of a protected habitat with small extents of another habitat inside it that isn't so protected. I actually tell people not to bother putting in the mosaic if it's just a few % of the latter habitat, because it's going to be protected by being enmeshed within the more important one anyway. And part of the reason that I do that is as soon as you make it a mosaic, you've got a mishmash of colour on your map that confuses people, whereas if you just say have the solid block of purple for blanket bog, it stands out loud and clear. And this has become increasingly important to me, and this is why I do actually simplify my work sometimes, because I've gradually realised over time that the regulators themselves don't really have the insight into the NVC that I initially thought that they had when I started in this career. So I think it's actually quite important to simplify data sometimes, not to misrepresent it, but just to leave out all the little tiny bits and pieces that don't really matter, so that whenever it lands on a regulator's desk, or even the designer of a wind farm or a course, they've got a nice, simple map that tells them the information they didn't need to do. But so I consider it as an intelligent approach, as opposed to a clever approach where you might try and impress somebody that you found all these extra sub-communities as well, but they don't actually change the story or offer any meaningful insights. So I appreciate that's probably a wee bit of a mishmash, but hopefully you've picked the points out.
Do you accept that point that by categorising a mosaic as one thing, dune heath for example, you miss out the value that maybe could come from that mosaic of habitats had it been identified as a mosaic? Do you accept that point?
No, for the simple reason that we didn't abandon the mosaics. if you look at the figures we have produced, the mosaics are retained, so that the entire process of categorisation is entirely transparent. We have not pretended otherwise, and we have actually made clear from the beginning that we do not regard this exercise as a numbers game. We are expected to analyse impact on extent, so we do it. But there are 4 components to favourable conservation status. Extent is only one, and I share the opinion of many conservationists that there has been too much concentration on extent at the expense of structure and function. And our main case here is the disruption to structure and function imposed on the dune system, the notified feature and the protected feature, by the construction of a golf course. The 4th element of favourable conservation status is characteristic species, not as some people interpret it as maximisation of biodiversity. The category is characteristic species. We have not addressed these because there are so many of them, as Dr. McMullen has pointed out, that it would be a never-ending task. Instead, we take the functional approach and take the view that if you get the physical processes of function right, the ecosystem processes will follow. In turn, the habitats will follow that, and in turn again, the species. So that you, by protecting function, you protect species that may be extremely rare, and you will protect, by default, species you don't even know about yet. So it is a highly cost-effective approach to efficient environmental protection.
Thank you. Did you want to come back?
Yeah, I appreciate the concern for structure and function, but a mosaic is a structure and a function that's discrete, as I've mentioned already, from more continuous extents. So I think by ignoring them and simply picking out one habitat and making the whole area that one habitat, it does unfortunately misrepresent the extent of the habitats that are being impacted on. It misrepresents the significance and the presence of the mosaics. And it's quite frustrating as an MVC surveyor. It would have been nice to see a more, what would have made more sense perhaps would have been to break down the areas by the percentages that I've provided. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time me even providing that sort of level of data, and then some sort of a comparison to that. The problem is whenever people start fiddling data straight away, it's just really hard to know what it actually says, because you've got nothing to really compare it to, which is why I would sort of insist that our data produced by STRI is probably, it's an awful lot more accurate and closer to the real picture, because there hasn't been any sort of attempt to maximise the areas that might be impacted, especially the more sensitive habitats that obviously Nature Scott have favoured with their hierarchy.
Do you accept Nature Scott's point that it's not a numbers game, it's all about the systems and the interactions and all of that? Numbers obviously come into it, because obviously there is a disagreement over the extent of habitat loss, etc., which we'll come to, but you accept that point, I think?
Absolutely. That is implicit through everything that we have produced. We're not a bunch of preachers. We have actually tried to present an ecological story throughout everything that we have done. So yeah, absolutely, it's an ecological approach that we're trying to take to this, not as stamp collectors.
Can I just add to that? Firstly, the emphasis on the numbers game, or the extent of a particular habitat affected, is a game in part that Nature Scott have played in terms of their objection, which is why we're concerned. But the second point is that Professor Angus, I think, mentioned that it's in standard use within Nature Scott, but he confirmed, I think, there were no guidelines. I don't think we've seen any documentation illustrating its standard use, or where the 30% cut-off figure. I mean, all cut-off figures are to extent arbitrary, whichever cut-off figure you choose. But perhaps I can just ask through you whether there is any documentation upon which Nature Scott wished to present to the hearing to justify their position, because we haven't seen any yet.
Professor Angus?
If we documented everything we did, we would have no time to do anything. We use, it's called expert knowledge. I hesitate to use the term myself, but it is the accepted usage. Expert knowledge is a way of addressing a difficult situation quickly and effectively. There is no guidance for a threshold. I said quite openly a few minutes ago that the 30% threshold was arbitrary. We do not pretend otherwise. Nevertheless, it was discussed with colleagues at some length, including the staff who put together the habitat map of Scotland using a compilation of surveys that included huge numbers of mosaic polygons that had to be mapped. So they had the expertise. I took advantage of that expertise, and it's interesting, as I said, that their recommendation was that we set the threshold lower than 30% I used. And if I may, I'd like to go back to the status of the NVC itself. We've been criticised as people who don't know how to use it. The predecessor body of NatureScot, the Nature Conservancy Council, actually commissioned the NVC. And I have had 44 years of working for the organisations that commissioned this work and work with it almost every day. And I really feel it's unreasonable to accuse us of a lack of familiarity and identification with the standard means of classifying UK vegetation when we are, after all, responsible for its very existence.
You content? Anything to come back on there?
Yeah, no, I would just insist, because it is frustrating, you know, and it's dangerous too, because there's too many people jumping on the NVC survey thinking they can be an expert in no time at all. I think, as with anything, you know, experience. Well, as I introduce myself when I'm doing training courses, I describe myself as a highly experienced botanist, and then point out that experience is the accumulation of mistakes, so they might have been better to learn from somebody else. But equally in saying that, I understand that, you know, it's that experience that's important. It's why people have come to me to ask me to train them, because they don't want to make the same mistakes in the hope that I might show them the right way. And I just think that experience of actually doing it is really important. As I made that maybe slightly jocular analogy, but, you know, you could watch Casualty for years and years and years, but still not understand how to actually undertake a surgery. You know, experience is really important in training and actually being out there on the ground. Even just operating it in the rain and wind can suddenly change people's perspectives on the NVC quite quickly and how much they actually want to do it. So I think we have to be quite real about what's actually involved in an NVC survey and in understanding it, because I have had to simplify my surveys, and that's partly in response to NatureScot staff. Less is more, try and keep it as simple as possible. That's what they want, as they explain. There might be some staff who are familiar with the NVC, but it's certainly by no means is it many of them. And you even see that in the consultancy profession just now. There's companies like WSP that have been advertising for about 4 or 5 months for botanists, and they still haven't fulfilled any of those posts. They're all on LinkedIn just now, and you'll see how long they've been there. For example, there just aren't enough botanists, unfortunately, and even less people competent in the NVC.
Final question, Professor Angus. Are you aware of any of your colleagues who would not use the approach that you've taken here? I appreciate there's no set guidance or anything like that. Are there any colleagues within NatureScot who wouldn't or don't use the approach that you took?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Can we look at H11B, which I understand is a particularly rare form of heath habitat? And I think Dr. McMullen has criticised NatureScot for too readily identifying a community as being H11B. What do you say in response to that?
We haven't identified the vegetation as H11B. The applicant has. We have used only applicant data with the exception of a photograph in the hole-by-hole analysis, which may have been allocated to a different H11 category. That is simply a reference to the photograph. In the analysis we have presented, the H11 data is all data supplied by the applicant.
Okay, so we will come on to the photographs and the hole-by-hole analysis. Probably quicker if I just ask Dr. McMillan, what was your criticism of Nature Scott's finding of more H11B than you say is there?
Yeah, it was really just because if you look in the floristic tables and the descriptions as outlined in my report in this session, there are percentage covers given. So crowbar, which is the main species that Nature Scott are using to identify, occurs to some degree of abundance in both communities, but you then need to start looking at the frequency of two other species, heath bowstraw and common bent. For example, they give the vegetation a much more green and grassy looking appearance than we see at Coul links. So yeah, that's why we went with our position.
So if ministers concluded that there was less H11B than Nature Scott suggest, it would still remain dune heath habitat. It would still be important, but you'd say it would be less important.
Well, this is where I mentioned in the report too, and it goes back to the literature that has cited looking at the degree of correspondence between MVC surveyors, is we'd actually be better off in a lot of ways approaching Coul links from the habitat perspective, because it's the habitats that are designated and listed. As we can see from the paper by Cheryl that I quote from, 80% correspondence between habitats, and then it drops away really dramatically whenever you start looking at correspondence between MVC communities. And that's what I think is quite important. We can sit and argue about these things backward and forward all day, but ultimately we need to come up with a workable solution, and to me that's the most obvious workable solution, to stop worrying about tiny little bits of detail and to focus at the level that the literature demonstrates to be suitable, and also the experience that we're having here as well, I would suggest. So I think we need to really follow the science that's existed rather than constantly reinventing the wheel and playing clever games over tiny, relatively insignificant features when there's much more robust and effective ways of looking at them.
But does that mean, I appreciate what you say about, this is how it's done normally, but if we have evidence from Nature Scott Orphan, not Coul, that perhaps habitats are more important than we thought because of the presence of certain species, should we not be using that evidence that we've been blessed with, rather than just saying, well, that's going above and beyond what we normally look at, so we're just going to look at what I've done?
Well, yes and no. If it makes any difference, yes, but I don't think it particularly does in this case. As I sometimes describe with colleagues, because there's less of us, we're getting pushed harder and harder. 2 years ago I surveyed 350 square kilometres, which is a fair old hike. That's a square kilometre per day when it averages out. What I've been discussing with people is that we might actually be more useful in the future going in and doing what I call a legislative survey. So you don't really even bother with all the acid grasslands. You would just map them as a habitat, but you wouldn't pick out all the sub-communities and communities, because they're all actually the same under the legislation. But what you would do instead is go in and really focus on where the peatlands are, where the groundwater habitats are, and anything else of conservation interest. And I increasingly favour that too, because whenever the regulators or the site designers get the map, it's really clean and it's really obvious what's important and what isn't important. So hopefully that'll squeeze them into where isn't important and leave the important bits aside. So again, I think we need to be looking at pragmatic solutions for these things, for the real world, rather than arguing over small shades of the pretty much exactly the same colour. H11A is the most important in that triplet of sub-communities, because it's the one that carries the lichens. H11B and C, I don't get, in terms of what we were trying to achieve here, there's relatively little difference between them.
Did Nature Scott want to come back on that? And I'll ask, not Coul as well, but Nature Scott?
Well, I think I'd like to thank Dr McMullen for his contribution there, because he appears to be doing some of our work for us in establishing that we are looking at the wider picture here. And as I say, when we have produced figures for the different heat types, we have used their data. Admittedly, we have allocated the polygon areas differently, but there is no issue of confusion of sub-communities here, because we didn't do this ourselves. We have used their data sets. And as I say, we used the whole picture in any case.
Just so I'm clear, so you're saying that within H11B, you didn't rely just on the crowberry presence. I think he was saying that there are two other species that would be required to be present in order for it to constitute H11B. You're saying that from their own data, you are confident that it should be categorised as H11B. Is that right?
Absolutely. If we have used H11, I should say yet again, there is one picture in the report that might be wrong. That is all. All the figures we have used for H11 are applicant data. And if there are mistakes in that, they are applicant errors, not ours.
Not cool. Dr. Darby, did you want to say anything on this?
Can I come back on H11B and what it is and what its history is?
Yeah.
If you look at the history and the way in which the NVC was developed, a large amount of work in the early years, and we're talking now the 1970s, the early 1980s, was to actually capture quadrats from pre-existing studies. One of these studies was by Professor Gillingham from the University of Aberdeen, who was a world expert on heathlands. And he referenced in there a PhD study from the Sands of Forvey, which is actually the quadrats from that represent the data, most of the data for H11B within the NVC. That PhD was in the 1950s. So the data is very old. I've looked very carefully. I'd seen this debate between the two protagonists here about H11B, and I've checked my own quadrats for H11B, and I do not find a strong presence of these two additional species which Dr. McMullen has named. The main thing within the H11B which I've been recording is Empetrum nigrum, its presence. Some of the material at Coul is actually a subspecies, Hermaphroditum, which is normally found on high mountains. So we've got two subspecies present at Coul Links. The result of all this work is that quite possibly the floristic tables, which this work is based upon, the list of species, their frequency class, their range and their domain numbers, probably needs revision. We've had 50 years of climate change, nitrogen deposition, which may well have altered some of these communities. We simply do not know that. But there's a very big problem in this, and this is what most people do not know. The floristic tables which are published in the NVC, we cannot trace back to the quadrat set which was developed. The University of Lancaster lost that association from all the work that was done in the 1970s and the 1980s. I realised this because I had to interview Professor Rodwell, who was the main instigator of all this, in a project for JNCC. And I was absolutely gobsmacked when I learnt this. You had all that data, and you've produced all these tables, and you can't go back to the originals to re-explore or something like that. So this is one of the unfortunate things that we're dealing with. We're talking about a data set which is very, very difficult to substantiate historically and at the current time.
Do you want to come back on any of that?
Yeah, well, I agree with those general points. generally. I would still say, though, despite any one of us in particular having our own particular opinions on things, the NVC, as it's published, is still the standard reference, because if we all obviously start adopting our own definitions and giving them the same name, then obviously the whole thing starts to generate into a bit of a mess. And amazingly, when you look at peatland evolution, for example, you can see that, say, the M18 community in the NVC has actually persisted now for probably about 8,000 years, but it is certainly very true, and a lot of people are discussing this amongst the NVC surveyor world just now, because we are starting to see that we are needing to start to revise at least some communities just because of the shift in composition that Dr. Dargey's just referred to as a consequence of current global impacts. And I've nothing particular more to add to that.
Thank you. Now, we'll shortly be coming on to the whole-by-whole analysis, but we'll leave that until after lunch. But we've got time, I think, for some questions I had about the effects of mowing of the fairways on the heathland specifically, which I think is we'll probably talk about it in more detail in its effects on each hole, but just on a general level, Nature Scott is concerned about the effect on heather, possibly other plants as well, and epiphytic species, microclimates, shelter and cover for small animals. So the effects really on mowing of this to create fairways. And I think, Dr. McMullen, in your statement, you accept that mowing of the heathland will tend to result in loss of heather and favour grasses, and loss of other plants as well. And I've read some of the other studies that have been done which seem to be consistent with that view. Mowing will tend to create an environment that's more favourable to grass species. I suppose the first question is really, will it not then cease to be heathland? Is that not fair?
Yes, it will cease to be heathland. It'll knock out the heather. Primarily, heather has its growing tips at the end of its branches, so it's not as resistant to grazing or mowing as grasses and other small herbs that if they're resting organs at or below the level of grazing animals.
So why is that not habitat loss for the fairways?
Well, there is modification. Although we've lost the heather, which is obviously one of the most important structural components because it literally gives the habitat its name, many of the other species are able to persist, and in fact, once the overbearing canopy of heather is removed, most of those species will obviously expand and fill in the ecological space left by removal of the heather. The reason why it's modification is because it is possible to restore it. If you go up to Cool Links just now and you look in the fields between the road and the dune system that's recognisable as a dune system, those fields now will have been grazed for millennia, and now that the grazing's been knocked back, there is an increase in heather. And I noticed that Dr. Dargey and Dr. Lozu also picked up an increase in heather in some places. So in a sense, you're removing the heather, you're altering the structure, but the viability of the habitat is likely to remain in a coarse fairway that is much less impacted than a pastoral field and is likely to be used over decades rather than millennia.
But for as long as the golf course is in effect, the heather never will come back on the fairways. Is that fair?
That would be fairly fair. It might be possible, it can adopt a more precumbent growth form, but that's associated with wind clipping. It just depends on what the mowing does, but I don't think it would be too desirable on the fairways for something like that. And also the seed bank doesn't disappear just because the heather's gone. The fairways are fairly narrow features, so it's still possible for the seed to disperse into them from their flanks. And of course, the fairway being a mown surface, it doesn't offer a great deal of resistance to wind that might carry these seeds in, so the seed bank will be maintained.
Bear with me, my computer's on the go slow. I'm attempting to open the very recently submitted Sand Dune Manager's Handbook, which is CC10, which is quite 172 pages long. I admit I haven't read it all yet. Prize if anyone has. I was eventually loads. I was interested in looking at page 6. I don't know if you have that yet, Dr. McMullen. Yeah, page 6 talks about June Heath, and I'll read it. In the UK, these are very rare habitats. They've often been lost to plantations or development. Few locations have extensive areas, including somewhere in Dorset and also the east coast of Scotland, where some of the most important sites are found. Here we find many species of heather, lichens and fine grasses, often in the fine layer of peaty soil. The most widespread and characteristic June Heath community comprises heather and sand sedge, although there can be considerable variation across the UK. For example, bell heather, of which we have some here, I think, is often abundant in June Heath on many west coast sites, but is much scarcer in the east, although, as I say, we seem to have some here, I think. It struck me as stressing the importance of heather, which we've agreed would not do well on a fairway. In terms of trying to get a handle on, I appreciate there are other important species there as well, but in terms of whether this is habitat loss, and understanding where everyone's agreed that we're not talking a numbers game, and that's not necessarily the most important thing, but just as a fact as to whether fairway creation on heathland would result in habitat loss. Do you not accept that heather is so important, so intrinsic to heath, that it would in fact be habitat loss if you lose the heather?
No, not entirely. I still would consider it to be modification because it's been modified. The other elements are still there. The heather is even still there. It might be recumbent. Like we've seen something like this in the Scottish Highlands over the last few decades, where heather beetle has come in, for example, and totally exterminated heather across, sometimes getting on for square kilometres. It doesn't suddenly become something else as a consequence of that. All the other plants are there, and even though it can look bereft of heather, once you get down on your hands and knees and start looking, it'll be there. It's just diminutive and hard to detect, and it'll likely be exactly the same in the heath and the fairways. It will have a very different structure, and the grasses and the other herbs will be prominent, but there are benefits with that as well. In terms of nectar, like the heather, for example, is famous for its flowering period in September, but it's just for a few weeks in September. So if we actually increase the abundance of other small herbs, you're actually extending the period across which nectar pollinators and others can access the resources that they need. So in a sense, you can still maintain a fairly functional area of heath habitat, although it's modified grossly into a fairway. But I would guarantee you, if you looked in that fairway, you would still find the heather and so on. So the point I'm making is that we're not removing the viability, we're modifying for a short period, and then should the course ever close down, it can be allowed to turn back to heath, or more probably by 2050 get invaded by scrub and rosebud willow herb.
I remember a photograph that I think Mr. Haspel showed us of, I think it was near De Vries golf course, which had some...
Yes, I was going to ask him to explain that.
Very cropped heather, but it was heather. Do you want to explain that, Mr. Haspel?
Yeah, of course. Afternoon, everybody. I disagree with Mr. McMullen here, or Dr. McMullen, which we're allowed to do from time to time. I do believe heather can be modified. You can see it on a lot of golf courses up and down the country. That particular place is in Southerness, but you only have to go over to Goldsby, down to Spey Bay, places like that. The heather's actually cut very short, and it survives quite well. The key to that is actually doing it in increments. If you do that in increments, you won't lose it. As Dr. McMullen said, there's a seed bank in the base that then starts to grow. I accept the fact that there'll be areas which are not heather at present, but we intend to collect the seed and use the seed bank for obviously expansion elsewhere on the June Heath, especially once the invasives have gone.
Thank you. Yeah, and I know the whole issue of translocation of heather. I think you're proposing to do that as a bonus. That you're not relying on that, but you're going to give it a go, I think was the idea.
Yes, we agreed with Mr. Angus last year, or last time, that if he believed it would work. I do believe it will work, but we accept that that's in the 1.5 hectares of habitat loss in the SSI.
while I've got the very long document open, if you have a look on page 90, this sets out some key criteria for favourable condition of coastal sand dune features, one of which is dune heath. It's kind of halfway down the page. For dune heath, favourable condition includes, and one of the indicators is that all growth phases of heather should be present: pioneer, building, degenerate and dead. And where they have different labels, but I'm aware there are 4 different stages, and the big woody examples, which are probably the over-mature, degenerate stages, those are the ones obviously that are not going to survive. I don't think anyone is arguing that they would survive the action of cutting. They're very woody, you'd have to get rid of them completely. So some importance is placed upon, for a healthy, favourable condition dune heath, in having all 4 of these stages. In respect to the fairways, I think it's fair to say you couldn't have all 4 of those stages. Is that fair?
I would once again disagree, but I come at it from a golf point of view. If you go to Muiravoord, it's not far away from here. I know it's not dune heath, and our learned friends will argue that point. Heather is actually coming back into the fairways now. That's a height of about 15 millimetres. So it can repopulate, and if the seed bank's there and the correct, shall we say, management practices are in place with regards to fertiliser, water, etc., because that's the biggest sort of problem for it, it will survive.
But you'd never allow it to become mature, kind of 300 mil high or something in the fairway?
No, unless it's around the back of a bunker or, semi-rough, rough, that kind of thing. Then you get the gradation of the different habitats around the edge.
Okay, so can I come on to this side? Maybe Nature Scott first. Did you have any comments on, so we're not looking at specific hole by hole yet, we'll do that after lunch, but just the general principle of mowing of fairways and the consequent loss of, if not all the heather, then certainly all the mature, over-mature stuff. What consequences do you say, and what about the reversibility point? If it retains the potential for regrowth in the future, should golf ever stop, does that convince you that it's in fact modification and not loss?
No, we maintain our position that this is loss. This is not an application for a reversible golf course. It's an application for a golf course. And we have taken that at face value. The picture painted of habitat diversity and value on mown heath is somewhat optimistic. Now, I will concede immediately that I have not seen the fairways at Southerness or indeed Muiravoord, but I have seen mown fairways at Machrihanish Dunes, and the poverty of species is extreme. The poverty of structure is extreme.
Was that not dune heath before? Was that not dune grassland?
No, it was dune grassland.
Yeah, so...
But the same principles apply, that we have been told by Dr. McMullen that different plants will flourish and provide pollen once the heath is mown. No, they won't. They will be sliced off in their prime, and the pollinating parts of these plants removed by blades. Furthermore, the invertebrate populations of these areas and the epiphytes, the plants that live upon the heather, will be not just severely reduced but almost eliminated. And to say that this is modification really takes the definition beyond a reasonable level.
So that loss of shelter and cover for fauna that's provided by the taller, more mature heather plants, I understand you saying that would be lost. The counter-argument is if you get rid of the shade provided by that, you might allow other things to flourish, and I take your point about them be chopped down, but do you think there's no trade-off there? Effectively, it's all negative.
I'd be surprised if there isn't some positive aspect somewhere, but I'm having difficulty seeing it. And the negative attributes of this type of management are extreme, so that any positive element is very small indeed and in no way offsets the negativity of this form of management. We're not talking about the same sort of mowing that is practiced in rough, which is a trim every year or so. And this compares with an extreme level of mowing, usually weekly, to between 11 and 14 millimetres, depending on the policy of the golf club involved.
Thank you. Coul, did you have any comments on the effects of fairway mowing?
Yes, they're called specific on the basis of the character of the dune heath at Coul. And what I'd like to stress is the maturity of a lot of the heather, but it still has a diverse structure. The diversity of the structure at Coul is due to past heather beetle attacks, where it's killed not blanket areas of heather, but patches of heather, and into that area we get the bell heather invading. So you have these little micro successions which are happening. And the other characteristic which you have is that beneath the heather you have a remarkably thick layer of moss. And within that moss we have an orchid. There's lesser tway blade which is present, and it seems to be rooted within the moss around the stems of the moss-covered heather. It's got a new epiphytic position within it. That's the nature of the structure and the function of the current condition. I don't see how mowing can in any way replicate that. It's quite unlike any other dune heath that I know in Scotland.
So when I went on site, I was aware of, in certain locations anyway, this very dense carpet of moss beneath the heather. Is it just the epiphytic orchid growth on the moss that is of value? Is the moss itself of no particular value?
Well, the moss itself is really creating a soil microclimate which will be supporting that character of heather on the site. It's so thick that it will be having it will be creating a very uniform microclimate compared to one which will be created by mowing on the site. You'll have much more temperature variation within the soil surface of a mown quasi dune heath fairway.
Did you want to come back, Dr. McMullen, sorry, or Mr. Aswell?
So there are a couple of points there. To Dr. Dargie's point, when the moss becomes too thick, obviously it outcompetes everything else. So apart from the orchid that Dr. Dargie cites, we do see that when you're mowing grasslands on grey-fixed dune, etc., you then expose areas for orchids and everything else, along with sandy areas. And just to point out that the pictures of Southerness, I think Southerness is over 100 years old. I don't know exactly without looking online, but that gives you an indication that it's surviving. I'll defer to Dr. McMullen on the other things.
Yeah, just very quickly, like plants can and do respond to cutting, as I've already pointed out. Wind-clipped heather on mountain summits can just creep along the ground just to balance out what I said and to link it with what Chris was just saying as well. I think the thing is that, we need to understand that the whole dune system is a mosaic, so we can't just, at times, listening to the conversation, it sounds like we're extirpating large areas of dune heath. The areas are actually quite small, even if we were to undergo habitat loss rather than modification. The areas are still relatively small. So, we need to understand that the epiphytes and so on aren't under any threat, but in a sense we're actually creating a lot of more new opportunities for the plants underneath the heather. And while people can't see what the end result would be, the thing is that, we've got a very experienced greenkeeper here. We'll be applying a range of techniques and we'll be seeking to achieve these things. So just because one course hasn't achieved it doesn't, in a particular instance, going from grassland doesn't mean that we can't achieve it, because we will be, approaching things on a rather more experimental basis and actually seeking to achieve that. You can imagine for the golfers themselves, it's much more interesting to be playing down a fairway that's speckled with pretty flowers, it's got butterflies moving around it and so on. So it's actually something that, would be a favoured feature of the course, and something that we would be keen to maintain. So I think, it needs to be understood, the whole site in a sense needs to be understood as a mosaic, and different patches within that mosaic providing different resources at different times to different species.
Do you accept the point about mowing to sort of 11 mil will cut off any potentially flowering plants, or effectively favour grass over anything else? The theoretical benefit of removing the shading effect of heather won't in fact arise on the fairways because you're chopping it off in its prime.
Yes, I know. Some species will be impacted, but if you go out and you look at some of the really important species, even things like rock rose, that, it's got a very scrambling growth, bird's foot trefoil and others, they're all quite low-growing plants. As to whether they would skip underneath a 10 or 11 millimetre blade, I don't know, but if they don't, the blade can be increased a wee bit perhaps. It isn't just, the intention is to be sensitive and intelligent about the way these things are done, rather than just blasting ahead with a 10 or 11 millimetre cut height. If that's not doing the job, then it's raised. It's a case of interacting with and understanding the habitats while you're working with them, because that's often the only time you really do understand the limits, is whenever you start to poke around with them. Like, that's the basis of science and experimentation. So no, I think there is definitely potential in there for quite a wide range of the heath plants. Tormental is another common heathland plant. It'll creep along underneath the ground. Plants aren't just passive passengers. Whenever you look at heather, you can go down to a pine wood and you'll see big heather plants almost up to above your waist. Then you go around to the mountain top and it will just be creeping along the ground. So plants aren't just passive passengers, they can respond, and as Chris very rightly points out, perhaps the key thing is not to shock them, it's to, in his case, make the cuts gradual, so it's not all at once, and give the plants a chance to respond. So yeah, I don't really share to quite the same level the concerns that NA-270 and Nature Scott have.
Can I ask Mr. Haspel to...
Yeah, so just to point out, as an agronomist, turf agronomist, it's not just a single species, dead, barren wasteland. There's all kinds of microvisual activity, everything else that goes with it. So I take offence to when they say it's a lynx land is just barren. But besides that, I would say that, but besides that, I would also say that given the last application, the applicants now have actually made big strides to move some of the holes away, and I know we'll probably come to that, but some of the key areas that were of concern last time for all manner of things, lichens, etc., they've actually been addressed and moved. Can't say we can't, we won't get them all, but that's just the way it is, so I just thought we should point that out.
On the question of not adhering to, perhaps, from a golfing point of view, what might be the ultimate sword height, this is obviously intended to be a very high-end course. How are your high-paying, very adept golfers going to cope with if you said, actually, we need to have a 15 mil high fairway? Is that actually a realistic prospect, or is that going to threaten your customers' satisfaction?
No, I don't think it will, because of the dry nature of the site. No fair irrigation, you're going to get those firm lies. What you'll tend to find is the grass will lay over, and also the heather will too. So if you look at some of the places that I visit, a lot of places all around the UK, some of the tightest mown heather is actually where rabbits still graze it, and that's down to probably 5 or 6 millimetres, because they nip everything down to nothing. So it's doable, we just have to do it in increments.
Could I turn this whole thing round 180 degrees? The applicant is advancing a fairly powerful argument about how they're going to manipulate this course to deliver biodiversity. This is a natural ecosystem. The natural ecosystem is best managed by optimising natural processes. This is absolutely fundamental to the way we work. And the issue of intervention in dune processes has become a highly controversial topic within coastal ecology. And my colleagues in Natural England and Natural Resources Wales have embarked on a fairly interventionist approach to dune management, up to and including going in with tracked excavators to mobilise the systems. The reason for this, and we will probably come back to this, is excess nitrogen deposition, which is a problem that, despite Dr McMullen's protestations, we do not accept exists at Lough Fleet. And the policies operated by these two organisations have been roundly attacked in the scientific press, and expressions like dune gardening have been used. We have absolutely no intention of going down this route, but when two nations adjacent to our own are operating different policies, we investigate our own very thoroughly indeed, and these are reviewed on a fairly regular basis. And I'm actually working on a paper with Paul Rooney, who is the director of the UK Sand Dune and Shingle Network based in Liverpool. And we have reviewed the various aspects of dune intervention, and with the exception of grazing, they are rarely justified in a natural conservation situation such as we have and enjoy at Coul Links. The question of rabbits then comes in. Rabbits are not native to the UK, and there are presently fairly few rabbits at Coul. That isn't necessarily a situation that will be a long-term one. They fluctuate. But we refuse in Scotland to adopt rabbit introduction or encouragement as a means of management, for the simple reason that you're never in charge of rabbit numbers, the rabbits are. So, all in all, we are aiming for a natural ecosystem at Coul, which we very nearly have at the moment, rather than the heavily managed and modified biodiversity factory advanced by the applicant.
I know you want to come back at some point. Briefly now, we are going to talk about implications of bigger things like climate change and what you say about nitrogen deposition and how that all, how natural things are at the moment. But you're going to come back briefly, but we will come on to that later on. I'm just conscious it's kind of lunchtime.
Yeah, I think it's really important. There is a bit of a myth that Scotland is a natural wilderness, but I started my career as a paleoecologist, looking at the interactions between cultures and nature over the last, 7,000 years throughout the whole of in fact longer than that, but throughout the whole of Northwest Europe, from here to Greenland to Portugal and down into Italy and the Alps. The thing is that this isn't, we don't live in a natural landscape in Scotland. We live in a cultural landscape that was fashioned by thousands of years of goats and cattle and burning and grazing, and then over the last couple of centuries sheep and so on have come in. And I think we also have to respect too, I appreciate there's a small group of people of Nature Scot have decided that nitrogen deposition isn't an issue at Coul Links, but if you turn away from them and you look at the literature and the impacts that people are finding, there is no doubt that these things are there. And that's why a lot of people around the world, credible scientists, journalists, policymakers, politicians, talk about us living in a biodiversity crisis and a nature emergency and things like that. So while a small group of people at Nature Scot might have decided that there aren't issues, we do generally accept the science that these are big issues and that we do need to intervene. But we also would, I would certainly dispute the fact that, it's a completely natural system. It's been, we can see the cattle impact, grazing impacts on Friday, for example. We can talk about the science surrounding climate change and nitrogen deposition and humans' influence on those. I think we need to understand, A, it's not a totally natural system, and B, we need to understand it too in the context of current global impacts. And in another sense, I think it would be What would actually be really valuable would be for Nature Scott to actually produce evidence that Cool Links is not being impacted by nitrogen deposition and climate change, because that would be one site in the world that we know of, and that would allow researchers to come from around all of the world to understand why Cool Links isn't being impacted. But in truth, I think they'll turn up, they'll look at the scrub, they'll look at the rosebud willow herb and everything else and go, but these are exactly the impacts we predict. So I think we need to understand the real ecological reality of Cool Links.
More of that later. We'll break for lunch now. It's 1:15 nearly. Can we get back for 2, Mr. Campbell?
Just a quick word. I've only got Dr. Hanson for one day. Could I ask you to take a minute during lunch break and look through your list of points to see if there's anything that you want from him? Because you can't be here tomorrow. If, of course, we run over, which
we won't be running over.
Which you won't be.
Trust me, we ain't running over today.
Anyway, my point is clear, I think.
Can anyone object to getting back here for 2? Is that doable, Mr. Campbell? As close to 2 as possible. Speaking, don't get too close to the microphone, as well as don't stay too far away, and don't pick it up by the stalk, which I've been told off for doing, and I'm not the only one. They don't like it. So, nothing else anyone needs to raise? Yes, Mr. Campbell?
Sorry to keep raising small points, but it's not a small point. I have a witness called Christopher Catherine, who's the invertebrate witness. He's not able to come because of a business conflict. So I'd like to ask you to accept his evidence as a further written statement. And
that's Wednesday, I think we're scheduled to have him, that session.
We're scheduled to have him with the invertebrate evidence, but he won't be here.
Mr. Finley, did you have a look at the flooding map? Or
Yes, I'm not in a position to deal with that. I don't have a flooding expert here. You made your position on flooding tolerably clear, and I'm simply not in a position to deal with that this afternoon. So if it's it's up to Mr. Campbell. If he wishes to persist with it, trying to put it in by way of another means, then he can make that application, but it would certainly severely prejudice the applicant if that was dealt with this afternoon.
Mr. Campbell, what was the point behind this map?
The point is to, as I understand it, get Dr. Hanson to explain it to you if you wish, but the point behind it is to combine 2 maps so that the 2 can be the golf course layout, which is taken from, sorry, I've got a note somewhere where these maps come. Just let me tell you. Sorry. That's the name of the case. No, I'm sorry, the references I've been given don't make sense to me. I've just got what's PB?
So just whilst Mr. Campbell's gathering, so it's not just the maps, there's this document that's come with it, which has on the back of it what's looked like 4 separate figures as well, which are projections into the future.
That's new, right.
It's difficult for me to say whether it is entirely new, but it is certainly in this format, it's new to us. And I don't have someone here who can say, yes, it's wholly new, or there's a substratum which is not new, but yeah.
just for your notes, first of all, the coastal erosion part of the map comes from Peter Batten's evidence. It's PB 004.201. And the other half of the map comes from C4C map, which is called Drawing Site Layout Plan, bracket 2. So what Dr. Hanson has done, as I understand it, is to put one on top of the other, make sure that they scale. I'm not going to die in the ditch for the written material, but it's just felt that the map would be helpful to you. There's no motive behind it, or sinister motive or anything behind it. I don't know. Maybe the best thing is if when an opportunity arises, Dr. Hanson could explain what he's done. It doesn't have to be this minute, but until then, maybe we could just park it.
I guess if an element of it is simply combining two pre-existing documents into one for ease of comparison, I'm quite happy to take it, not today, but maybe take it as a written document upon which the others can comment in writing. So maybe that's the best way to proceed. I think it is me. Sorry, I don't know whether the additional analysis Mr. Finlay referred to is new. You may not know that as yet either.
I don't know that yet.
I've seen we don't have that. So if you're content simply to submit the two combined maps, and if we give the applicant 2 weeks from whenever that lands to submit comments in writing, I think that's probably the best way to deal with that.
I'm entirely content with that. If Mr. Campbell can just drop us an email identifying which maps he says he's combined, just so there's no debate about it, so there's certainty about it, then if we need to comment, we can comment within 2 weeks.
Yeah, and it can be put on Objective Connect in the meantime. Yeah. Very good. Thank you. That's a sensible solution.
So I do have one query, but Mr. Batten's probably got his hand up first.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure where that leaves us in terms of whether we're going to hear from Professor Hanson this afternoon, but I have a point of clarification for him arising out of the document to which Mr. Campbell just referred. So if he's speaking later, I can pick it up then, but otherwise I'd just like to flag up that there is a question.
Again, sorry to preempt you, sir, but if Mr. Batten has a point of clarification from Mr. Hanson, he could ask Mr. Hanson outside inquiry. He can introduce it by way of comment, and we could respond to that at the same time in writing.
That sounds attractive to me. So if Mr. Campbell uploads the document to Objective Connect, and you having clarified, Mr. Hanson, or if you want to make a further comment on that new material, you do likewise, then the applicant can have a chance to respond to it in writing, and that's going to be easiest, rather than put everyone on the spot, whereas the applicant says they might not have the right person here. I don't want to prejudice them by giving them this opportunity alone to respond.
With respect, it's not new material.
It's presented differently by the sound of it. I fully accept it's not new material, but it's presented in a different way, and I don't know how it was intended to be referred to today, but that might be also in a different light. So I don't really want to get into the situation of the applicant believing that they can't respond as well as they would have liked, having been put on the spot.
So you'd like me to follow up in writing, just to clarify? Okay, I can do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for dealing with that.
Finney, you had another point.
Yes, it was just picking up something that Professor Angus said this morning. It had been our understanding, which I think we set out fairly clearly in our evidence up until now, that this rounding up from 30% to 100% had been used in respect, it was used in respect to the previous inquiry at Cool Links, it's been used in respect to this inquiry, but we hadn't been aware it had been used anywhere else. Whereas the clear implication this morning was that it had been used elsewhere. If there's, I don't wish to take up inquiry time, but if Nature Scott have evidence of it being used elsewhere, I'd ask them to produce that so that we can comment on it. I'm not expecting Professor Angus to do that this afternoon, obviously, but if you could, if I could ask through you, sir, that they do that within, say, the next 7 days, we can comment on it, because it's certainly been our experience in, for instance, wind farms, that those of us, not including me, who've been involved with habitat considerations with respect to wind farms hadn't seen it in use. But if it has been in use, then that may be an important consideration for you.
Yeah, I think would you just come back on that? What I'm going to say is, yes, I think that would be useful if you could give examples. I don't expect you to say something now, but if you want to.
There is actually a paper lodged that includes a reference to this. We have used this to classify salt marsh, and the threshold for salt marsh was 10%. And that is in, I think it's NS-30, the paper written with Dr. Dargy on defining salt marsh.
Very helpful to have that reference on salt marsh, but in terms of the habitats we're looking at, I would repeat the indication. Golf courses if possible, but in farms if...
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Ferguson. If you could if there is other examples of where it's been used more generally within the next 7 days, that would be great, and then I'll give the applicant a chance to respond. Okay, so the hole-by-hole analysis, which features in NS-27, it's Nature Scott's document, of which there is a critique by Mr. Haspel, which I think is C4C089, and Dr. Mullen also has some comments, I think, on it, which is 086. It's probably best if we look at both the original Nature Scott version and Mr. Haspel's as well, because that doesn't cover all of the photos. And we'll have to look at the text in Dr. McMullen's as well, because that doesn't deal with all the holes, but it deals with comments on some and in different ways to those of Mr. Haspel. So 3 documents, NS-27, C4C086 and C4C089, I believe. Apologies for the delay, I'm just trying to get my computer to work. I think NS27 has a lot of photographs, which might be our downfall. We'll give it a while.
It might just be.
Yes?
We do have 4 hard copies, if that would assist.
Okay, so before the break, we were talking about June Heath specifically, and I appreciate not all the holes are in June Heath and would affect June Heath, but I think it's easier if we just rattle through the whole suite, and then we can come back when we're talking about June slack and all the other habitats. We can refer back to what we've talked about in respect of each hole. So in the NS27 document, hole 1 starts on, I think, no, I just realised I've got a paper copy in front of me. Page 7, I think we have the analysis of hole 1. So this is not an area that Nature Scott has identified as heath. It's primarily affecting improved grassland, 95%, and 5% dune grassland, a small amount of dune heath in, I think, one location. I don't have the benefit of colours, of course, on the on the printed version, but we'll cope. Mr. Haspel notes that figure 8, let's find figure 8, which is a photograph of dune heath, marram false oatgrass, dune grassland at the south end of the fairway. Right, yes, actually, that was a very minor point on this. Ms. Haspel says, well, look, there's plenty of grass there. Grass will lend itself to the formation of a fairway. But I think in this respect, this is not one of the holes where Nature Scott is saying this is primarily a heath habitat that will cause the problems that we were talking about earlier. Areas where there is heather, and I think Mr. Haspel refers to figure 10, you say, Mr. Haspel, this would frame the green. I don't think Nature Scott was saying otherwise. Again, this isn't an area that's identified as heath by Nature Scott. So am I right in thinking this is not one of the holes over which Nature Scott has the most concern? Is that fair?
I wouldn't want to give the impression that we only care about holes with heath on them. We consider all the dune habitat here to be adversely impacted by this development, and whether it's heath or grassland is almost immaterial. They are both going to be lost.
As I understand it, this is primarily improved grassland. Is that fair? I appreciate what you say, it's about the whole system and the whole picture, but in terms of just the quality of land affected by this hole, it appears that the majority of it is in fact just improved grassland.
If that is true, then there is merit in the observation. However, we have heard from Dr. Dargi that MG might actually be SD vegetation, and it has been misclassified. But I leave that to the hearing to determine. I do not personally have enough knowledge of the vegetation involved to question the applicant's classification.
Dr. Darby, did you want to say anything about hole 1 before I go back to the applicant?
I've got it. Yes, sir. I've walked it, and it's not MG1 habitat. It is the MGH habitat, which in this case I would agree with Dr. McMullen upon for much of it, but it goes into SD grassland, the further towards the dune heath that you proceed upon, and there are patches of dune heath which are forming on the higher parts of the mounds, mainly on the right hand side of this fairway.
Dr. McMullen, anything to say on hole 1?
No, but other than just to point out, the increase in heather that was picked up there. And it's spreading in several places around there, and it's probably an ongoing response, as discussed earlier, to reduced grazing. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Haspel, did you want to say anything else?
Yeah, I would just say that these pictures in particular point out, from my standpoint, how the heather, although spreading, gets choked out by some of the nitrogen deposition on the site. So, as a non-botanist, but somebody who observes a lot of golf courses, this is classic, where the grass overtakes the heather and eventually the heather will disappear.
Yeah, and I would agree with that comment by my colleague. Just to mesh the pair of them together, the heather's coming back as a response to the decrease of grazing, but you can see in figure 10 how tall the grasses are now as a result of the decline of grazing. So you get a flush of heather coming back, but then that's quickly displaced by the grasses because they're pretty aggressive, and as you can see, they eventually overtop the heather, so it loses light, and heather's especially sensitive to a loss of light and shade. So that gives you a bigger picture on the full sort of process that's occurring.
Anything else on hole 1? No. Okay. So hole 2, from what I can see, it's pretty much entirely on dune heath. I think Mr. McMullen agrees that, but my note is that you believe the heath has less dynamism than it should have. We've talked about the mowing effect. We probably don't need to go there again, but I know Mr. Haspel thinks you can create a perfectly good golfing surface on this type of terrain. Again, I think it was agreed this morning that mowing will favour grasses. I suppose my question really, in respect of hole 2, it is, I think, pretty much 100% dune heath, and bearing in mind what we heard this morning about the implications for heather, do we still contend, does the applicant still contend that what will remain will be dune heath? Before I go back to you on that, I'll just ask if this side of the table has any comments in respect of hole 2.
If I could come in on this, sir. The second fairway for hole 2 actually has a dune slack in its floor. This is a bowl. This is what we coastal geomorphologists call a cauldron blowout, where a bowl-shaped depression has been formed in the past by winds, but it's now been entirely recolonized. And it's on the sides of those bowls that there is considerable lichen interest, which will be raised by the Royal Botanic Gardens Edinburgh staff on Wednesday. I'd like to defer that particular item there. In addition to that, it is not pure dune heath coming through here. There are quite large patches of dune grassland. This is with wavy hairgrass, and these mark areas where gorse was removed by the Scottish Wildlife Trust, perhaps 12 to 15 years close to the end of their management agreement, which I think finished in 2010. And basically it shows that where you take gorse off an area, it doesn't come back to heath particularly quickly, because the soil is too rich, and grass is favoured by the level of nutrition in that soil. Thank you.
So your identification of dune slack and grassland is based upon your knowledge or your analysis of the habitats, is not what Nature Scott has recorded in its... I'm looking at figure 12. I've had to go back to the screen because it's in colour, but everything's orange pretty much. Unless I'm missing it, there doesn't appear to be any dune slack identified or any grassland, but I appreciate they're using the applicant's polygons, with which I think you disagree, but I need to know what data I'm looking at, etc. And based upon the data that the Nature Scott has used in producing its analysis, which is based on the applicant's data, it appears there is no dune slack. I appreciate you don't agree with that, but I'm just working out where this difference lies. It's in your identification of that habitat.
That's correct, sir. And on the site visit for the 2019 inquiry, we actually visited this location and I demonstrated that dune slack to the reporters. Thank you.
Mr. Sasswell, do you want to go first?
Yeah, one of the things we've done with this golf hole design-wise is to split it up, and the lichen interest on that hole is actually in the break. So you've got the first half of the fairway and then the second half. And that also encompasses some of what Mr. Dargy might be talking about, which he would classify as dune slack.
You're saying it was at the edges of the slack, that's where the lichen interest is. Is that unfair? That's where you'll find it?
No, the lichen interest is higher up, sir. It's on the steeper slopes, which were excavated by rabbits. And the rabbits prefer mainly the south-facing slopes and the west-facing slopes, and they make sunning terraces upon them. The rabbits then were eradicated by virus in 2014, and those areas have been subject to a micro-succession involving a biological crust with mosses, lichens, mosses, some liverworts, and we have lichens coming in, some of which are very rare.
Just thinking aloud, I'm hoping the weather will be kind, but how realistic is it for us to hope to be able to get some sort of agreement as to where we are on the ground in relation to the proposed layout, and so I can get a feel for which evidence, if there is a dispute as to where things are situated, which one I prefer. I don't know what technology we have available to assist us in that, but something to think about. In fact, I'll go back to Dr. McMullen to answer those points, but also if you have any thoughts on how... I don't want to spend the entire day on site, but if there are particular specific areas of dispute that arise out of today where it might be helpful to know exactly where we're standing on the site, is that a realistic opportunity? If it's not, then that's fine, but it would be nice.
Yeah, well, I use a field GIS, which will get us a large array there. And then I would say Chris is probably the best person to address in terms of exactly where course features are. But obviously you can appreciate in this case, you know, a steep-sided cauldron shape just isn't suitable really for the play of golf. So even just for pragmatic reasons, that's why the split's there, that there's no need to include it because it doesn't offer any opportunity to the golfers. So that's that bit covered.
That's helpful, and I'm sure Mr. Haspel knows the proposed layout probably better than anyone, but I'm just, in terms of, we would still be in a position, if it came down to it, perhaps not with such an obvious physical feature that would be unsuitable for golf, but for another feature, if we're coming down to Mr. Haspel saying, I'm telling you this is where it is, and without the benefit of some sort of impartial GPS-based, indicator of where we're actually standing, the other side may not believe Mr. Haspel, they may not accept what you're saying. So I'm just wondering if there is some possibility that we could actually have a pretty good indication that both parties could agree. We might not agree the conclusions, but at least we would agree where we're standing in relation to the layout. Is that unrealistic to expect? I'm sorry I'm putting you on the spot. I'm giving you a notice. It's just dawned on me, if we're getting down to that level of disagreement, then it might help us if we could actually say, no, the computer tells us we're standing here. That's where, is that an impossible dream?
No, not really. I don't have enough of my tablets with me. I just brought one of them. But, perhaps what the easiest thing to do is I could set up a very basic field GIS and distribute that around people, and then they could install it onto, it's primarily based for QField, but, which is a particular app. But equally, the files can be broken down and deposited into any sort of mobile mapping software because the formats are universal. So that might be the best way to approach it, just to share that field GIS with the wider group.
Sir, I also have a field GIS, but I only have centre points. So that will tell you where the green is, where the tee is, where the centre of the fairway is. The rest, of course, it's pretty obvious when you're out there that you don't want to go down there, and that's pretty much where the lichens are. Microsighting would deal with it.
Okay, that's helpful. That might be sufficient. Mr. Day, you can see what I'm getting at. I think when we're on site, I want us to be reasonably in agreement as to where we're standing, if we're standing on a green or if we're standing on a fairway, or do you think that's a realistic aspiration?
Yes, I think we could manage that.
So, Dr. McMillan, did you have anything else to say on hole 2?
Not open stock. Well, I think the two key things about that particular hole are what I've already sort of referred to is just one of the key features is that you can see that the patches of sand that are in some of the earlier photographs, aerial photographs from my figure 2 in my hearing statement. Yeah, C4C 86. You can see in there part of the winding down of the dune system. I talk about it in fractal dimensionality, which is maybe too complicated a term to introduce just now, but I think the key thing is that a simpler term might be disparity. Today there's a homogeneous canopy of heather. Historically there was much greater disparity in that you had patches of bare sand and you had the heather canopy. And so it ultimately had much, much greater structure historically, and a wider range of resources as well. As you can imagine, it's fairly shady and cool under a heather canopy most of the time. So those little bare sand patches, they're quite crucial for things like invertebrate spiders and so on that need the sun just to boost their energy and before they maybe go hunting in a slightly colder sort of area. So I think that's one of the key things to notice about the habitat in that area. And obviously in the report as well, I go on to explain, we seem, as I've pointed out already, people just seem concerned about species more than ecological function. So in my hearing statement, my report on this session, I go on to talk about how biodiversity is understood in terms of alpha, beta and gamma diversity. And I don't think it's important perhaps now for me to go into precise explanation of that, but I think it's incredibly important that people understand and we discuss the habitats and the features in those terms, because those were established way back in the late 1900s at the Rio Convention, 92, 94, around then. So again, I think it's important that we stick to the established sort of science on these topics, because it maybe seems a wee bit overly complicated actually, but whenever you operate it, you realise it's beautifully simple, and it actually allows you to really capture and encompass all the different aspects of biodiversity that might be relevant to a habitat.
Okay, and let's move on to hole 3. This is an area where there's reference from Nature Scott, I think, to a water feature. I didn't know if this was depicted as perhaps a naturally wet area, or maybe one that was where it was to be encouraged that water level would rise in some way so as to create a water feature. But I think Mr. Haspel was doubting whether there actually were any water features. Is that right?
We certainly don't intend to create any water features, just sort of re-establish or renovate what's there, obviously under the watchful eye of Nature Scott if we ever go that far. The water feature, or the water that lies on this hole, is actually, it was a pond many years ago and drained through agriculture, and about 10 years ago, I'm going to say, the farmer actually just piped water into that field so it floods in the winter so they can shoot ducks. So if you redirected that water, that would no longer be a water feature, and I'm quite happy to point that out to you on the walk. So, by the way, just for the avoidance of doubt, we would like to keep the water feature, because if it's wet in the springtime, it gives the golfers another challenge. But all summer, that's grazed by cattle.
So I think Nature Scott were concerned that this could be loss of habitat if the intention was to create a water feature. I'll ask that in a second, but before I do, the only other point I had on this hole was Mr. Haspel saying the green would be on the grass area surrounded by heath, which my note says would in figure 18. If we have a look at figure 18,
there is a line, sir, which is over the first dune system. For those who don't understand golf, that's what we call the carry. That's the distance the ball travels in the air without touching the ground.
Yeah.
And then it will roll onto the green from there. So it's a very tricky hole, but also a very stunning hole.
Mr. Haspel has drawn the line on his figure 18. So if one's looking at page 9 of C4C 89, I think it is, you'll see the yellow line where on that drawing where he's identified where the hole is going to be.
I do see that. It might be that I'm not looking at it in the right orientation, but looking at the layout plan, it seems that the beyond what I would regard as the green, there's a reasonable extent of fairway. There's the tees, and there's clearly a carry, which you shoot across the water if it's there, and then you walk around on the path. But then there's quite an extensive area of fairway leading up to the green. Presumably that's where the ball will land, which appeared to be in figure 18 on the heath that lies in front of the grass area. I may be reading the photograph incorrectly. That was my question really, was setting aside the carry for a second, immediately in front of the green appears to be dune heath, and that would become fairway. Is that not right?
Yeah, so there's an approach to that green which you'd have on a par 3, and that's what you see in drawn in the, but it's actually tucked behind the dune heath. You don't actually see that in the design. You know, the foredune. Yeah, you can see the dune in the photograph there.
So in your version of figure 19, Mr. Haspel, where you've got the box around the green.
18.
I don't. 18, I have no annotation on your version.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
19, I've got a box.
Yep.
That's the green. I was assuming that the lead up to the green was the heathland area in the foreground. Are you saying it's actually not? It's off shot to the left, out of shot.
Basically, if that's the green area, and obviously it's not to scale, sir. The approach will lead down to the left if you follow my. But that area has been mapped as part of the loss. And for clarification, just from the Nature Scott example, obviously they described this as the T and the third green were up on where the white post was. I've tried to distinguish that actually that's not correct. The dune is actually, or the green is placed where the grassland is. The T is up on the dune heath.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one that we're better off looking at on site. I was just looking at the position of the fourth tee, the back tee for the fourth, in relation to the green that you've shown in the bigger box, and then the position of the water behind. It looked to me like we were looking pretty much northwest, in which case what I was calling the fairway, but you're calling the approach to the green, would involve loss of dune heath. But I think you're saying you've accounted for that in your figure. You've already recorded that within your 1.5 hectares of loss. I think you're saying you've included that within that?
Yes, that's correct. And basically what you're looking at is the third green on the left, which is the box, and then you walk up the dune on a path to the fourth tee, which then plays to the bottom of the picture.
Nature Scott, do you want to talk about the third?
Before we go to the third, can I just say a word about water features? We found the EIA confusing in this respect, so that we had to do an analysis of impact with and without water features, and we remain confused about the situation relating to water features. The criticisms made by Mr. Haspel in respect of small amounts of position being wrong, I don't think are terribly important. They do not affect our case. The grid references were taken from their data set, but we had the general area of the green rather than the area of the pin, so the location of the pin. So it's not a topic we would wish to dispute at any length. We are willing to accept there will be minor differences of position from that determined by the applicant.
Okay, so if we look at the fourth, this is where some of the woodland, W2 woodland, comes into play, and my note says Dr. McMullen argues the woodland's not natural, it's halting dune processes. Mr. Haspel said he thought that Nature Scott actually wanted rid of the woodland, and points out that this is perhaps the best example of where you've listened to what was a criticism before, and you've actually moved the whole across out of the more sensitive heath. probably ask Nick Scott first. So the woodland, how important is it that it's retained, if it is important?
At this stage, we don't know. We didn't know about this particular woodland until the hole-by-hole analysis visit took place, and there simply wasn't time to look into this in any detail. I did consult a woodland specialist using the photographs, but she said there wasn't sufficient information. So the suggestion at the moment is that we proceed with the management agreement as it currently stands and leave this till last, because there is published information which we have lodged as a paper, Proust and others, I forget the document reference, suggesting that there have been phases where dune woodland developed naturally within UK dune systems. That being the case, we're unwilling to just sign up for the scrap the spread of woodland on dunes philosophy. We think more work needs to be done, so the suggestion is we carry on clearing gorse and birch, but leave the likes of willow till last. That gives us time to review the situation.
And the applicant side, what do you have to say about hole 4?
I'll take a little bit of this, Andy. Obviously, a lot of the deciduous woodland you see in Nature Scott's annotation is actually birch. And I was on the site visit with Dr. Angus and Alexander, where they made it quite plain that their preference would be to get rid of that woodland. And I don't think there was plenty of people there, so we're not going to go into that now. But hence why, if you couple that with the moving of the 4th hole, and if you've got my HS 004B example 7 figure 23 on page 13, you will see many of the lichen interests are ringed or circled on that. So what we've done is we've taken the hole and placed it completely away from that lichen interest in the woodland. Sorry, Andy, down to you.
Yeah, like the woodland is quite clearly the result of cattle grazing, and you can see that in a number of respects. The first is just how distinctly green and productive that area is compared to everywhere else on the sand dunes, and that's because whenever you visit it, you'll see how nicely sheltered it is to the south and the west, so the cattle quite enjoyed just hanging around in there. So that does one thing. Having the cattle doesn't necessarily increase the number of nutrients, but it increases the rate of nutrient cycling because they aren't just locked away as litter, because the cattle are intercepting that litter, breaking it down with their digestive systems and then fertilising the ground. But the nutrient level has been increased because additional feed was brought into the cattle in that location. So that big input of nutrients has basically just had a fertilising effect. Everything's bright green. Whenever you stand in it, you would think you were standing in the middle of a field, which is effectively what you are standing in, because it's got all the typical plants of a field, forming grasses, broad-leaved dock, and so on. And the only other places that you see trees on the dune system are where there's been really high levels of disturbance in the old conifer plantation. So there's no doubt that there's a very strong linkage between human disturbance and the presence of trees at Coul links.
Thank you. Hole 5, again, this is another one which, using the Nature Scott analysis, struck me as pretty much entirely orange, i.e. Dune Heath, H11C in this case. I'll just read my note. I had a query for Mr. Haspel. My note says, don't understand Mr. Haspel's comments or annotation in regard to the dogleg layout. I think my point was it looks to be pretty straight to me, whereas if we look, Mr. Haspel, at your page, or your figure 31, page 15, looking down the fifth fairway, you're saying it's been incorrectly referenced by Nature Scott, as can be seen from the diagram which demonstrates the layout and how the hole will be played. In yellow, the fairway is far from entirely within the dune heath, as indicated by the red box, which is carry. So you shoot over the dune heath, you land in something that clearly isn't heather, and then but it looks like there's some sort of dogleg going around the edge of the dune heath, whereas it looked to me from the layout drawing that the fifth was actually pretty much straight, or am I missing something?
So this is a drivable par 4, and again, for the uninitiated, you should be able to reach this green if you're a decent player in one shot. So basically, what we agreed was we'd move the fairway out of some of the extensive dune heath over to the left for those who can't carry as far, thus resulting in less mowing at fairway height. But what I really wanted to point out with these pictures are they're slightly misleading if you don't understand golf, because the carry is an integral part of the golf hole, and on every one of Nature Scott's, and I don't think it's intentional, I think it's just a lack of knowledge of golf, they're saying that it's all going to be destroyed, and it's really not, because there's a lot of carry.
It looks like there's also a lot of fairway in respect of the fifth. Yeah, there's a fair amount of carry, particularly if you're shooting from the back tee, way back towards the fourth green. But it's a long old fairway as well. What I couldn't understand was looking at the map of Nature Scott, which is obviously based on your polygons. The entirety of the green appears to be in the orange area. This is on page 25 of Nature Scott's document. There is some grass off further to the left, or above it, to the north, presumably. But it looks like the entirety of the green is in fact within dune heath. It's not partly in grassland. So whether you hit it very short, as I might, or you can whack it straight over all of it, it doesn't appear the ball doesn't appear to go over any of the grassland, as far as I can see. I might be misunderstanding, but it appears from your drawing that in fact you're anticipating that it would. The ball would be avoiding the heath and would be landing in the grass, but it doesn't appear. It looks like your yellow line is to the left of where it should be. Is that fair?
Yeah, I can see that. As I say, it's probably my lineage rather than anything else, so my apologies for that if that's unclear.
Sir, this may already be clear, but just to clarify that the Nature Scott analysis doesn't include the carry, it simply looks at the fairway itself.
I did get the impression, and there was another example of this, another photograph. It appears that the photographs are taken to show the potentially affected area, so you're kind of halfway down the hole looking at the fairway and the tee, rather than the green, sorry, and the tees are behind you. That was the impression I got. We'll come to that later on, because I know Mr. Haspel will raise another query as to, this photograph isn't taken from the back tee. Well, I don't think they just actually said it was, and it's looking at what's in front of you, which is where the ball is likely to land, rather than what's behind you, where the ball's been struck from. So we'll come to that, but certainly that was my impression, that the purpose of the photographs was to show the area that would be affected, so where the fairways and the greens would be. Was there anything you wanted to say about, I've lost track of where we are now, the fifth? Anything on the hole 5 note? Okay, nothing else on the hole 5 note. This might have actually been the one I was thinking of, hole 6. Dr. McMullen had no comments. Mr. Hassel points out some of the area between the tee and the fairway is a carry, which will only have a single path mown across it. I think this was possibly the one where, I'll find the photograph again. Actually, I think this wasn't the one, but it might be another example of where I think Nature's got are not claiming that they're showing the entire length of the hole, they're just showing the entire length of where the ball might land, and therefore the habitat that will be modified or lost as you, depending on how you view it. But one... Yeah, no, that was all I had on that. Is there anything you wanted to say, Mr. Haspel, on that?
So I can just, my understanding is that the area of the green and the approach to it is accounted for, and there'll be no fairway over and above that.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is another example of when you have a very short hole, what I'm calling fairway, which is really it's integral with the green. You've included that within the 1.5 hectares. Okay.
I think, sir, what you have to remember are the 7 greens and a lot of tees out with the triple SI. So normal would be around about 2.5 hectares of green and surround. So,
do you accept that on this side of the table that on the short holes, the run up to the hole is in fact already accounted for? It's not additional. If ministers were to agree that the fairways were loss of habitat, this wouldn't be counted because this is already included within the 1.5 hectares. Do you accept that? Well, if 1.5 is only the greens and the tees, Ms. Haspel is saying that also includes, in the short holes, that also includes what I was calling fairway, which is the much larger area of approach to those short greens. I was regarding that as fairway, and therefore, in my mind, I was weighing up the relevance of that. But if that's in fact already included within the 1.5, then whether you agree it's 1.5 or not, they've already counted it. You know, it's not an extra addition to add to the fairways, assuming that the fairways were counted as habitat loss. Does that make sense?
Because we have calculated our figures to include all fairways, all greens and all tees.
But you have broken that down, I think, into fairways separately from tees and greens and things. I'm just wondering where these features I've been calling fairways fall within that breakdown.
The breakdown is simply because the applicant supplied the data in that format. In terms of impact, we are calling the whole thing adverse impact, whether it's fairway, tee or green.
Okay, yeah. Dr. Starley.
Just one comment on 5 and this distinction between the green and an apron or fairway to the south. In my calculation of habitat loss applied to greens and tees, my 1.5 only includes the green area for 5. If I cannot get a number 1.5 if I include that apron area to the southwest. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I shan't be doing my own calculations, but we have a clear statement from Mr. Haspel that the 1.5 does include those areas. Is it possible just to confirm which holes we're talking about? It's the short holes, so those that don't have a separate fairway. Is that the lead up, the approach to the green? So 6 is definitely 1. Are you also saying, for example, that what I would call the second fairway on green 4, on hole 4, the thing that's attached to the green, are you saying that's also included in the 1.5, and it's only the separate fairway that's not?
So Dr. Dargy names hole 5 there. Okay, so hole 6, that's included. It's a par 3. Hole 5, there's obviously fairway mown around it, which I would judge habitat loss. Habitat modification. Sorry, I was agreeing with Stuart Angus there, Dr. Angus, sorry. But on all of the par 3s, it basically includes an approach or an apron, for want of a better word. And that's calculated in that 2 to 2.5 hectares completely around the golf course.
Which 1.5 is within the SSSI, yeah?
Excuse me, sorry. Could I just add the par 3s? Nature's Got analysis just included the greens. That's a smaller circle within the bigger area. The approaches and the aprons are not included in the 1.5.
So you're saying your analysis of the applicant's own data and layout gave a figure for 1.5 that excluded these par 3 approaches. Yeah, well, I'm quite attracted by the idea of you both showing your calculations in an easily digestible form, not during the hearing sessions, but later. Yeah, I'm wondering if it could be left for closing. But that wouldn't then give you, well, I suppose it would give Mr. Finlay the chance to respond in his closing. Mr. Ferguson, would that, if you wanted to sort of show the calculations for what you make to be the 1.5, include that as part of your closing, which would then give Mr. Finlay the chance to respond, or would you rather do it sooner? I'm just conscious I'm not capable of doing my own calculations, so if I have queries, I might want to go back to parties and say, you say this, you say that. I don't know if I will or not, but do you have any thoughts, Mr. Ferguson, how you'd like to do that?
It can certainly be done as part of closing. I can quickly check with the team whether it can be done sooner than that. Just give me a moment.
Yeah, fine. I'm happy to have it in closing if you haven't got a problem with that. Yeah. Mr. Campbell, I think Dr. Dargy is also of similar view. He thinks it may be more than 1.5 if you include the approaches. Would you be content to submit something in writing, maybe just part of your closing subs, to which Mr. Finlay can then respond in closing? Would that be okay? Mr. Finlay, would you be comfortable with that?
Yeah, well, given that we're waiting for 3 weeks I'd much prefer some preliminary discussion between Mr. MacDonald and Mr. Haspel, if possible, so that they could narrow the areas of disagreement in advance, and with reasonable will on both sides, if Mr. MacDonald's not going on holiday. I'm sorry, I'm not meaning that in a pejorative sense at all, but if he's available in the next 3 weeks, we should be able to make progress, and if there is disagreement, we should be able to identify where that disagreement lies. So I would suggest, well, I will discuss it with Mr. Haspel this evening, or if we have a break, and then we will try and arrange with Mr. MacDonald outside the inquiry who goes first and who comes back, and we'll see what progress we can make this week.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Okay, so hole 7, this was in fact the one I was thinking about. Mr. Haspel was criticising Nature Scott for describing figure 42 as comprising mainly of fairway, where in fact there's an extensive carry, which of course there is on this hole, 7th. But I think my view, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Haspel, my view, which Mr. Ferguson made, was where they're taking the picture from is just off the fairway and the carry is behind you. Do you accept that, Mr. Haspel?
No, I'm not sure I do, to be honest with you. To me, that looks much closer to the tee than it does to the green.
Could I give some clarification here? As the person who wrote these captions, the drone shots are meant to give an overview of each hole. There will be views from the tee, and there will be views back towards the tee from the green. And if it says a view of the first fairway, it doesn't necessarily mean that everything in that picture is first fairway. It's a view of the first fairway that includes the first fairway.
You might both be right. It might be the first fairway and some of the carry. We don't know exactly how much.
If that's read as a view including the first fairway rather than a view of the first fairway, then that would make entire sense.
Okay, I don't think we'll get much further on this. I think I'll just check my note on this. Right. That's probably all I had really as a query on this whole. Okay, so hole 8. If we maybe look on page 41 of the Nature Scott document, there was some dispute as to whether the Nature Scott person was standing where they thought they were standing, but I'm not sure to me it actually matters massively. If we look at, perhaps zoom forward to page 47 in Nature Scott, and you can see a figure standing on the left-hand clump of trees, and then there's another clump to the right, and I think Mr. Haspel, in his page 19, figure 52, says in fact the circle, which is around the other clump to the right, rather than the one where the person's standing, that's the approximate location of the 8th green. But if we then go back to the first thing I said, which I've now forgotten where it was, back to the Nature Scott document and the coloured in NVC map, page 41, it does appear there are 2 fingers of woodland that stick out into the green. So whether the surveyor is standing on the left-hand one or the correct position is the right-hand one, it sounds like you're actually both right. Is that fair, Mr. Haspel?
Are you talking about hole 8 or hole 7? Yeah, they're approximately the same. So that's me just being difficult. Sorry, Dr. Angus.
Fine, that's helpful. I'm obliged for that. Let's see if I had any other comments on the 8th. I think that was all I had. Nature Scott, did you want to say anything else about the 8th? No. I think Dr. McMullen, you didn't have any. Well, I think my comment on you, Dr. Mullen, was you agreed it was June Heath, but not with it being at H11B, which I think we've talked about before as to how you label it and whether it matters.
And if there is the opportunity, just in that photograph, I could very quickly explain why scale is so important. Like H11B, both have up to, both have Crowberry. H11B has it. Well, you can see, basically, if you just look in this photograph, you can see the tiny little greenish fingers of crowberry in figure 48. And as you can see, it probably covers about maybe 15-20% of that photograph, so it doesn't actually discriminate between either of the sub-communities, because both sub-communities can have the crowberry up to that level. There is no common bent, and there is no heath bed straw, so which is why I maintained it at H11C. But if you can imagine zooming that photograph in so that you're more closely cropped in on the crowberry, you can appreciate then the crowberry might actually rise to 60%, and then you can to one of the sub-communities, but you would still be ignoring the fact that there's no common bent and there's no heath bed straw, and that's why I sort of made the reference earlier that Dr. Dargy and Dr. Loisy, rather than just assuming everything was down to their fallibility versus my infallibility, there's actually quite a lot of interesting ecological nuance in considering something like scale, and that photograph is just a nice wee example of how important scale is as a consideration.
Did anyone want to say anything in response to that on this slide? No? Nope. Okay, so hole 9, I only had a short query on this one, which was in relation to Nature Scott's figure 58. So the first fairway is an intermediate between H11B, according to Nature Scott, and fixed dune grassland, which Nature Scott has categorised as dune heath. Mr. Haspel says it uses mostly grassland. If we look at figure 58, sorry, yeah, 58. So it's looking back up the fairway of the 9th. Question for Nature Scott is Mr. Haspel not right? Certainly in this part of the fairway does appear to be dominated by grassland. Is that reasonable?
So I think figure 58 shows significant areas of heath within an overall mosaic of grassland. Sorry, matrix of grassland. I'm doing it now.
Sorry. But you've categorised this as dune heath in your 30% rule.
Correct.
Anything on this side of the table for hole 9?
Just one thing, and it's only a point of clarification. I've been coming back into the site since 2007, and I would say that the dune heath interest, particularly on this hole, is starting to diminish because of the grass taking over. It's only an observation, sir.
Hole 10. This was interesting. Figures 66 and 67 were helpful, to me anyway, because they show a fence line which I could see on the OS base map, so I could actually verify that things were where they appear to be. Which drew me to the conclusion that yes, what Nature Scott was saying as to where they were was indeed correct. That wasn't the point I wanted to make, which was figure 64. Mr. Haspel refers to the extent of invasive species. Yeah, it's really just a question for Nature Scott, do you accept that what we see in figure 64 is the extent, or the considerable extent of invasive, or species that are behaving invasively, shall we say?
Agreed.
Anything else on the 10th? Yes?
I think for me, sir, this whole area is a blight on Coul links, and I think Not Coul agree. They've obviously contacted the landowner to try and do something about this. So it's something that we all agree on, that something needs to be done. This is one of the areas where I question the water feature, Mr. Angus, or Dr. Angus. Sorry, Professor Angus. Professor Angus. There is no water feature, there's a slack, but if you walk this area, you'll see how poor the condition is due to the old tree plantation and all of the rotting debris in there. In fact, it's very difficult to cross. So, just a point of note, really, sirs.
Could I make one point about the water feature with... which water feature are we dealing with here, Mr. Haspel? Is it the water feature which is immediately south of Hole 10?
Where I'm sat, we're not dealing with the water feature. I think it was Nature Scott who suggested it was. So. Okay.
But it is an important dune slack. It is full of brash material. Well, there are clusters of brash within it, but the floor is covered in Littorella uniflora shoreweed.
Of that I don't doubt.
Okay, so hole 11, am I right in thinking this is the former plantation area? I'm looking at Mr. Haspel, is that right?
That's correct. Hole 11, you have to remember, portions of both these holes are out with the triple SI, but the two pieces that are in a particularly poor piece of the triple SI. And I totally understand Dr. Dargey's sentiment that we've got to encourage shoreweed and etc. again, but therefore we could maybe improve that area by creating a better dune slack and habitat.
Dr. Dargey, you want to say anything?
I would agree with Mr. Haspel here. If one was able to either haul out the brash material and the trunks which are in there or something, or go in summer and mulch the material, then yes, you'd have a much better habitat there.
Thank you. So the 12th, I think there's general agreement that this is the bracken area that nobody likes. Mr. Haspel, I think you say this would be the opportunity to put it back to what it should be. Could you just explain your thinking and how that would happen?
I mean, the botanists and ecologists will know better than me, but when I walk this area of the site, there are still remnants of heather and dune heath on this end of the site. And for me, this is one of the biggest. I know you're not going to give us a net gain in a triple SI, and we're going to remove some habitat because it's every organism has a habitat and something lives off this bracken. But we really need to get a grip of this and clean it out. I know Nature Scott have put some money into it over the last few years, and although my photo doesn't show it very well, you can see where the bracken was killed and it's come back. You can see it's a different colour. They basically go through there with a quad with a wiper on it, try to kill the bracken at the right time of year, and obviously bracken's pernicious and it's going to keep going. So the idea would be, if we were to collect seed off the second or places like that, any translocated heather that we agree won't work, we will try and make it work around areas like this.
Anything to say to that on this side? No. Thank you. I have no particular queries on hole 13 unless anyone has anything they want to raise.
Sir, can I come in on this one? The first fairway, according to my records, has slack vegetation present. Some of that has shoreweed within it, and there are two lines of slack vegetation which run across the north centre and the west to east across the southern part of that first fairway. There is a considerable amount of dune slack habitat still present in that location.
I think that's another one of these things we'd have to look at on the ground to see what you mean. So 14 and 15, which are outside the triple SI, I hadn't any queries on those, unless anyone has something they want to say. No. 16, I didn't have much to say to this. My note was there isn't actually a lot of disagreement with Mr. Haspel and Nature Scott. There was a question about whether the authors are standing on the back tee. It seems to be this hole is predominantly dune grassland. There's some dune slack, but that's at lower levels. I think this may not have been the hole, it may have been 17, but I know there was some discussion about the precise arrangement of the fairways in relation to dune slack, and I think Mr. Haspel says, well, we would never stick it in the wet areas, it's always going to be on the high point, on the grassland. As I say, I'm afraid I don't know if it was 16, I thought it was 16, it might have been 17, but just that general principle of whether it's safe to assume that, notwithstanding what the MVC layout might show in relation to the golf course layout, in reality, is it fair to say that the golf course builders would ensure that the greens and the tees and the fairway sit on the high ground, the drier stuff, and don't... there'd be no reason for them to go to the lower ground, is that fair?
Sorry, I think there's something in our hearing statement about which holes do in fact include dune slack vegetation.
That I suppose is my other point is, are we, am I as a non-ecologist talking slightly at cross purposes in that you could identify dune slack vegetation without it actually being a functional, physical, something that I would recognise as dune slack as being a low area that floods in the winter? Is the permeation of dune slack vegetation, does that go beyond that, and it's that those habitats that you're concerned about, which you say will overlap the course?
We've only included dune slack where the applicant has mapped dune slack, and I think dune slack is possibly the most vulnerable of all habitats to golf, given that the ground is so soft. And it will be soft periodically during the summer because of intermittent periods of very heavy rain.
Mr. Haspel, how would you deal with that in the event that while you may not be down in the depths of the winter loch or something, if you are encountering wetter areas within the fairway, how would you deal with that? Do you accept that even during the summer at the height of playing there could be areas on the fairway that are unsuitable or less suitable for play, and how would you deal with that?
So under heavy rain, any existing links course, especially if they've got a high water table, are likely to have the bunkers, the flood, or areas which lie wet. Through the green, just play the ball as it lies, or designate them as wet areas. But it's not the intention of anybody, certainly at C4C, to damage things that we want to try and keep.
Just to make the point that hole 16 is one where there's a comparison between the previous layout and the current layout. Well, it's in Mr. Haskell. It's also in the ES. It's Appendix ES.14, hole 16 comparisons.
Basically, sir, we try to avoid all of the dune heath interest, but also in my example 19, figure 89 of the hole-by-hole analysis, I just make a point that the Nature Scott guys are not on the back tee because the back tee is out with the triple SI and the Cluing burn is behind them. So it's just it's semantics. The basis is we'll avoid dune slacks wherever we can.
I think the 17th was a similar question or a similar issue as to, obviously there's a lot of dune slack in that vicinity. My note said tees are in the dune grassland very close to dune slack. I think Nature Scott thinks the back tee is actually in dune slack habitat. Let's have a look. It looks to me like it's on the pink area. So there's a lot of dune slack around there, but Professor Angus, is that, if I'm reading it right, it looks like the tees are all actually on grassland rather than dune heath, albeit they're very close.
The map tee actually says the back tee is located in Marham Falswood grassland.
Yes. My apologies. I've got a note somewhere that said you said that it was in Dune Heath, but I think that's my mistake. Unless it was Mr. Haspel alleging that you said that, and we're all getting our wires crossed.
No, I think it's in my hole by hole.
Yes, I think it might
analysis,
be.
Yeah.
You said they said, and in fact they didn't say it. But right, we're all straight. None of it's within the dune slack. Fine.
The middle tee appears to overlap the dune slack vegetation,
Which can be quite easily microsited to avoid it.
Yeah, you could pull it back presumably a bit. Of course, the other issue with 17, this is probably the largest, the bulk of the fairway is within the semi-fixed dune. That and the tee for the 18th are the ones closest to the edge of the fore-dune. Did you have anything specific you wanted to say in that regard?
Well, we do go into detail in the hearing statement about why we think this is vulnerable, particularly vulnerable to mowing. But though we have not made observations on the geomorphology of this site, because it is not of geomorphological importance, having read Professor Hanson's hearing statement, we are now concerned that the loss of part, or almost all perhaps, of this fairway and green could result in that infrastructure being moved landwards, ultimately into habitat that is currently doing slack. So there is limited room for manoeuvre here if coastal erosion takes place. And we also learned from Professor Hanson that the soft engineering tactics advocated by the applicant will not in fact work because of marine undercutting.
To explore this this issue, and I think there was also the question as to whether the soft engineering work might interfere with sand movement and natural processes on the floor dune. So if that is something, I'm looking at Mr. Campbell, if that's something your team could deal with. Well, Mr. Professor, I can't remember if you're a professor or Dr. Hanson, right, got it both right. Just to explain the thinking on that before I get back to the applicant to deal with. Thank you for being patient, Professor Hanson. Yeah, we wanted to hear from you about, we know from the applicant they've no intention to do sort of hard rock armour or something, but they do have proposals, should they be required to do some sort of softer engineering. Just your thoughts on that and on the vulnerability as you see it of the 17th and the 18th T, please.
Requirement of the possibility of soft intervention means there's a problem. Point one. Point two is that the coastline there is receding at approximately 2 metres per year. It's a very narrow dune, as you've just pointed out, and therefore the 17th and the 18th are susceptible to erosion in the short to medium term. If that's the case, and we have golf assets sited in that location, then there will be pressure to manage, so-called manage the toe of the oversteepened dune. The proposals in the environmental statement, and referred to in passing in one or two of the rebuttal statements, talk about soft management. Now, soft management will be planting vegetation, dune fencing, that sort of thing. That approach is very effective where you've got a ready supply of wind-blown sand. That's not the case of the toe of that dune. The toe of the dune at present, as anyone can see today, is relatively steep. There are individual tussocks of vegetation that have tobogganed down the face to land on the upper beach, but that's temporary. And the next major storm, or even an exceptionally high tide, is likely to remove those areas of sand. So the possibility of wind-blown sand interacting with a fence, a brushwood fence or planted vegetation is relatively limited. If it is successful, then it's going to be temporary. Yep. The one possibility where planting and fencing might be useful is at the crest of the dune, because that's where the sand is going. That's where the wind-blown vector is taking the sand onto the semi-fixed dune in the area of the 17th and the 18th. So temporary planting and fencing there might be effective, but then, of course, it depends upon the longevity of that knife edge receding landwards, which, as I say, is running about 2 metres per year. So in my opinion, those soft management techniques are highly effective where you've got lots of blown sand available, but are completely ineffective where the main underlying issue is chronic undermining by wave erosion.
That and your predictions as to how soon this could happen, that's not dependent upon the Dr. Dargy being correct about, and Nature Scott I think as well, about the potential effects of mowing undermining the forage unit. That you're saying that's just an inevitable action of wave action. Are you saying that those timescales you're contemplating would happen to this forage unit in any event, regardless of whether the arguments about mowing would speed things up or not?
Yes, that's correct. Mowing will certainly potentially destabilise the edge, so more edge will toboggan down at a more rapid rate. But the key and fundamental underlying issue is wave-driven erosion of the toe of the dune.
Right, I'm coming back to the applicant's side. There's a few issues to deal with. I don't know who wants to ask what. Sorry.
Yeah, right. Just wanting to check the average of 2 metres a year. I understand it was 2 metres last year, but certainly in the what period, it would certainly help us to respond to know what period over this witness is suggesting the average has retreated over for 2 metres a year.
2019 to 2024. I should add that these are averages, so some years it might be more rapid, some years it will be less. All depends on the nature of the wave activity upon storms. For example, Storm Babette and its successor relatively soon afterwards led to quite substantial sand and recession of the coastal edge. And that's in one of the earlier documents submitted by me. I don't have the reference to hand off the top of my head, but it's in there. So it's variable. It can be rapid, it can be slow. So that's why we deal with averages across a modern timescale rather than averages across a longer timescale, because things are changing more rapidly than we give them credit for at present.
So can I just come in? I've just got Dr. Hansom's paper up. It seems like the annotations in one of the figures, which is figure 2A, they pertain to the old application. So there is no construction corridor. Just to be clear.
This was about the construction corridor hanging in mid-air, I think. Yes. But yeah, but the positioning of 17 on the 18th tee is similarly close to the edge. Is that right?
Not compared to this drawing, depending when this was actually overlaid. But I would also argue that the do-nothing scenario is 10 metres in 5 years, and then that's the end of Cool Links. So there are other things we can do, like sand replenishment, that kind of thing, which our own dune expert, who we didn't realise this was going to be a subject, who Dr. Hansom knows quite well, would give us those answers. So perhaps, and I don't want to take away your thunder, but maybe that can be addressed.
Yeah, I'm conscious. I said, I think at the pre-examination meeting, I didn't want to have a long, in-depth talk about this topic, important though it is. That was on the basis that the applicant is taking a risk, a theoretical risk anyway, that it's not allowed to do hard rock armour or whatever, and it's not necessarily allowed to move its holes where it might want to. So the problem is one for the applicant. Obviously, ministers need to bear in mind how reasonable that assumption is. If they were to consent the golf course and then appear to be standing in the way of it functioning properly, then there has to be some realism there. But I'm conscious you don't have an erosional expert. I'm sorry, I don't know what the correct term is, but you don't have one there because I said you wouldn't need one. So I don't want to go too far down the line of going into the science behind this, but if you've got any further comments on this, I'd welcome them.
Firstly, at the moment, our position is that we're content with the condition and content to take the risk. We've, having heard the evidence given and your comment on it, it's certainly a matter that I'm, on the evidence that we have, because we do have a chapter in the EIAR on erosion, and otherwise I will prefer to comment in response in our closing submissions, if I can, to give us a chance to consider both together.
Mr. Bannon. Well, that, I think, is to be fair to the applicant, was because I said at the pre-examination meeting we weren't going to go very far into this topic, important though it is. Well, no, but yeah, perhaps I should have been clearer. I'm interested to see its effects, but conscious of the requests from all parties that this be a reasonably short oral process. I didn't want it expanding into a second week. You will have the opportunity to make written submissions. As you say, the materials before you, the applicant has addressed its understanding of the issue in the EIA report. So I think you can make the points you want to make in closing, and they will certainly be taken into account. I know what you say, but I think dealing with it in closing is the logical way. It's not to diminish the importance of the subject by any means. It was agreed at the pre-examination meeting there would be certain compromises made in order to get through the evidence in a reasonably speedy fashion. And it doesn't mean we can't give equal weight to the evidence just because it's in writing. It just means it's a different way of doing it.
It's becoming increasingly difficult to envisage these closing submissions as being of a reasonable length, but we'll do our best. Thank you.
Can I simply make a comment on the idea that we used an earlier construction corridor? The construction corridor map that we used was the applicant's own construction corridor produced in 2023 or 2022, before Storm Babette removed the coastline into the land, into the dune, leaving the construction corridor dangling, is the point. So the document we are dealing with is dated correct, but it was the applicant's own document, which has since been superseded in terms of the underlying accuracy of the coastline.
Do you want to come back on that, Mr. Haspel? Because I know that you're proposing not to, if you like, construct that fairway, or indeed the other fairways. Does that mean you don't, what you previously identified as a corridor that you needed to have for machinery, etc., you don't need it anymore?
The fairway is the corridor, in effect. So I think that's an old annotation.
It crept into the latest application, perhaps, but okay, I understand.
If I might. So picking up Mr. Findley's reference to conditions, and this was something that cropped up at the PEM. Mr. Findley referred at the time to what was then condition 19. I think it's condition 20 now. The council have revised the numbering, and I noted, and it's in the material that I've submitted on conditions, that the council's proposed condition 20 is a great deal weaker than the condition that was proposed by the reporters at the 2019 PLI. And therefore, if there is discussion going on into closing submissions, I'd ask for my representations in that regard to be taken into account. Could I also just come back to the point of clarification I had for Professor Hanson? It is actually quite short. It's nothing to do with flooding. I think it can be handled without Professor Pye being here. Could I try that? So this, it is a policy question, but it's about a document that's been referred to a couple of times. Professor Hanson's first paper from April of last year. I submitted it as PB 004-201. It is actually a not cool document that was lodged with the council, and as far as I could see, it had disappeared from the papers lodged by the council with DPEA. That's the reason that I resubmitted it. And my understanding of what Professor Hanson has said in that paper is that he considered that the applicant had not demonstrated compliance with NPF 4 at either policy 2B or 10B. And my point of clarification is that a correct understanding of Professor Hanson's position at the time, and is that still his opinion?
That would still be my opinion from NPF 4, section 10, I think it is, for undeveloped coasts, but the reporters will be quite aware of the conditions therein.
Yep. Policy 2B in terms of general adaptation to climate change, and policy 10B in relation to development on undeveloped coasts. That's correct.
Yeah. NPF 4 is much stronger on climate change acknowledgement and action than the NPF 3 was.
I didn't have anything to say about the 18th apart from the T closest to the edge, which we've already talked about. Anyone else have anything to say about the 18th? Okay, shall we have a break? It's we try and come back at 4. Thank you. At the end, we've got down to June slack on my agenda. There's a few points. Obviously, we've touched upon it already a reasonable amount. The first question I had on my notes was for Nature Scott about the importance of community M27 and whether that should be identified as June slack. Can you give me some advice on that, please?
But M27 is the Philippengia or meadow sweet fen, and we added that to the dune slack primarily on the grounds of its position in a morphological dune slack, but also because we referred back to Dr. Dargy's Sand Dune Vegetation Survey of Scotland, where he had actually classified the M27 at Coul links as dune slack.
Anything on?
Yeah, no, like this, the meadow sweet, the M27 community is expanding within dune slack habitat, but the problem is it's just the rate that it's spreading at, and also just the height of it. If you like, the native dune slack vegetation's up to about knee high, whereas the meadow sweet vegetation's coming up to about chest high. So the problem is simply just that we're getting a huge amount of habitat change, which isn't really that surprising, especially if you go down in the spring and you see the amount of guano that's left by the overwintering birds. So yeah, you could call it either way. I really just wanted to highlight to some extent the abundance of meadow sweet within the system now, and at the time I did it, like, it was interesting. I did notice the year after I did the survey, the amount of meadow sweet did drop somewhat, and I suspect that there might have been a longer period of spring flooding, but the year I did it, and you can see it in some of the photographs that have included as well, you know, it's just a thick blanket of meadow sweet, and it's a wee bit of a problem it creates a bit of a logistical problem.
Sorry, can I just ask you to move the microphone slightly away? We're getting a bit of disruption.
Cool. Whenever you do an NVC survey, or a habitat survey, you're meant to just map the upper layers, and obviously that can create artificial scenarios. So I maintain sand dune vegetation types because that seemed reasonable, but just strictly if you're doing the habitat mapping, you just go what you can see at the top, and that's what I did. But I appreciate the position of the opposition. It's something you could argue either way.
Come back on that.
We have never perceived a problem with the expanding filipendula here, and it would not be regarded as contributing to unfavourable condition or even a failure to meet targets. And there has been almost a campaign by the applicant to equate change at this site with deterioration, and we would dispute that entirely.
I had it slightly later in the agenda, but we might as well talk about it now as we're on the Meadow Suite topic. My note was that Dr. Dargy says it's been there forever, a long time, 94 NVC survey, it was extensive. And I was going to take you to, we may not need to look at them, Mr. Weston's very nice photographs show, I think there's some comparisons between 2016 and 2024 which appear to show not a huge amount of difference, but then Dr. McMullen said, well, the levels fluctuate, so maybe that doesn't tell you anything or nothing. But did you want to say anything, Dr. Dargy, on Meadow Suite?
I did a considerable amount of work on Meadow Suite for the 2019 inquiry, sir. And one of my documents looks at the distribution of Meadow Suite. This was winter 2018, 2019, recording the quantities of it. And that showed that there were areas around the winter lock where it has very high cover. There was very spotty high cover elsewhere, and then cover fell off quite quickly away from this distance. And this relates to where Meadow Suite sits in terms of the level of flooding within a dune slack. It occupies the higher levels. It's a direct competitor for space for the SD16 dune slack type, and it will eradicate dune willow if it has sufficient cover to overtop it for a sufficient period of time. But it's mainly confined to southern Coul. There's much lower amounts of Meadow Suite in the north, and this coincides with an area which is winter grazed by cattle, and I think the cattle might suppress it very early before they're taken off in the summer. The other thing which I would stress about Meadow Suite is that it's a trade-off for the bird interest at Coul Links. The birds come in, they use the flooded area in the winter, they deposit their guano, and that elevates the nutrient levels to something which is very favourable to Meadow Suite. But we have another winter slack system in Scotland at St Fergus, which has much higher levels of bird use. It has the winter lock there has no Meadow Suite. It has a whole suite of other much more nutrient-rich habitats within it. So at the moment, Meadow Suite at Coul Links is suppressing some of the dune slack, but all the variation at Coul is still present. My own feeling is that Meadow Suite is expanding slowly at the moment, but I think it's expanding because the water table level is rising, so it has more space to move into. Thank you.
Want to come back, Dr. Mullen?
Yeah, if you look at the size of the Meadow Suite compared to the native vegetation, as I've just mentioned, it's between knee height and chest height, just broadly. That increased productivity needs to have something to fuel it, so it isn't just an absence of water and a longer growing season. You need extra input, and that comes from that. And that isn't a radical or exceptional thought. I've been working on nitrogen deposition now since I became a consultant, really, and I think most of the groups that I work with, most people accept it as being a major driver these days, and yeah, so I'm working with foresters and with conservation groups to try and address it. And I think, the problem is that I think people just don't appreciate how quickly and how massively things are changing just now, and I see that in my work, but I read about it in numerous papers as well. And I think a number of things are being overlooked. Initially, there was a bit of an argument with nitrogen deposition. Does it just pass through the system and develop a steady state, or does it accumulate? And we very much now understand that it accumulates, and that's a big part of the problem. Once it's in there, it doesn't go. And interestingly, the Bunce pinewood data that I mentioned earlier, we got no correlation with peak levels of nitrogen, for example, but cumulative nitrogen showed very strong correlations, and that's in pinewoods, which probably have a fairly similar sort of nutrient status to a dune slack. So we've got that extra background, but the additional problem that we have with the meadowsweet as well is just simply the build-up of all that plant matter as litter, and obviously that eventually goes into the soil, so the soil itself will eventually be pushing away from being sandy to becoming a lot more increasingly, well, organic rich, peaty if you like, and that's a longer term problem as well, and we'll see that on the dry parts of the dune as well, around the woodlands as well. So I think again we have to understand that we really need to understand cool links in 4 dimensions rather than just 3, because, as I mentioned earlier, we're living at a time of great environmental change. So it's the speed at which these things are working. And, everybody's acknowledged, it seems so far, that meadowsweet is increasing, and that's fine for now. But what about 5 years' time? What about 10 years' time? What if nitrogen continues to increase? We seem to be arguing from a position of complacency and almost finding ways to not undertake any positive action for cool links. Whereas whenever you look at literature from around the world and understand current global impacts, and even look at some of the actions that people are taking, there's a lot of inspiration there that would suggest that rather than just sitting back and dismissing all this as natural or whatever, there's a whole lot that we could actually be doing to really benefit cool links and its habitats and species.
I think, though, before you can make judgments about Filipendula, you have to say, if Filipendula is having a negative impact, then you would expect species diversity to decrease at cool links. I think I made the point earlier that we're not seeing that at cool links. In fact, what we're seeing is we've detected more plants at cool links, I would say, in the last 5 to 10 years. That might be because there are more people coming to cool links to visit the site and to record the plants that are there. Now, there's certain plants, which I was surprised, are increasing at cool links, and one of them is Juncus balticus. That's increasing in an area called the winter slack, and that's where you have abundant Filipendula ulmaria. So it's not true that Filipendula is taking over completely at cool links, and you really need much more long-term evidence about that. And what Tom mentioned about, yes, it is abundant in the winter slack, but as you go further back, it becomes less and less abundant. Thank you.
Yeah, it decreases in abundance as you move on, probably because of groundwater and so on coming on to dilute the nitrogen there. But again, I think we need to move away from this simplistic perspective of just thinking about species, and I didn't really want to go into it now, but I will do. And this is why biodiversity is considered in 3 different dimensions: alpha, beta, and gamma. Alpha is a simple count of species richness, which we're all familiar with. It just gives you a nice simple number. Evenness gives you an understanding of how well distributed the species are within a community. So in an ideal community, if you like, 10 species will have 10% each, and in an even community, 1 species will be 90%, and the others will occupy the remaining 10%. And then you've also got gamma diversity, representativity, or distinctiveness. And yes, it often is the case in a system in decline that the species richness at least remains stable for a while. All the species that were there remain there, but their cover diminishes, as I've just described. And ultimately what then happens is that the evenness diminishes, as the meadow sweet takes over. And the problem with that, it's actually a very similar problem to how the banking system failed, is because you end up with a bank or a species that becomes too big to fail. If it fails, everything goes down with it. And you also have distinctiveness as well, and the June slacks remain somewhat distinctive at present, but as the meadowsweet crowds and shades out the other species, that gamma diversity or distinction will diminish. So the slacks will ultimately look fairly similar to the meadowsweet that you see in roadside ditches, for example, because the number of plants that can live in that dense shade below the meadowsweet is limited. The number of dune slack plants that can tolerate that amount of organic matter in the dune slack soil is limited. And of course, there's a lot of species that aren't typically native to the habitat that can then start to move in. So as well as the habitat becoming less suitable for the dune slack plants, it becomes more suitable for plants that can then outcompete them. So I do think it's important to consider these issues in the round, and I don't see alpha, beta and gamma diversity being used all that much today, but you know, I use it in all my training just because it's what people decided after a huge amount of debate and research was the way that biodiversity had to be thought about, but far too often we see it just considered in terms of species numbers, but that isn't biodiversity, that's just twitching really. We need to consider beta and gamma diversity at the same time.
Okay.
And I would also just say, you know, there is a well-known recording effect that when an area gets a lot of interest, the number of species that is recorded in it increases. It's a really difficult fish to pin down, that one.
Thank you. Okay, so my next point on June slack was something raised by Dr. Dargy about in the vicinity of holes 2 and 3, where I think you've discovered some dune slack that has not been recorded by the applicant. This is up in the northwest corner of the site, I think. Can you tell me a bit more about that, please?
Between holes 2 and 3?
That's what my note says.
Yeah. Is this what we're calling Loch Nan Con? Right. Loch Nan Con is a water body which is marked on the very first edition of the 6-inch map for Coul. A second edition, I think, which was published about 30 years later, doesn't have it. And it was interpreted in the hydrological assessment that it was a water body which had, for some reason, disappeared at the time that the railway had been constructed. The railway was constructed in the time. But at the moment, when you look at post-war maps, there is a water body which is marked there. I believe it to be seasonal, and it's the largest water body in the northwest of Coul. And it appears to be particularly important for birds as an overnight roosting area for them in the winter. It has the deepest flooding area in the winter. There is a fence which runs through the middle, and for the last 2 winters that fence has been virtually submerged for a considerable period of time. But it's dry in the summer.
I do know where you mean. I think you directed us to that location on your version of our unaccompanied tour. I think it was up in that top northwest corner. And this is an area which is shown in blue on the layout plan as a water feature maybe, so clearly the applicant recognises it's an area of the site that gets wet, but I think you haven't identified it as dune slack. Is that correct?
Sarah, if it helps, this is where we went through the hole by hole. This is where the drain goes under the railway line now into there. So Dr. Dargy's theory was probably correct. It was cut off by the railway line, and then the farmers put the thing back under, and they do roost there, hence why people shoot there. So
it's an area we all agree floods winter, but I think Dr. Dargy is saying you didn't identify that as dune slack habitat.
semi-improved grassland. It's where the cattle will graze and so on as well. But I accept it. You know, it obviously started off life as a slack, but you know, the course avoids it.
Can I come back just on one point, sir? I forgot to say that in my mapping in 1994, I mapped only SD16 slack in the area of Loch Nan Con. We now have a full sequence of dune slack types, much deeper types. And this is part of my feeling that the water table at Coul has risen over time. Thank you.
I had a question on concern raised by Nature Scott. I think it was in relation to something that Dr. McMullen had said about flushing of dune slacks and what that might mean. Is that still in the can?
Sorry, thank you. Dr. McMullen replied that this wasn't an actual intention, it was just a possibility. Nevertheless, it illustrates the scale on which the applicant is contemplating interference in the functionality of this ecosystem. And we're not dismissing it just because it says could rather than would.
Intervention reflects the scale of impact.
So I think Dr. McMullen made it perfectly clear that, as has Mr. Haspel, that there's no irrigation proposed for fairways, and his reference to it, which he probably now regrets, it was a counterfactual, just to say that flushing isn't necessarily bad, but it's just to be absolutely clear, because Professor Angus doesn't seem to be, there is no irrigation proposed on fairways, so there'll be no flushing.
Thank you. Another concern raised by Professor Angus in relation to irrigation, but I think that we've had an answer to that. Well, actually, maybe not. It still applies. It was in relation to nitrate content of borehole water used for irrigation being double the threshold value for dune slacks in the Water Framework Directive. Is your concern also in relation to irrigation of the greens and the tees, which we know will be irrigated, or was your concern primarily about fairways, which we've now heard there is no, we've heard before, there's no intention to irrigate those?
It would depend how much water is involved, because ultimately any water introduced to this ecosystem over and above rainwater will reach the water table, and there are quite low limits, quite low thresholds for irreversible damage set for nitrate content of the groundwater. And for dune slacks, there are two different figures. One is set by Professor Davey and colleagues in two documents which I don't think we've submitted, dated 2006 and 2010, which set a limit of 1 milligram per litre. My recollection is that UK TAG, that is the UK Technical Advisory Group on the Water Framework Directive, sets it at 3, but that's from memory.
Okay. So I had my microphone on the whole time there. I hope people could still hear. Do you want to come back on that?
So I can talk around irrigation water, obviously slacks and everything, that's way above my pay grade, but irrigation will be used sparingly on greens and tees, obviously more in establishment, but after that it will be only as and when needed. To quantify that is very difficult because we live in Scotland, but if we were to put a figure on it, you know, I don't know, somewhere around the region of 4,000 cubic metres or 5,000 cubic metres, it's a guess because we don't know how much rain we're going to get, but that would be certainly something that the likes of Brora would use, or a place like that. I think the boreholes are actually calculated for a lot higher than that, because the last application obviously was to do fairways as well. I should also add that from memory, and I would have to go back, that the water that we get from the borehole is actually as good as EU drinking water, so the nitrate content is actually quite low. So we can talk about that in final submissions if required.
Do you accept that about the nitrate content? You've got it from somewhere about your concern about the nitrate content of the borehole water. Do you accept that point may not be correct?
If this is the same borehole that was proposed for the first application, my recollection is that a second reading proved that the nitrate levels were actually within acceptable limits. The first readings were not.
Final question for me, I suspect probably to Mr. Haspel, which arose from my reading, or partial reading of the Dune Manager's Handbook, where it talks about in areas of golf courses which have higher groundwater, it talks about the necessity for drainage channels to be dug. We've heard that this is the higher levels of the site are very free draining. I'm just wondering about whether you envisage drainage channels needing to be dug, and if so, what implications that could have for dune slacks.
I don't envisage any being dug because the course is dry in the summer, and obviously the slacks flood in the winter. The course will be closed, so there's no need for drainage channels.
Just a point about it being dry in summer. As I recollect, the Scottish Open was held at Castle Stewart one summer and was flooded out. So there is a confusion between climate and weather. Climate is what you expect and weather is what you get. And we would be concerned about any plans to reduce flooding damage at any time by introducing drains to the system.
And I'll just reiterate, there are no plans for that. Yes, Professor Angus is right. We got some flooding and some issues at Castle Stewart, which was completely constructed. 88 millimetres in 3 hours is quite unprecedented, and yet we still managed to keep play going the next day. So things can be done without drainage channels.
Anything else on dune slack anyone wanted to raise this side of the table? Nope. Anything you want to say about dune slack? No. Okay, can we move on to fixed dune grassland? My note says the previous reporters viewed this of lower ecological value in comparison with some of the other habitats on the site. Dr. Dargy thinks its value has been underestimated, and you referred to some work that you'd done that found a high number of important species within the grassland, which might suggest its value is actually higher than it's been considered to have. Could you just explain that in a bit more detail, please?
Yes, we're talking mainly about the SD9X type, which is a combination of marram grass and false oak grass. Dr. Louisa has already stressed the importance of two other oak grasses within this. Then, in addition to that, I want to raise the presence of the common rock rose, Helianthemum nummularium. It's been known as a large population at Coul for a long time, but nobody's looked at it in detail. But I put my grandson onto mapping it in 2022, and I think he has more than 5,000 point locations, which it's not simply to try and get a big number, it's to map in detail the distribution. And it goes right through Coul, and it has a beautiful curve at the top end, which appears to be following probably sand which is less acid in character, basic to a pH which is probably above 5.5, if we put it to a number. And this is one of the joys of Coul. If you go there in midsummer, you have these vast areas of yellow, and it's there with thyme. There are lots of other herbs with it, and the number of species that you have in this SD9 type are higher than the SD9B, which is known in the published NVC overall. So it is a species-rich community. Some people have described it as rank. I don't believe it to be rank. Rank is an area which has a thick thatch of dead grass at the base. But at the base of all this, you've got a cushion of 20 to 30 centimetres of moss. And it's an undulating surface of moss over the top of it. The more I think about this vegetation, I think it's in dune habitat. It's something which is halfway between a grassland phase and halfway through to a shrub phase, the shrub being burnet rose. And burnet rose is present in this with a cover of somewhere between 10 and 40% of cover. So it's these additional species which make up the structure of the vegetation, and which I think is extremely unusual, and I'd like Dr. Louisa to just very briefly confirm my thoughts about this vegetation type, because he was very impressed too. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to mention that I've not seen anything like this on any dune system in Scotland, actually, on the west coast or on the east coast. These combinations of species seem to be restricted to this area. I don't know why they're restricted to this area, but it implies that it is unique. Coul Links is a unique site. You'll struggle to find the combination of species that Tom has described on any other dune system in Scotland. And if those are damaged, then we'll lose a significantly rich dune grassland habitat.
There's no doubt that there's parts of the dune grassland that are, as just described, but the vast majority isn't. Simply the grasses are just far too thick. And I've actually just looked up, I've got here the Oxford definition of rank, which is grassland or marsh vegetation that has grown abundantly without being cut or grazed for some time, and as a result has become tall, tussocky and dominated by coarse species of grass. And that definition fits, to me, perfectly what the dune grassland composition is, and we'll see that on Friday. And I would also argue too, again, it's part of my campaign to push for more recognition of the mundane, that a site has a distinctive and unique assemblage is pretty much, Coul Links does stand out, but actually if you spend time on most sites, you can often come away with that sort of an impression, especially more distinctive sites like sand dunes, upland mountain ledges, and things like that. And again, I think, I fully support the concerns for damage to this habitat, but I think we constantly overlook the fact that we are in a time of great global environmental change. I appreciate some would argue that Coul Links is escaping that. I completely and utterly disagree. I think it's fair to say it'll have an influence at the very least. And I think that sort of reinforces the need to probably undertake some intervention. Mowing has been proposed by Nature Scott in the Marine Management Plan and grazing to control the grassland. And both of those management techniques, they're pretty mundane approaches to grassland management. There's nothing new, exciting or strange about them. And if they're done in the correct way, they can certainly be very successful in maintaining these distinctive species assemblages into the future that have just been discussed.
That was perfect. A link into my next question, which was about mowing of grassland. One slightly peripheral point to raise, because it didn't come from anyone on this side of the table. It was actually rose out of something Mr. Mackay, the greenkeeper, said, who will be speaking on Thursday evening. But it's a short point. I don't think it'll surprise anyone. His point was, how or can the applicant be confident that the wild grasses that are proposed to be retained on the fairways would cope with everyday wear and tear from a couple of hundred golfers a day, plus all the activities they get up to, particularly on the drier ground, the elevated, for example, the 16th, which sits up above the fairways. Are you confident, and if so, why are you confident that those species will cope with the amount of traffic they will get? And is it not at least possible that gradually you'll be forced to introduce more hard-wearing cultivars into the fairways, such that you'll lose that variety that's there at the moment?
So with all the research that's been going on at Coul, some of the species that have been identified are Festuca ruberuba, which is a harder fescue or a creeping fescue. Those type of things already exist at Coul. They're the type of things that we use in a golf course to be hard wearing, especially links courses. Now, to go back to Mr. Mackay's point, if you go to Brora or any of the older lakes where there is no irrigation, the grass survives fine. So the indication would be, yes, it survives. I hope that answers the question.
So I wanted to come to Nature Scott's position on mowing, which I think it's fair to say has changed post-Machrihanish Dunes. There was an email from Nature Scott's chief exec to the applicant 14th of August last year, which acknowledges that fact. The position has changed based on the experience elsewhere, particularly Machrihanish Dunes. And I think it was Professor Angus was explaining in his statement how species poor that's ended up as, with the exception of small depressions missed by the mower. There's nothing much left in the dunes. My note says Machrihanish Dunes, the developer accepted every stipulation that was put forward by Nature Scott, and still almost all the biodiversity was lost from the fairways. I think that was a quote of yours. Can you just explain that?
As I have to put my hands up as the scientist who said that creating a golf course by mowing on dune grassland only at Machrihanish Dunes would emulate grazing. That was an error of judgment. It was based on the best information available to me at the time. Since that time, it has been brought to my attention that, in fact, as part of the paper I'm writing with Mr. Rooney on intervention, that mowing is not remotely like grazing in that it is even. There is no difference in the nutrient levels because there are no animals depositing urine and droppings. Often grazing animals graze differently in different places. Their hooves make impacts. None of this applies to mowing. And that being the case, I had to visit Machrihanish anyway in connection with the application for yet another golf course there, using the same techniques. And they were a bit taken aback when we initially said no. But we had a look at the course that was built in, was it 10 years ago, something like that. And I will admit the biodiversity deficit was not as bad as I'd feared, but it was very bad indeed compared with the dune grassland that hadn't been mown. And it was quite clear that the fairways represented holes, not just in a golf sense, but as holes in the structure and function of a dune system. And it became very clear that we could not again agree to a situation where mowing was regarded as emulating grazing, that it would be damaging. And the proposed paper with Mr. Rooney makes that recommendation. But it will, in the course of time, be subject to peer review.
So once again, I disagree with Professor Angus. As an agronomy student, there's so many different diversities of grass which morph through mowing over the years. There's so much biology underneath the surface. Fungi, lichens, all the rest of it. I myself have been out at Macrahanish and walked around and gone off the beaten track slightly around the back of greens and all the rest of it. And you can find all kinds of diversity there. Maybe not what Professor Angus wants, but there is diversity. So I think it's wrong to assume that it's a barren wasteland, because it isn't. And I think Professor Angus rolled back on that a little bit. With terms of just the mowing, there are other things you can do. You don't have to just mow. I mean, when the guy takes a divot, that's tantamount to a hoof mark, which is going to create a hole, which, you know, we're talking about boxing off. You don't have to box off. If you need to, you can put a little bit of that nutrient back on, simply by mowing and putting the cuttings down. So there's all kinds of management techniques, including verticutting and all kinds of things that you can employ to make the grasses better. What we're after are the finer grasses that you're going to find out there anyway, once you cut the taller grasses down.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit harsh to say, but if the biodiversity interest at Macrahanish disappeared because of Nature Scott's advice, you know, that's on Nature Scott necessarily, the people managing it. You know, and as Chris has pointed out, there are a wide range of techniques that are applicable, and somebody like Chris has got that sort of insight and understanding. And it's also possible to put low numbers of livestock onto the course as well. That in itself's not a problem, so that adds to it, as well as as Chris has pointed out, the scuffing and sort of wear and tear, if you like, by golfers is pretty much the same as what sheep will be doing, but more controllable, because you've got rules that you can apply to golfers that sheep will just ignore.
I did have a question on grazing, because I think it was, I don't think you said you would graze, but I think you said it was an option potentially, but I think later on you'd said, no, we have no intention to graze. So I was going to clarify that. I might as well find my note now. As the golf course management plan said that sheep can be used to graze selected areas. This was on the managed rough specifically, to encourage species diversity, find a textured, more open grass. Sheep would be fenced in and rotated. But then, my note is that you said you haven't got any intention to graze. I think you're saying is you're not closed to that as a possibility, but that's not your intention. Yes.
So I guess it goes back to semantics again. When we in the early conversations with Nature Scott, there is a level of grazing that they want to see out on the SSI. That's as part of the management plan. I think at the moment, and you guys forgive me if I'm wrong, it's about 15 cattle plus sheep, but the sheep are only in the part that's out with the SSI. The fencing's no longer good enough and what have you, although the cattle seem to stay in. I would love to, personally, and I think everybody else here would, see some grazing out there, because it's good for the biodiversity. It is good for the sand scrapes and everything else that goes out there. But that's not our gift to give in a SSI, that's Nature Scott's. If that was the case, then we'd be more than willing to put cattle out there with geo-fencing, necklaces on and all that sort of stuff. So all of that is more than doable.
Before we come back, I don't wish to miss the point, but slightly taken aback by Dr. Angus's description of Macrahanish, which appears to be at odds with what we understand to be the most recent site condition monitoring note for Macrahanish, which we understand is in 2021. I would ask through you whether there's a later one, and if not, I had asked that we could produce that document, because it gives a slightly different picture than the one that Professor Angus was painting.
Firstly, can I go back to Mr. Haspel's assertion that he is in a good position to judge biodiversity as an agronomist? Macrahanish Dunes and Lochfleet SSI are not designated for their agronomic interest. They are sand and habitat sites. And The Machrihanish and indeed other site condition monitoring reports use a set of protocols that are almost, in fact they are 24 years old now. They have been tweaked, but only tweaked over that period, and are now regarded as outdated and inappropriate and almost indeed unfit for purpose. And NatureScot and our colleagues in England and Wales are moving towards new methodology for site condition monitoring that looks at ecosystem processes primarily, rather than at what is in some ways an exercise in box ticking that I think conservation has moved beyond in the 2020s. We learn a lot from these processes, and what we learn is how to do it better. But replacing a system that has been integral to our function for so long takes time. We have to develop it effectively, and we're not quite there yet.
Bearing that in mind, is there something more recent than 2021 using this old system that we could have a look at?
Probably not, because having recognised that it had had its day, we reduced the amount of expenditure in terms of time and money on site condition monitoring. It didn't cease, but there is very little of it now that is less than 5 years old.
So, certainly, I'm strengthened in my desire to put that management condition in response to Professor Angus's comment, because whether it's new or old administration, the judgments in it are pretty clear. And as my understanding is, there's been no new management agreement since that was put in. So it is highly relevant to your consideration of Professor Angus's evidence. So I'll have that circulated.
Okay, so we're moving on pretty much to the final, I think, part of the agenda, which is the implications of not developing the golf course. We've touched upon it already, and we'll talk some more about the bigger picture things that are going on in the world. And I don't know why it's making that noise. My first point that cropped up is Dr. Dargy. My note says you believe the issues that have been referred to, the changes that are taking place, are chronic, been present for decades, they're not an acute problem, and they don't represent a site that's degrading quickly. Could you just expand on that, why you think that?
This is based, first of all, upon quantifying the area of habitats as Annex 1 habitats for the 1994 survey, and then the calculations, my estimates using the line Transex for 2022 and 2024. And when I do those sums, I do not get a large difference in increase in area of things which are really negative, loss of those habitats. That's the simplest way of explaining it. Other than that, you're into really quite a long list of individual changes.
Yeah, like a lot of the changes are quite subtle and slow, but I think that's part of the danger of them. I think we're very much in a danger here of not actually acting on some of these concerns, and so it's simply just too late. And I would again just reiterate, if you look around the world at, not just the recognition of these issues, but some of the really remarkable approaches to trying to deal with them. For example, the Dutch very often lead the way. So, for example, there in suburban areas, creating reconstructed wetlands that are resilient to nitrogen deposition, capture carbon, support biodiversity, support agriculture, and support access. And I think we really need to start similar joined-up thinking in Scotland. But first of all, recognising just how serious, crucial, and pertinent these global impacts are on our landscape, and then from there start to develop sensible strategies to deal with them rather than just pretend they aren't happening.
Can I just ask, Dr. McMullen has produced in his Table 1 in his rebuttal report, which is C4C75. Sorry, it's main report, C4C75, page 36. The increases from 1988, 2009, 2016, 2021, and just asked Dr. McMullen whether, in his view, those, in the light of the evidence that's been given by Mr. Dargy, whether, in terms of birch, bracken, burnet, rose, gorse, meadowsweet, roseberry, willowherb, the position is better or worse than from 2021 as to it is now.
Yeah, I mean, the situation is definitely worse, and I think it's actually starting to get into its exponential phase. You know, I present that data that Mr. Findley's just described, but also too, you can actually, and we look at this in the field trip on Friday, you can substitute space for time. So, for example, if we go up into the northwest, you'll see the amount of young gorse and young birch compared to the more mature and or cut birch and gorse. And you can simply see in that population structure there's a hell of a lot of really small little saplings just ready to go. The number of mature trees and shrubs isn't comparable. So you can see that it's a problem that's going to get an awful lot worse. And of course we can see the build-up of organic matter in soils and stuff that's all part of the process that accelerates that. So again, I would just reiterate, you know, I don't think we need a lot of clever data sometimes, just a simple observation can tell you quite a lot, and especially whenever you base that within the sort of scientific literature that's pertinent to contemporary issues.
Can I come back on that, specifically on the birch? My own data suggests that there's been a 25-fold increase in birch over 30 years. That's a sizable increase. 2,500% or something? 25-fold. So over 30 years, but it was very, very limited back in 1995. But we haven't got to the threshold which is currently defined in site condition monitoring, which is, I think, a 25% value for within the dune heath area as a component. It's not assessed under sand dune conservation, it's under lowland heath. That's the rule for handling dune heath. But we also saw in 2022 and the last couple of winters that 10% of that gorse has been removed by a management plan. So whatever growth took place in that period has probably been curtailed. I would agree with Dr. McMullen, we need more management, and we probably, if you want to control gorse, you're going to have that control on a running programme, and we should be thinking of that for a couple of decades. Thank you.
You want to come back?
Yeah, just very briefly, I think we have to be careful about worrying too much about these thresholds and scores and various assessment things. I understand their importance, but you know, it almost reduces it down to playing a board game at times when you're better off looking at this academic literature, understand the context, look at what's happening on the site, base it in that wider context established by scientists working all around the world, and understand it in those terms. I think, you know, an ecological approach to this is better than a bureaucratic box-ticking approach.
I think that was Professor Angus's point in relation to site condition monitoring. It's not anymore just about box ticking. Is that fair?
That's what we're trying to get away from. I probably overused that term in respect of our current site condition monitoring, but it has that sort of air about aspects of it, such as species thresholds and thresholds as described by Dr. Dargy. Looking at Table 1 in Dr. McMullen's C4C 075, we see that the two species with the highest levels of cover in 2021 were burnet rose and meadowsweet. We do not agree that these are problematic invasive species, and we do not regard them as a problem. And I would add that NatureScot is the government's advisor on site condition, We are qualified to make this judgment and empowered to make this judgment.
I don't accept a simple appeal to authority as being good reason enough, as I mentioned in the rebuttal hearings, for example. It's a logical fallacy. I think the problem is that people underestimate the impact of native invasive species, and I think it's because for so long we've talked about invasive non-native species, often abbreviated to INS. And there's actually more plants than this that I would point to, and cool lynx is now starting to behave invasively. One of them, for example, is tufted vetch. There's parts of cool lynx where it's actually swamping out soft rush, and I would never have thought a small scrambling plant like or tufted vetch would ever be able to take on rushes and defeat them, but hey-ho. I just think there might not be a problem now, but at the rate of their increase, there'll be a problem tomorrow, and I think that's the big problem that we keep forgetting about here, is time. We need to understand this in 4 dimensions. We need to also go beyond our own experience and read the scientific publications of others, because if we don't do that, we don't really understand the issues that are working on this, because this bed of scrub, it isn't unique to cool lynx. It's taken place on habitats all around the world for reasons that have been attributed to climate change and nitrogen deposition primarily. In fact, we're even at a point now where nitrogen is so rich, even in parts of southern England, that you can add more nitrogen, you don't get a response from the plants. You add phosphate and the plants respond because nitrogen is no longer the limiting factor. So just to reinforce what a big issue this actually is.
I just want to say, yes, there is data that nitrogen, atmospheric nitrogen is increasing. That we don't know. What we don't know is that what the future projection of nitrogen. Because if we're going to if countries start abandoning fossil fuels, for example, then nitrogen, atmospheric nitrogen, is going to decrease as well. And you've got to look at cool lynx as a dynamic ecosystem. And at the moment, Burnet Rose isn't taking over cool lynx. So it's got just under 10% cover at the moment. Even if it increased to 20%, I would not be concerned whatsoever if it increased to 20% cover of cool lynx. So that's a doubling of Burnet Rose. Are we going to see a doubling in 10 to 20 years? I'm not sure. I don't think we would see a doubling of Burnet Rose. Like I said, if it did reach 20%, I wouldn't be concerned about it, because it's not going to impact on many other species. And I think what we'll hear later on is that the Burnet Rose is a nectar-rich producing plant, and there are numerous pollinators that will depend on that specific plant, and there are numerous invertebrates associated with the meadows with the Burnet Rose. And I think you've got to view, I think the danger is that we think everything's going in one direction at the moment, but the evidence, we have to look into at the long term as well. And we cannot say for certain that this Burnet Rose is going to, like I said, it's very unlikely that any of those species that are listed on that site, they may increase a little, they may decrease, but they're not going to significantly alter cool lynx. I don't think in the next 10 to 20 years we're going to see any significant changes. And I would say those figures I'm looking at there are acceptable for the SSSI.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on some of the points that Professor Angus made there. So site condition monitoring in Nature, Scott, is still in place, but as Stuart says, it is going to be replaced in the coming few years. So we are at quite an advanced stage of that, so it will shift. So it still stands at the moment, and as part of that, I suppose as part of other nature conservation bodies in the UK, we're based with sort of common standards monitoring. So that sets out tables of attributes and targets for all features across the whole of the UK on all types of protected areas. So that's what we've followed here for the sand dune feature on the Loch Fleet SSI. And as a result of that, it highlights birch, bracken and gorse as being key issues to try and address, basically. So that's what we've been doing through the management agreement. The other species, while I can follow some of the points that have been made today, they are not reasons for failure following that common standards monitoring. That's not to say that the new ecosystem health monitoring, which will be introduced in the next 2 to 3 years, might change that. But at the moment, we have to base our judgments on the common standards monitoring, but at the same time, we are trying to take into account what we think, how things are going to go in the future, so that we can bear that in mind into our thinking, into things like the management agreement we have here and proposals like that. So it's an interim period. We don't know how significantly it will change, but it will change. Thanks.
So just because something isn't on your checklist, to use a horrible phrase, doesn't mean you haven't taken account of its potential effects, as we say. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the problem with all of this is time. We really just don't have that great amount of time for people to be sitting around discussing things while the environment changes around us. Unfortunately what Dr. Noisy overlooks is that while he claims that nitrogen may decrease in the future, there's absolutely no evidence of that. Look at China and India, look at their projected use of fossil fuels. That's going to be escalating for a couple of decades more at the very least. And it also overlooks the point that I made earlier on, that nitrogen doesn't enter into a steady state. Nitrogen accumulates in the ecosystem, so even if it did, for some unforeseen future, suddenly diminish in the atmosphere, the nitrogen that's already in the soils will continue to reside there and cycle through. For example, the Pakeman paper that Nature's got quote from 2015, it points out the soils of Coul Links were already eutrophied then, even if the vegetation wasn't starting to respond. So, and based on that misunderstanding, I don't see why any of these species that are responding to increased nitrogen would suddenly stop their increase in the future. They will just continue to grow as long as there's opportunity and resource for them to do so. So yeah, that's that.
Unless I've misunderstood it, the triple SI is in unfavourable condition. So can I just ask why we're not doing some of these management techniques? And I know that there's a feeling that it shouldn't be done in Scotland, perhaps, but there are examples where it is being done. Why are we not following some of the people south of the border, cleaning out dune slacks, creating open habitat, which would help to recover the dune heath and interest into a more favourable condition? That's one of the big things for me. And no action for me, personally, it's only a personal opinion, just, it doesn't sit right. So
I do want to come on to what would be the alternative to doing the golf course if you want to get things restored, and that's on the agenda. We'll come to that. But before I do, we've got on to the, I think, the specific species invasives, or in species that are acting invasively. So I just wanted to run through those. I think we've probably done meadowsweet to death, unless anyone has anything else they can think of to tell me about meadowsweet. Bracken, I think we all agree, is problematic, although I think it was Dr. Dargy was contemplating that some of the bracken has a more open character with common violet beneath its canopy, and therefore could be of interest to certain butterflies. That's correct, yes?
Yes. There's a population of fritillary butterflies at Coul, and I remember being told by Andrew Weston that fritillary butterflies fed upon the common dog violet. I didn't know it. I'm not very good on my butterflies. I then saw a common dog violet, and I turned the leaf over, and there were butterfly egg cases beneath it, down at Coul. But this particular open type of bracken is more extensive than the really thick material, which is present overall. So it does have some value. I think that the 10% of bracken, which has been knocked back, is okay and safe to do so in that sort of location. But again, over 30 years, bracken has expanded 2 to 3-fold, nothing like as fast as gorse has done. Thank you.
In that context, can I point out that even the existing site condition monitoring does not record bracken as unfavourable, as a failure to meet targets if there is an open structure. That is the critical difference. So that the tweaks we have made to it over the years accommodate improvements in knowledge. But I really do need to come back to Dr. McMullen's remarks about nitrogen, because we're not dealing here with Nature Scott represented by just the people at this table. We're dealing with an entire organisation with a huge battery of specialists, including one who deals exclusively with air pollution. He has advised me very clearly that nitrogen deposition in Scotland is decreasing. And in fact, it is decreasing at a UK level, primarily driven by the decrease in Scotland. Though there will be some influence of ambient nitrogen deposition, certainly we do not contest that. There is no detection of any problem in the vegetation at the latitude of Loch Fleet, let alone the nitrogen deposition reaching a critical load. And in fact, Dr. McMullen acknowledged that. He actually used the phrase, just because you can't detect the problem doesn't mean it isn't there, which is entirely true. But what are we supposed to do if we can't detect a problem? Does that mean there isn't one? We've got enough real problems without going around looking for additional ones. And all the advice we can get at a professional level is we do not need to worry about nitrogen deposition at Coul Links. So it is not a problem that requires fixing.
Dr. McMullen raised a specific point in relation to lichens and mosses about current levels in comparison to the critical load for those species. And I'll ask you about that in a second. But do you accept that point? I think in your statement, Professor Angus, while eutrophication could happen at this level, the current level, there's no evidence of it causing species decline in 89 Scottish dunes over the last 34 years. So there's that point. If you could also talk about the evidence of a more general level of harm to dune systems from nitrogen deposition.
No, as I said earlier, the impacts are really obvious. We've already discussed the impact of nitrogen in its woodland, the impact of nitrogen and the increase in meadowsweet. And, I appreciate Nature Scott see themselves in the way that Professor Angus has just described. And I appreciate that a group of them have gotten together and decided that nitrogen deposition isn't important, but they are very much an outlier from the general scientific consensus that nitrogen deposition is a problem. I've included these diagrams in my literature, and all of them show that we're beyond the planetary threshold. Part of the problem too with nitrogen, it's a bit like climate change. You can't turn down your own carbon dioxide or nitrogen emissions and expect that to have an impact on your country, because these are global impacts. Nitrogen perhaps is a wee bit more localised than climate change and carbon dioxide, but they're both still global impacts, so it simply doesn't work like that. And as I've already mentioned, this expert at Nature Scott, for example, might say that, but equally with the research that I just described, or the BINT surveys looking at pine woods over the last 50 years, we have picked up a very clear and very obvious impact from nitrogen deposition, and that's on pine woods that extend right up into the northwest of Scotland. So Nature Scott might hold that position, but it's a very singular and very unique position, I would say, amongst the scientific and conservation community. I've been working quite a lot with forestry companies, for example, and how we can use trees and so on to manage some of the impacts of nitrogen deposition by using it to stress systems and drop the levels of productivity back down. So while Nature Scott refused to, are obviously choosing to take a somewhat denialist position, there are commercial forestry companies and commercial and forestry organisations and a whole suite of nature conservation organisations, including charities such as Plant Life, that are charging ahead, because we can't just sit back and bury our head in the sand and do nothing. There's enough evidence from around the world, there's enough examples of projects that other organisations who do accept the science have set out on that, I just think it is just denialism to pretend that nitrogen deposition isn't an impact in Scotland. Like even the paper they quoted from, the Pakeman paper, points out the soils are eutrophied. But the problem with a lot of Scotland's habitats is that, well, it's not a problem, it's a saving grace. Scotland might get less nitrogen deposition, but it's an awful lot more sensitive to nitrogen deposition because of the nature of its vegetation, especially when you've got dominance bobrophytes and lichens that are sensitive at very low levels, around 5 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year. So these issues, so that's what makes Scotland so much more especially sensitive. It just can't cope with that. The other thing is a lot of the plants and the vegetations of the dunes, they're not very competitive species, so you can add nitrogen and they won't respond straight away. And I would suspect what we'll probably find into the future with cool links is that we'll start to see more birch, gorse, rosebay, willow herbs and other plants jump in that can make use of that nitrogen. And you just have to walk around the links. You can see it happening today. You can see the bracken. Admittedly, it's pretty stable, but it's continuing to spread. You can see the rosebay, willow herb. You can see the thickets of burnet rose billowing up with thick rank grasses below in the Oxford definition of it, of rank. And likewise with the meadowsweet, it's, I don't really know what more to say. In fact, if you even just Google nitrogen deposition now, I've done it myself, it'll come up and it'll just say one of the world's most impactful global impacts. I think to hear a national nature conservation organisation adopting a nihilist approach towards it is actually a really serious threat to the integrity of Scotland, actually, because we've already made a real cock-up with our peatland data that's going to reduce the amount of investment into Scotland in the future for carbon money. And if this is the way we respond to national impact or global impact deposition, you can see why people might give us a short shrift when it comes to investing biodiversity funds into Scotland. So I think this is a huge issue for not just the issue itself, but also how organisations like Nature Scott are choosing not to respond to it.
Nature Scott is not in denial. Nature Scott, as I just said, has figures saying that nitrogen deposition is declining in Scotland. And I said it was not having an effect on sand dunes. I did not make a claim that it was having no effect on vegetation in Scotland. We have a professional team dealing with this, and I'm taking their advice rather than yours.
This isn't my advice. I am not an expert, total expert in nitrogen deposition. I've used it quite a lot. This is based on the literature and research that I have been involved with, that I just delivered a conference paper on last week. You'll see more publications coming out of it in the near future. It is a big issue. If you doubt it at all, just Google it, please. Just, Google it. Or go to the Air Pollution Information Service website. That's the government website. That'll give you concise background. Sorry.
Can I just add that the problems, whether they're at the gross level described by Dr. McMullen or at the moderate level described by us, do not require nitrogen to exist. They are caused partly by lack of grazing and by just environmental change. Change happens in the environment. It's something we actually encourage, and we refuse to embark on an approach to nature that regards change as deterioration.
So, you would dispute the scientists who would suggest that the increase in productivity across cool links is related to nitrogen deposition. What would you say is the cause of it? Like it can't just be a decline of grazing. There must be something else causing all this growth of trees, shrubs, meadowsweet, burnout rows and so on.
I said there was no need to invoke nitrogen, that it could be explained by other factors, but the only scientist I hear advocating these views is you.
No, that's simply not the case, to be honest with you. Like, I actually, I don't want to drag other people into this, but no, like I would say, just please Google nitrogen deposition, go to the Air Pollution Information Service website, apis.ac.uk, the information's all free. Go and find these transplanetary boundary diagrams produced in papers like Science and Nature and so on, and, and just have a look. Do you think all these scientists are just making this up? Do you think journals like Science and Nature are talking about nitrogen deposition being a global crisis just for fun? Or do you think that these people, these credible scientists, might have real hard data to make these claims?
Sir.
Dr. Duggie.
I introduced the idea of a nitrogen problem at Coul as part of the 2019 application. I've gone back to APIS, which is something which Dr. McMullen has said. I printed out the data for Lockfleet SSSI because you can select an SSSI and it gives you the data for the 1 kilometre squares, which it's all based upon. It gives you the procedure by which you work out for a particular habitat whether the amount of nitrogen falling upon it is in exceedance. It's too high. We are very close to that limit for the acidic grasslands at Coul. We are less than half of the exceedance level, the threshold of going into exceedance for the other grasslands. We're only a third of the way towards exceedance for dune heath. We might be close to a limit for lichens, but in all cases we are not there according to the published data, and Coul has submitted the a wad of APIS information as part of our thing. Thank you.
Yes, and I've referred to that APIS information in the hearing statements because back when the Pakeman paper was published 10 years ago, it was at about 4 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year. Now it's just under 5 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare a year. As I keep reiterating, this is a 4-dimensional problem. We also need to think about time into the future, and also just rates at which things are happening. I can't say much more.
Thank you. We've got one more topic to deal with, which is the current management arrangements, how successful or not they have been, and then the possibility of alternatives to that. Does anyone need to take a break? I'm determined, as I said, to get finished today. It's 5:15. Does anyone want a short break before we finish that last little bit, or will we crack on? Onwards, right. So, current management agreement with Nature's Scott. I think probably best if the applicant sets out your views on its success or lack of.
So just slightly short matters. I think we've set that out in our hearing statements. We don't, particularly Mr. Abel Smith, some work's been done. It's not been, it's not nearly enough, and what work has been done is inadequate, and we produced it is now, but we've produced some photographs of the inadequate work that has been carried out. So I don't think we need to add to that at this stage, but we've set out our position clearly in our hearing statements.
On this side of the table, success of the current management arrangements with Nature's Scott. Any views?
Yeah, I can come in there. So, the management agreement has been going for since December 21. It runs through until the 30th of November 2026. So, it's not complete yet. We had work agreed for the first 2 years, up to something like that, and then beyond that it's to be agreed with the landowner subject to what we think is needed at sort of prioritised at the time, so it's still ongoing. We've made significant inroads in relation to tackling some of the invasive plants on the site, like thistles. That's certainly been done. I think we're quite comfortable with the way that work's gone. As people have said, we have tackled some of the bracken, and again there's some regrowth there. We've also made inroads in relation to the gorse and the birch encroachment. The approach we've taken there is very much focused on the bits where there's newer growth on the edges, rather than tackling the bits, as we've discussed earlier today, about the woodland thickets, where we know the woodland's been established there for some time. We know that the soil below those bits isn't as sandy as the other parts of the site, and it's been changed quite a bit, so we've focused more on the efforts on gorse and birch encroachment, where it's more on the edges of it to tackle that bits back, bearing in mind that our site condition monitoring, the common standards monitoring targets put us down that route, but as my colleague Professor Angus has said, in that we are looking to change that monitoring to ecosystem health, which will take into account things like ecological succession a bit more. So we're trying to hedge our bets in some respect, but also in discussions with the landowner here as well, as that we wanted to knock back the gorse and scrub encroachment a bit, with the view of initiating grazing on the site then, something like cattle or ponies, to try and keep that work back. Otherwise, that scrub control will just be a never-ending task, basically. So that's really our viewpoint. So that's something that we touched on with the landowner back in a meeting in June this year, and the landowner would be potentially willing to consider it, but ultimately it's subject to potential plans, other plans for the site as well, you see. So things are a bit in limbo, both with Nature Scott's monitoring system, but also in relation to, I suppose, the future management of the site. It's difficult to be too ambitious when we're working with, there are other significant plans for the site that we're discussing today that, you know, that people have in the back of their mind. So that does limit some of the discussions that we can have with the landowner.
What do you say to the criticisms from the applicant about regrowth of gorse and the contractor didn't do a particularly good job? Is that fair?
We are quite happy with the work that's been carried out to date. I think what we can say is that some of the gorse regrowth has been quicker than we thought. So the technique has been tweaked a little bit, and the timing's tweaked a bit as well. But I mean, that's one of these things, that some of these things, it's like variability of any organism, basically. Some will be killed outright, others are quite a bit resistant to it, and what we've discovered here is that there seems to be quite a bit of resistance. Some of the things that might need to go back again and hit it again. But quite a lot with invasive species, you don't get it in the first time, as we've seen with some of the bracken control on the site, is that, you know, it is coming back on bits, and so sometimes we'll need a repeated application before you actually hit it back properly. So yeah, I can take the point that the initial parts on the site were, the regrowth has certainly been more than we'd expected. That's a fair point, yeah.
Anything to come back on that?
Yeah, no, the regrowth was pretty much how we expected, with, you know, increased levels of nitrogen in the system and so on, and that's coming from nitrogen deposition as well as from the litter of the gorse and so on. Like, ultimately, to the applicant, the major problem with Nature Scott's approach is that it treats symptoms rather than causes. So, for example, rather than just cutting back the gorse, it's our intention to rip them out of the ground, roots and all, with long-reach cranes that allow us not to be trampling over stuff. And that allows us not only to reduce the number of gorse, but also to reduce the amount of gorse litter and roots that are going to be decomposing in the soil and adding organic matter to the otherwise dominant sand. And, you know, and that's why I would say, as Nature Scott said, it's difficult to be too ambitious, but we do just have to be ambitious if we accept that this is a biodiversity emergency and a nature crisis and all that stuff. But, then we really do need to be ambitious, and that's what we're prepared to be, and we've got the machinery, the skills, the staff, the finance to do that. Like, and although Nature Scott are happy with the work to date, as somebody who pays taxes and cares about the environment, seeing money wasted on just watching young gorse spring back up and all the litter being left behind, it's not really the way that you would like to see public funds being spent, because it isn't being effective. It's basically just whack-a-mole with no end in sight. So I think that's why these more ambitious approaches that we're advocating really need to be tried out.
So just can I add to that if you there's plenty of material in the bundle, and you're going to see Skibo on your site visit, where there has been significant removal of gorse with the approval and indeed commendation by Nature Scott. And I'm not going to spend time going through that now, but that's part of our picture on
that. Yes.
NA-270-010-Coul has looked at a sample set. Dr. Louisu did work in June looking at the areas of cut gorse. He found that 10% of the samples showed regeneration, and that 48% of the samples had zero gorse regeneration upon them. So 60% there was some regeneration. The total area regeneration was only 10% of the sampled area which you've done. So that's the amount of springback. It's not a huge amount, but it's certainly happening. Thank you.
I would say 60% is actually quite a lot, and if you go and actually look at it, you'll see it's possibly even higher than that, but we'll see that on Friday. It's also the amount of litter and so on that's been left behind, and we can have a look at the difference between the colours of the soil with a lot of organic matter from the litter and what a more traditional sandy dune soil would look like.
Okay, last, possibly penultimate, because I've just realised I had another question, but it's a very short one. So penultimate point, other funding sources that might be available to do more management or restoration works on Coul links in the event that the golf course didn't go ahead. How realistic is it that that could actually happen?
Yes, I mean, the most obvious source here would be to extend the existing management agreement between Nature Scott and the landowner. There's also other sources out there as well, things like the Scottish Government, the Agro-Environment Climate Scheme. There's various options in there that could be applied for. I mean, obviously, those other forces of funding are competitive schemes. So, I mean, it's more likely that something like extending the management agreement would be more likely a possibility, but again, that would be subject to agreeing that with the landowner. So that, yes, there are sources out there. It's not something that we've started yet discussing with the landowner, because there's obviously some time for the management agreement still to go. But yes, there are other sources of funding in there, but I suppose once you go out with Nature Scott to other funding schemes and that, they are competitive, so there's no guarantee the money would be available, but there are other options other than simply through extending the existing management agreement.
So in terms of the management agreement, I guess an important factor in whether Nature Scott supported it would be whether you think the works that it would involve were required. So obviously you've agreed that some gorse control is necessary, but if ministers were to say, oh, well, actually we think control of various other things is very important, and if that was not something Nature Scott were going to ever agree to, then there's no likelihood that you would fund or jointly fund any of those works. Can ministers assume that what you'd be willing to control, the scope of what you'd be willing to control, is broadly in line with what you've already done, but more of it, rather than other things which the applicant says are problematic?
Yes, that would be correct, yeah. I mean, what we would like to see is grazing on the site. cattle or ponies, some large animals. That's what we would really like to see in this. That's something that we touched on briefly with the landowner in a meeting in June this year. So, yeah.
So if we could respond briefly to that in two ways. Firstly, just point out that I think Mr. Sutherland has put in his witness statement for this hearing statement that he understands money is tight at Nature Scott. We've had the exchange, and we accept the point about the budget that was taken away to pay for the wage increases didn't come from the Nature Scott element of it. But there's no indication in Mr. Mackay's evidence that financial resource is an issue. In our submission it is, and I've had Professor Bell here to give his tuppence worth on this point, because there was a suggestion that there's a host of potential sources in the handbook, and I was going to ask him to very briefly deal with that point.
Yeah, I'm putting my fiscal hat on. I'm going to be giving evidence on the socio-economic case. Just a couple of things by way of background. I was joint author of the Fiscal Framework Report, which sets out how the UK Government and the Scottish Government interact in budgetary terms. That was agreed by both governments last year. So I'm fairly familiar with the Scottish budget, having been the budget advisor to the Finance Committee for 7 years. So I had a look at, following Dr McMullen's request, at the 19 schemes that were listed in the Sand Dune Manager's Handbook. 5 of these were actually only available in England, or England and Wales. They weren't entirely public sector. There was a mixture. There was, for example, the idea that there should be a council levy, which would be interesting. I'm not clear what the legal basis for that would be, and nor the level of political support for that kind of payment to support restoration. There are various other funds, but really what I would say is that willingness to pay demonstrates commitment, and we haven't had many organisations, either public sector or private, whether that be charities or whatever, other than Nature Scott, who are demonstrating the willingness to pay in relation to habitat restoration. And then in general, in relation to this Nature Scott's budget, we are entering into a period of extreme fiscal uncertainty. The Scottish budget will be declared on 4th of December. The Scottish Government's priority is child poverty. There are huge other demands, NHS, national insurance contributions, which were raised at the time of the budget. All of these suggest to me just a simple lesson is that going forward, the kind of funding that perhaps has been enjoyed in the past, that Nature Scott currently receives, is uncertain. It may not decline, but it is uncertain. Therefore, a long-term scheme for nature restoration is not by any means guaranteed.
Mr. Campbell.
These observations from Mr. Mackay and, interestingly, from Professor Bell all talk about public funding. Professor Bell adverted very quickly there to private funds not being available. It doesn't take a golf course to raise private money to achieve a restoration at Coul Links. Now, I don't want to make a speech now, but it's important, if you're looking in the round at alternative forms of funding, to ask yourself the question, is it something that private funding could do to achieve the outcome for nature, which, of course, is the case that my clients are making.
I guess what's the likelihood of that materialising, realistically?
I can't say without speculating improperly about those behind the application, and that wouldn't be right.
It's fair to say that when Cool Future proposed to do some works on the former plantation land, that was going to rely on public money, was it not?
It was indeed. It was indeed. And just in the same way, C4C has said in one of its hearing statements that it relies on the advent of money from the United States of America, and will hand over the consent, if it's granted, to those from that country. Well, I think
Mr. Campbell is slipping into his position as a director of Cool Future.
No, he's not.
Certainly, wholly misrepresenting in what is a broadcast hearing, wholly misrepresenting what Mr. Abel Smith has said had happened as to will happen as to the future control of the site. He will retain it. It won't go to an American company.
I regret the intervention, but not what I said. It is on record that Mr. Sutherland has said in public that the consent, if granted, will be handed to golf developers from the United States, and that's in Mr. Sutherland's, I can't remember now if it's in the hearing statement or in a document lodged by either ourselves or C4C. The point I was trying to make is a very simple one. It's not beyond the possibility, not beyond the realms of possibility, that private money may be available for nature restoration on this site. And I ask you to consider that when you come to look at this matter in the round, and not confine your attention to the nebulous possibility of public, or the increasingly nebulous possibility of public money. This has nothing to do with me at all. It's simply something I'd like you to take into account.
I appreciate the distinction between the permission going possibly to be developed by somebody else and the land going to somebody else, which I think was what you were trying to clarify there. My last point, which is so silly, I almost don't want to ask it, but it's written down, so it's a question from Mr. Haspel, I'm afraid. Compost. I had a note. This seems very ridiculous at this late stage. Just for clarification, for my own clarification, there was a discussion about grass cuttings and confirmation that they wouldn't just be scattered willy-nilly, they'd be taken off the SSI, composted or sent to local biodigester. The environmental management plan talks about the intention to, once composted, to spread the compost on the rough. Is that still the plan? Is that still correct? And if so, is that appropriate?
No. Basically, if they were going to be spread anywhere, it would be on the top fields to create nutrient for the geese.
Okay, it's in the management plan, but that may have been a legacy from a previous time.
My apologies, I didn't know that. So
that was all I had. Any points, Mr. Yes, Mr. Batten. I must call you Mr. Dargy. I'm getting very confused.
So, if you finished with everybody else, are you taking the Ramsar documents point?
Yes.
This evening. Thank you. We've been discussing dunes all day in the context of the SSI citation. In the background to this is the Ramsar citation, referring to bird interests largely overlapping the SPA, we'll hear about tomorrow. Sand dune interests significantly overlapping with the SSI citation, and a number of plants, including Juncus balticus, Baltic rush, which was referred to by Dr. Louise earlier. Now, there's been a complex history of Ramsar site protection policy in Scotland since the submission of the previous Cool Links application, and the two documents lodged by the Conservation Coalition on Friday, from which I'm very grateful, are just the latest episode in these. The Coalition referred in its covering correspondence to DPEA Guidance Note 24, which explains how parties should behave when a policy position potentially evolves, or actually evolves, during the course of DPEA examination, including after the end of all the procedure. And evolving policy in respect of Ramsar natural features is precisely the situation is the situation set out in my evidence, primarily my policy written submission, but updated at paragraph 3 of my hearing statement for this session. And in light of the documents lodged by the Coalition on Friday, a second update is now appropriate, albeit we're at the stage of Scottish Government having a policy intention and not yet a confirmed policy change. So I've got a number of documents I could potentially refer to. I'll try to avoid giving all the references. They're in my written evidence, and it can probably go into closing submissions anyway. But
So I don't wish to interrupt Mr Batten, but I will do so. But if this can go into closing submissions, that's exactly the place where it should go. And Mr Batten, I'm not seeking to cut Mr Batten short, he can make all these submissions, and I think he's set out the background very accurately so far. But if he's trying to make submissions following that background, that's entirely appropriate for closing submissions, and I can respond to them in due course. But this is, I agree with Mr Batten, it's an important developing aspect of the policy framework which you will require submission on.
I'm interested in how the timing works, how long the consultation period is, etc., and how it might affect our dealing with this. Last thing I want to do is have to have further written submissions somewhere down the line. So I'm interested in just hearing what you have to say about that.
Okay, I'll jump to that. So we have two elements now. We have a commitment from the Scottish Government in Parliament that there will be a new policy statement by the end of 2024. That's in a document I lodged on the 27th of September. And we have the policy intention set out at paragraph 9 of the consultation paper CC12 that was lodged last week. The closing date of that consultation is set down as the 13th of December, which did surprise me slightly when I saw it. It seems a little ambitious to close a consultation on the 13th and then have a policy statement by the end of the year, but that's the position that's being set out. And yes, I'd agree that we might get something early in the new year, and that does seem to cause a difficulty in respect of the timescale you've set out for closing submissions.
Well, I think we'll just have to see where we get up to, but yeah, it's very unlikely we'll get anything absolutely confirmed before the deadlines, even the later deadline for the applicants to respond, in which case we might have to have a further round of very brief comments on that point, unfortunately, but it won't drag things out massively, I would hope.
Can I make one other point, which is that my clear understanding is that the policy intention that's been set out in the consultation document last week is to go back to the policy as was understood by a number of parties, and indeed I have a document lodged to support this, and indeed the policy understood by Scottish Government officials in August 2018 when recommending the call-in of the first application. We had a guidance document that was issued between the PEM and the all sessions in 2019, and that, which was called guidance at the time, is now referred to as policy, and what ministers are saying is that they're intending, in short order and subject to the consultation outcome, to go back to the position from about 7 years ago. It's quite interesting. I'd probably better stop there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, that was helpful. Anything else from the applicant's side? Anything you want to say on this? Nature Scott, Mr. Ferguson, no. Mr. Kimball, no. Okay, thank you all very much. Sorry, it was a long one. It was always going to be a long day. Thank you, Dr. McLaurin, for a long session. We're back tomorrow. I don't think we need to start early, so we'll start at the usual 10 o'clock time. That's it for tonight. Thank you.